The following is an unofficial livestream event that is neither sponsored by or endorsed by Square Enix. This is a fan-run community event by the players for the players. Some Final Fantasy Brave Exvius materials, music, and assets displayed during the stream may be copyright of Square Enix. The views and opinions expressed in this stream are those of participants who speak them and do not necessarily reflect that of the whole. Thanks for joining us. We hope you enjoy the event.
Yeah, I love it. My mic was muted, so I have all these different audio things that I have to do. Yeah, so that was fun. Okay, so welcome to the 6th anniversary stream. It's gonna be awesome. Yeah, you guys are telling me to make it louder. Great start. I know, isn't it? I wanted to make sure that the audio for that previous one worked because it didn't actually work last year. So I wanted to make sure that it actually worked. So anyway, so welcome. We've got a huge thing in store for us. I'm going to read it off from my little phone here. Let's see here. We've got the last year look back, which is our first segment up. And that's just where we talk about everything awesome that happened from the 5th year anniversary to now the 6th year anniversary. Then we've got the Fixed Trial Challenge 1. So we took 4 content creators and we took a trial from the game and units that exist in the game and geared those units down, and they're gonna pit them against it and see how fast they can get it completed. Now, this year, the difference between that and last year is we actually have an announcer. So so we actually have an announcer this year for that. So they won't be participating in it. They'll just be announcing and narrating the event. And we have 2 of those, 2 fixed trial challenges. One's with 7 stars and one's with Neo Visions. All right. And then we have Dark Visions versus a Clash of Wills. It's a discussion on the merits, pros, and cons of each one, because there are two main rotating events now. So thought they deserve some like pros and cons and a little discussion. That's going to be led by Archaic Werewolf. Then we've got the fan art showcase led by DK. That might be changed up a little bit, but I'll let them talk about that. We got an FFBE game show. The FFBE game show is going to be hosted by Mad Garu. It's kind of like Jeopardy. DK! What's up, DK? Thank you for the sub, man. We have sub alerts turned off, but if you want to be awesome for the stream, it took a lot of us to put a lot of this together, so it's really awesome. Thank you, guys. So then after the game show, it is the season 4 story discussion. That's where they just get around and talk about everything that's awesome about season 4, where we're at. I like that I got a free run to EX3. Then we have FB Around the World led by Kamakiro. That's a segment where we focus on that FFBE is a global game, and we have as many people as we could try to get on there to talk about it globally that live in other countries besides the US. You know what I'm saying? And after that, we're moving on to the Fixed Trial Challenge 2. That's the one with Neo Visions in it. And then we do FFB tools and tricks. So we couldn't, get everybody that's responsible for every website and everything on there, but we still felt that those things were amazing. So we wanted to go over like things and who's responsible for them and how important they are to the FFB community. Websites like FFB Equip, for instance. Okay, and then after FB tools and tricks, we're doing the FB Artist Pictionary. It's going to be really fun. It'll be a really fun game, led by SXM. Then we're doing the next few months. The next few months is what's coming down the line, what do we have to look forward to, and how hyped can we get about that? That is a discussion that's going to be led by Archaic Werewolf with Sinzar and Red Mage in it. And then we have the cosplay contest, the first annual cosplay contest. What? So excited by that one. And then we have the future of the game segment. That is where we kind of like hypothesize if there, it's like we wish list or we dream. If there is something like vision card filters, what is it that we want from the game, and how could we see it going like by next year? improvements that would just make it better for everybody. So it's kind of like just throwing some ideas out there. Maybe somebody will hear it. All right. And then we have our closing ceremonies. After closing ceremonies, we got a short little video for you guys. And then we're going straight over to the DJ Celestius. And she is awesome Twitch streamer. She does DJ streams every Friday night. So we're going to go and hang over there. You're here for the DJing? Yeah. Gert, yo, what's up? So we're going to head over now, and we have about 5-minute breaks in between each segment. All that does is it really allows me, as the kind of the guy behind the wheel, to actually bring everybody in, make sure the overlays are all working, and everything's perfect for that. So I'm going to go ahead and go dark for a second. We're going to get opening ceremonies done, and we're going to get into last year look back. So I'll see you guys in just a minute. There we go. Can you guys make sure we got audio? Talk a little bit.
I can.
We're talking. We're talking a lot. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right. So here we are on the last year look back. This is where we go over everything that happened in the past year, how impactful it was to us as a community, and how much we enjoyed it, I guess, right? I really liked, we were talking earlier, I really liked Vision Worlds. That was kind of a new and interesting thing, how they changed up Dark Visions. That was great.
I agree. I'm not a huge Dark Visions person, and so having Vision World be something that you can go in and like actually work at, having more bosses and more fights to kind of cap and like farm rewards and make gear is like really cool for me. So I like that a lot more.
Yeah, what I do like about Vision World is it's basically just a fluffy version of Dark Visions, but with actual lore behind it, like the Trials of Mana one, the Xenogears one. They all had bits and pieces of some lore of the games, and that's like what I really like. And I believe for most players, it's just that these are mostly capable or shareable rank 1, which is a guaranteed 10k lapis for everybody. There was just one exception with Trials of Mana, I believe, which wasn't capable, but most of them are regardless. So I feel like it's a win-win for A, the ones who want capable stuff, and B, I guess Gumi for having something more fancy than just the variants rolling that is the regular Dark Visions.
Yeah, it did feel really good. The on the Xenogears one, that was the first one that I was able to like go in and like cap, and so it felt really good to go in and hit that and see that little one sitting there. Like I was just like, oh man, this is great. It was fun.
Yeah, and it was also kind of reminiscent of the older Dark Visions, where we also were able to share rank 1, even though it might have been rather expensive at some point when we got Near Vision Awakened Tifa, for example, for that Ifrit fight. But all in all, I feel like Vision World is a great addition to the game, even though it's just a more fancy version of Dark Visions.
Sure.
I mean, I think we also got Clash of Wills this year too. All right, that was announced last year's anniversary, and we got Clash of Wills, which has completely changed everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Clash of Wills. Go ahead.
Yeah, I feel like I'm more prominent for hating Clash of Wills at the beginning. Like first season, it was like I talked with Cincer about this a few days ago, and he was like, "Didn't you hate Clash of Wills?" At the beginning, I was like, it's just like in a relationship where it's going really badly, and I'm like, "Babe, I can change." Well, I eventually did. I eventually did change for the better, and now I'm really enjoying Clash of Wills even more. And I feel like it was just the first season. I wasn't really feeling all the mechanics, probably because the morale thingy was just too much of a weird mechanic to start with, because we didn't have that many morale-based units. It was just basically NBA, Elena, Louise, and Ling, and you had to have a whole team of EX+3 at the beginning, and I didn't particularly like this. But it got better eventually, and I mean, it also did, or
well, at
made
first,
up my most favorite unit, Sky.
Well,
so
at first, we didn't have units for the content.
Yes, exactly.
Which was, I actually kind of liked it that way, because in the beginning it was like, oh, you could grab this EX3 unit and this EX3 unit and just like kind of shove them together and force them to work out something that could just kind of make it work. And if you had Sky, it was like, yeah, you got it. Like you got, as long as you get the EX levels, you're good, and not anymore. But it was kind of neat and allowed for a lot of creativity in the beginning. Now it's like, I do love it, but you do have to have like the newest, latest and greatest thing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You're not doing Kaito's rank 1 without Kaito, probably,
Yeah.
Much in a sense, yeah. I mean, I believe that Morgana, the very first Clash of Worlds, had the most variety in terms of clears. Like when I saw Wanderer, for example, doing that Ignis clear, I was like, yo, dude, that's amazing. I was like,
yeah,
huge props. It was just such a fun clear to see. I'm sad I didn't come up with this myself, but huge props to Wanderer for coming up with that Ignis strat. That was pretty genius. And all the other ways that you can interact with the morale gauge, such as such as using World Breaker, for example, which also was something I believe Alan Wanderer came up with. So again, genius strats, and there's a lot of creativity in Clash of Worlds that usually doesn't happen in Dark Visions or Vision World.
Well, and I think too, there's a lot of shared creativity. So like if people can get it to work for them because it's rank 1 shareable, like people want to help each other do it.
Exactly.
There's a player in Flip's Discord that I've been helping like to kind of take it under my wings, trying to get him as far as we can. Like he's kind of just starting out the game. He's like, last Clash of Wills, he was like at level 55, and this time he was at 82 or 92 or something like that. And he's just like, he's growing, and so it's fun to like share and like work and teach with people. Just because it's, you're not going to want to do that on DV, because as soon as you do, you post your video, somebody's going to be like, oh, I can do that 5 times better, and then there goes your score.
Indeed. So what I would like to ask you, George, sorry, Flip,
ahead.
what were your 4 thoughts about uncappable Clash in season 2, I believe?
For me personally, I wasn't capping Clash for a while. I capped Osta, and then like I took a deep dive after that. Like I just couldn't get above rank 1000 just because I didn't have the units. Whatever. I didn't have the EX levels. I usually had the units, but not enough EX levels to do it. I think it was a step backwards for it to not be cappable. Because I feel like if you have DV that's not cappable, there should be something that's like, different. They should be different types of events and different types of rewards and things like that you can go for. And so just to kind of broaden the spectrum. Now, I did really enjoy, there was one, I think it was Tiana's, where like nobody could cap it. And so like people were like bringing 7-star units, and that was really cool. I thought like people were, I think, didn't you have one that was a Ferris clear, or was that
that was me, and Sincer had the Mughal Narsh clear. That was also
the Mughal Narsh clear. I thought that was really cool, like because it wasn't able to be capped. Like people were like, okay, well, we're just going to get the highest score we can, and lo and behold, we could share that high score even though it wasn't capped. I thought that was really cool.
Like the option of like what's the highest score climb, because then everybody's using different stuff.
Yeah. Well, and that's usually how I end up playing, because I don't have the EX levels frequently to get all the way to 16. I'm usually like, okay, what can I force into this to get as high as I can if I'm just like taking off one modifier or something like that, and like just kind of making it work. And then we can talk about the last season, or the last one in particular, just with all of the changes that happened in the middle of the event, but like. In that one, I ended up bringing, of all things, Blue Mage Fina, just because I needed somebody to cast Kiraja. It's like I just got it to work. So it was, I don't know. I really like the possibility of creativity that comes along with it. And I think having it be shareable allows for that. And so I hope they don't take shareable away.
So also on the same fact of the Clash of Wills and the Dark Visions, or Vision World and the Dark Visions, I think we also started getting the 12 race trials this year. Is that correct?
Yes. So yes.
Yeah. Now their AI wasn't that great at first.
There's some really goofy stuff going on in those early ones.
But at least it's a way to use the enlightenment points and then, which was a change for global, right?
Yes, because in JP they had you had to go farm Bahamut tails, I believe, in order to craft those, and it was like an absurd amount of Bahamut tails, or rat tails rather. So
going to that island and farming out rat tails is this most insane side quest ever. So I'm glad that it's enlightenment points, because it gives us a way to use them.
I mean, if they're not going to give us units to awaken with enlightenment points anyway, might as well have a purpose for them. While we're at it, Star Quartz, please. Something, anything. Just throwing that out there.
Just because we haven't had a use for Star Quartz in 2 years.
Yeah.
True. Regarding the 12 trials or 12 race trials, I feel like the first ones were kind of okay, and the one that released last week, right? The Death Machine, or was it this week?
Yeah, Death Machine was this week. Like 2 days ago.
I have such a short memory for Goldfish.
2 days.
Yeah, I'm feeling it. No, I feel like Death Machine, I'll be honest, it's just a dumb fight. It's it's either you die or you just guts it. Where's the fun in that? And from what I've heard from Sinsar especially is that it's not getting better because some are just huge HP sponges, the other ones are just unreasonable with what they're doing. I'm not feeling it. It could have been better, but if they keep the stuff that they are doing, aka releasing super powerful units such as Esther or Kaido, before these trials actually, well, come along, then I'll take it, I guess, because at the end of the day, if you had Esther, Death Machine was a pretty joke. So I don't know. I think even Wanderer killed it in 4 turns with Esther's, and
I mean, it's
some pretty
Esther.
strong gear. And she's getting buffed too.
Yeah, because she needs that.
Yeah, she definitely needed that.
Yep. I don't have her, so I have not even attempted Death Machine yet. I've been a little preoccupied with some other stuff going on. But I'm planning on me and somebody in my group. We're planning on doing a double Kaito, trying to do a double Kaito thing and seeing if we can get it to work. But no Esther for me.
Yeah, I mean, Death Machine, if you don't care about the 15 turn trial, it's entirely budgetable. You could actually just go in with a team of 4 stars, Riku, for example, for the AoE re-raise. You could just use whatever provoker you have. It's an easy trial if you understand the mechanics and have just enough re-raise or guts. But if you want to do all missions, you just gotta have Esther. And nothing else really works for that, I believe. Right now, I mean, the units that are coming up in like 4 or 5 months, they will easily one-shot this, such as Regina, I believe. If you have 5 slaves to buff her up, it's pretty much easy. But if you want to do it right now with all missions, Esther or Esther and.
Yep.
On the this sort of similar token, we had some like upgrades to the actual like game itself this year. One of the things is like the mystery crystals, to where we could like equip vision cards or take units to 130. I feel like taking a unit to 130, it doesn't add enough. You know, it adds a little bit, but it'll help you cap, I guess.
In your big discussion of it, which I listened to one day when I was in a really long car ride, didn't you say it adds about like 10% bonus damage?
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is a lot.
It depends on the unit.
Mm-hmm.
It actually depends on the unit. I mean, it's technically 1% per main stat, but the way the attack and magic and etc. scales, it means that some units have better scaling. So units such as Graph scale stronger, such as versus units like Esther, and then there's Carton with Berserk. The Berserk mechanic also scales off that 10% stat gain. So there's a couple of units that do scale better, but overall it should be rather a linear curve. I have a whole video on this. So, but just summing it up, there's a few units, Berserk units, Graph, for example, that scale better, but overall it's just around about 10 to 12% increase on the important units that are actually used, such as Esther. Wilk, for example, is one of the units that was announced yesterday, and he's a good target for 130 because he has that Berserk too, and I can't spoil yet how much it is, but it's good.
Now, how many level 130s do you have? Out of curiosity.
I'm gonna guess he has 3. 4.
Okay.
Make the 6 on Thursday.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because we get so many mystery crystals.
Yeah, that's gonna be cool.
The issue is we're not getting eraser crystals, so my 130 Angela is pretty much useless.
Yeah, because we can't remove them.
Yeah.
At least if you put one of the vision cards on somebody, you can remove it. Sure, it costs 500 lapis, but
yeah,
it's however much lapis you have removal.
True.
With the eraser cactuars, you just don't get anymore.
In JP, do they have a method for like obtaining those relatively easily, or is that a thing?
I don't believe they do. I think they're given away in a similar way that we get them, which is sort of randomly.
They're super rare on JP from what I was told, so I guess I should be more wary of mine next time. Originally I had Kane at 130 then I deleted it for Angela, and now I'm regretting Angela. So, oh well.
I mean, of what I have, Angela is probably my prime candidate for who I would realistically want to do that. But I don't have Dark Reign, so it's like without having his TMR to help really push her, it's like I don't want to invest just yet because I don't have what she really needs to reach her full potential. And so I haven't done any to 130 yet.
Neat. I believe also within the last 12 months we got our first SLB units, or am I misremembering that?
No, we SLB unit
in the last year, yeah.
Isn't the first SLB unit Cyan?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and he was shortly after.
Yeah. Cyan, and then
Kurasame?
Machina, Kurasame, Queen.
I feel like if the Clash of Wills units are the morale units, the Super LB units are kind of designed for Dark Visions, but like not having a Brave Shift sucks.
Yeah, it does. It also takes away the flexibility and the cool gimmicks you can do. Like you can have Tyvus' Spirit in one form, and the other one is pure damage, and you just fire away. On an SLB unit, you just don't have that flexibility most of the time, unless it's Tyvus or Auron, which are a little bit more flexible on gearing.
Yeah.
Well, Tyvus is a really bad example, but I hope you guys get what I mean.
Oh, well, absolutely.
I'm going with this.
Whereas Lone Lion Squall and Star Player Titus are perfect. They're perfect because you can max them out and hit everything that they need and still have 3 slots left over.
Yeah, Lone Lion Squall is pretty much pinnacle of SLB. You just give him that old 7-star STMR, the Lion part, I believe, plus, and he's capped. He's kept on attack percent, TDH. Yes, in a 6x cap at EX plus 3. He's just so slot efficient, and I believe, or in my opinion, every SLB unit should be like this. Because
I feel like if they made NVAs like that, and only NVAs were the SLB units, they'd be fine,
Yeah.
But NV bases can't be Super LB units, in my opinion, but whatever.
Yeah, agree.
I just would like to see more useful NVAs. There's nothing like getting an NVA and it's just like, oh yay, I'm gonna put this together and it's gonna be so great, and it's just like, oh man, 6 stars out damaging them. What is this?
I'm personally not a huge fan of NVAs.
I mean, we got Titus and Squall.
Yeah, it's 2 out of 100 or so, and I don't know.
2 out of too many.
Well, on the same earlier, we have good gear that came out this year, like you were talking about. Tyvus, like as a unit, he's whatever. He'll get better eventually, but as his equipment, Tyvus' Spirit is amazing.
There's a few very interesting equipment pieces, and let's not forget about the vision cards that we've gotten too. So Tyvus' Spirit is great. Axta return, Reagan return, the STMRs, which are also Tyvus' Spirit but different on Clove's slot. They're rather interesting. Or the vision cards, the global exclusive vision cards, Leave Things to Me, for example, or the latest one, the Dazzling Demoness. Those are absolutely great vision cards that we've gotten. There are a few bad ones in there too, but I mean, the 2 I just mentioned, those are really, really cool, and they do rather unique things, especially Leave Things to Me, with the Greatsword Imperil, the Fire Imperil, etc., etc. It's really cool.
Even the bad ones, though, are still better than some of the cards that come with units. Like you compare like the Elena vision card that came out with Kain and Rydia, like that is just worlds better than Summoner Lena, for example. It's just like there is no comparison between those 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's also the interesting case of Athena, the Returns vision card, that has the AoE re-raise at the start of the battle. I like these cards that are just different. And to some degree, I feel like Sylvie, Paladin Sylvie, the new one, and Wilkes cards fall into the same category where they have the morale gain throughout the battle. That sounds interesting, and the values should be pretty high as well, especially for Wilk, as he's
Wilk is a premium anyway.
Yeah, that'll be really cool. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Flip, didn't you discover that there is a vision card that kind of cheats and provides morale by HP gain?
Yeah, but only once.
Only once. Okay.
It only triggers once. It's Scorpion Sentinel battle, and so it gives like
Oh.
0.00 nothing per it. Yeah.
But it's free.
But it's free, and it happens every time the unit dies or at the start of battle.
Yep.
Yeah, going off of that, so we did get the start of premium vision cards, which is an interesting concept. I kind of like it and I kind of don't. Like, I like the cards. I don't like that they're time limited, but such is the way of things, I guess.
Well, and it doesn't help that they just always seem to be released at such a time when it is limited and you know something good is coming. Like,
or the banner they're attached to is terrible.
Yeah. Now I do like Tulian, but I pulled that card. I pulled for the card. I did not pull for Tulian. Same thing with the Demonist card. I was interested in that. I was not necessarily interested in. Well, I was kind of interested in Rykard, but but at the same time, I know what's happening next week. And I don't want to mess up my chance of having the opportunity to pull for those units, even though I want the Vision card. So for someone like me who usually buys the Fountain of Lapis, but not always, it's kind of hard to make that decision.
I just get them all.
Well, I mean, the whale can get them all, of course. I feel like if it was a system to where it was like a shop, and only the banner only comes up once a month where you can get that coin, but you could take that coin into the shop and buy any one of those one vision cards that you want. So it's still a premium card. Just the cards don't go away forever.
Kind of like the equipment one that's going on with the last two Clash of Wills, where you could you could get the ticket and then get get your pick of those 4 pieces of equipment, but you don't have to get it right away. You could kind of wait and see what you need, or if you're going to get all 4, like a lot of are just going to go get all 4.
If I spend my money, if I spend $200 on this game this week or next week, it's still me spending $200 on the game. So I mean, they should be happy, right?
Yeah. Kind of like having a bunch of leftover. I was just talking about this with someone yesterday. Having a bunch of leftover pity tickets for units that you just can't do anything with them. I think I've got like 7 Lara Croft tickets sitting there, and I just
they will never.
That's
Anyway,
yeah.
We also got the repeat feature this year, I guess. I use it a lot, actually. It's really nice to actually have that whatever you did last turn, it can do it in the exact same timing. It can pull it up and just do it perfectly. I love that, like, especially if you're farming or trying to do like a raid and get like the good damage on the raid. I actually love the repeat feature.
Or if you stink at chaining on your phone and you just want to get through Dark Visions in like 1 minute, that's some people,
Okay, that's true.
Yep.
I only ever really use it on mockings these days, but might just be me.
I mean, it's nice.
It's definitely nice. It's one of the best editions, definitely, hands down.
I like that we didn't have to make a unit like a 5-star and get their STMR or even Neovision Awaken them, that we didn't have to level them to 120, level them to like keep doing that. You can just fuse them up, get their STMR, and then throw them away. You don't have to. They made the process a lot easier, and so that was nice this year.
And having it's a small thing, but having the buttons to go back and forth between those two, enhance and awaken, just to go back and forth really quickly, and having like the convert button, they're all right there on the awaken pane, so you can do all of that just like in a snap.
However, if the unit doesn't have an NVA and you just leveled it up to or awakened it to 7-star, you kind of have to button out because there is no enhance button for that.
Oh,
that still grinds my gears.
Yep.
We also got
overall on the quality.
Go ahead.
Just overall on the quality of life changes that we've gotten especially in the last couple of weeks, it's gotten pretty good. Especially the arena update that came 2 weeks ago, I believe. It's amazing. I hated doing arena, and I'm just lazy moding it. All 10 orbs in one go. Don't care about streak bonus or anything.
Oh my god, the orbs is so amazing. That cuts out like half my time from the day.
really does. And my one complaint about it has to do with daily quests, because if you use all 10 orbs, it doesn't count as you using all 10 orbs. It only counts as using one. But I don't care anymore. I just do them. I just get them all done, get my lapis, and move on.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, I need to do 5 arenas? No, that's fine. I did 1.
Yep.
I don't need these 2 relics.
Yeah, on the other hand, if you're just interested in daily quest, I didn't do these arena quests, and I just did free runs in Earthshrine instead. And that also did the trick for the daily quest missions.
Usually, yeah. If you just feel like going back to year 1 and farming out Excaliburs, just for fun in the Earth Shrine.
We also got a lot of Chronicle battles this year. I actually really enjoy the Chronicle battle system. I wish that they were all more like you didn't have to get the enhance site that was specific. Like you could just get as many, like with the boots, for instance, those MP boots.
Oh yeah.
I really liked those because you can just farm out as many of those as you want or whatever. Or was it the sword? I forget who has that.
The Noctis sword?
The Noctis, yeah, the Noctis sword. You can farm out as many of those. So I didn't like how all the Chronicle battles this year requires like special certain enhance site, and so you can only do one of them.
Yeah, I wish I could have more Kane STMRs. That'd be cool.
Yeah, I'm severely lacking in the two-handed spear department. So yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I got 2 Yishi.
So this year for units, we got we got lots of great units. We got all the Clash of Wills units, which we've never gotten that many global exclusive units at once.
They've been really consistent with those.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, at the beginning of the year, I was thinking, man, they won't be able to keep up with like global exclusive units. So it'll be like this Clash of Wills is coming out with Cyan or whatever. They'll just release it with whoever. But no, they've been consistently, every time they release a Clash event, they've released a global exclusive, and their kits have generally been awesome. I mean, even the weaker ones have been really cool.
Indeed. So what's your guys' favorite Clash unit so far?
It's a two-way tie between Xiao and Kaito.
I do like Kaito. I always liked Kaito, but I actually kind of like Maeve. I don't know.
Huh.
Not as a kit, but like as a design.
Yeah, and her LB makes a funny sound too, so it does get some points.
True. For me, if I'm not counting Sky, it's actually probably Tiana.
Oh, Tiana.
She's underrated.
Yeah, she definitely is. I mean, she does have issues, the 25 stacks, for example, but overall, I love the sprite. The kit has some cool features, especially the elemental absorption effect for, I believe, almost all elements, but a few one. So that's cool. She has really cool things, and I feel like they could do away with the 25 stacks, and that fixes all most of her problems, honestly.
Well, and she has all the amps that she comes with, and the re-raise on demand. The really big unremovable buffs on turn 1 is awesome. That last, she is a lot of fun. I wish she was better.
Absolutely.
Same. Wish she was better.
I just wish she was better. But the winter will come around again, and I'm sure that she'll get an update.
All right, so
she might have a word with you.
We're getting ready to move into the next segment. So is there anything you guys want to just leave off with for the whole last year of FFBE before we move on to the Fixed Trial Challenge?
I think it's been a good year. Clash is awesome. Yeah, it's been a good year.
Been a good year. Lots of improvements. Yeah.
There's been a couple of low points, but I think that all in all, like they've kind of turned around and are heading back in a direction that I think is good.
I really agree. There were some very low points of the year, but I think we're turning around. We've done pretty good.
Definitely.
All right, guys. I'm going to switch over.
All right.
Thank you. Did he switch over?
just barely remember today. I was building yesterday.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Hopefully everyone's enjoying their time here at the 6th semi-annual, mostly annual unofficial live stream event hosted by Flip Method. Coming at you right now, your boy Saiyan Knight here for Fixed Trial Challenge number 1. And boy, oh boy, do we have a group for you today, my friends. Today's group of players, world-class cast, ready to kick this trial all the way to the past, let me tell you that. First of all, the young LN Wanderer, our boy, straight from Singapore, a YouTube in-game content creator that focuses on different builds and content, sometimes and mostly lately with Riser. Very cool homie. Very excited to see how they do today. It's going to be a whole time. Additionally, straight from the EU, we got Lividilly, an EU content creator, lots of in-game trial guides, hitting up that Clash of Wills, hitting up that Dark Visions, something of a self-professed brute force content clearer, you might say. We loved his boy. Additionally, Kami Kira, the OG, right from Colombia. This man out here doing those free-to-play guides, clearing content with no detailed information. Maybe you know him from back in the day, maybe you know him from right now, but you definitely know this boy. I'll tell you that. Additionally, last not least, the young Gert. This man, hey, straight from NA. We got the NA representation, a mental health counselor by day, a Tuesday prepper by Tuesday night. This man doing some videos, this man doing some guides, doing some live content. We got a whole group, my brothers. Now, let me tell you this. We're going to be seeing some absolutely wild content today. These young warriors, they're going to be facing off against the Sworn 6 of Palladia. Now, for people out here who don't know, the Sworn 6, they swear a lot. But let me tell you this. There's not just 6 of them. There's, in fact, an additional 2 more. Because story season 1 mislead. They foreshadow and then they mislead. As it would turn out, spoilers, there's extra. And we're going to meet them today. Now, this battle takes place with a fixed party and some very stringent requirements on the units. I'll go over that really quickly now so we all know what's going on. The team has to be Beryl, Olive, Demon Rain, Yuffie, and Selfie. And the special conditions are as follows. No unit can equip a ribbon. All ribbons are outlawed and banned. We let our hair down. We let our hair flow. We don't deal with ribbons. They're out the window, my manses. Beryl has to have at least 100 ice and lightning resist, 50 water, wind, earth resist, 90 light, 125 dark resist. So it's going to take up an awful lot of equipment slots to get that going. You think you have a lot of room for the bulk, but hey, maybe you don't. You'd be surprised. Even the sirens are screeching when they think about how to gear their Beryl. Let me tell you that. It's a bit of a Rubik's Cube. Now, keep in mind, Clash of Wills and Dark Visions items are allowed, so we have some absolutely wild attack power. We have some absolutely wild offensive side stats. Do we have killer gear from Clash of Wills? Do we have chain cap gear, flat stats? Who knows? Hard to say. Also, we know we have options, and that's good enough. Now, there is a fact involved here. Demon Rain has to be 100 evade, 100 draw. Again, we're eating up slots. We're making sure that for the duration of this building process, we got to figure out how to fill around the space. Carbuncle recommended to have some unlocked magics. If you're going to be trying to use Carbuncle, which you hilariously you have to on Demon Rain, maybe you got to get some magic in there. Maybe you got to do some chaining. Maybe you got to do some bar spells. You never know. It's all electric. It's all Frost from the Frost Veritas and so on. So possibly you could lock down up to 3 of those guys if you have your Carbuncle built out big enough. 3 bar spells, pretty huge. Phoenix recommended to have the Phoenix Guard ability unlocked so that we can be sure at all times that Beryl has access to a second life. He's kind of a re-raised boy. So, maybe it's going to come in handy. Maybe the contestants didn't feel that was necessary. We'll see whether or not that comes into play as we get rolling. Items with auto buffs are allowed. So Wisdom of Hest, the Miracle Shoes, Auto Bravery, the Lordly Robes, etc. and so forth. They absolutely are going to be rolling through here. Sometimes it helps, especially when you got a team limited like this, Every now and again, you just got to make sure, hey, I got to take a little bit less damage here. Let's hope that maybe a Wisdom of Hest does the job. They are permanent, so kind of a premium item. They don't offer many stats, and there are minimum stat thresholds to achieve in this set of builds. So extra layer of complexity there, especially when you factor in that Beryl himself, probably the one that would benefit the most from those items. Already got a lot to deal with in terms of elemental resist, huh? Additional activatable skills that you gain from equipment such as Crazy Day and that cannon. Those are certainly allowed in here in case we want to change up the kits a little bit. We're going to see how that plays into it. Vision cards are not allowed, however. Master cards, not on these boys. We are not bothering with that. Not only would it be a bit of an investment, let's be honest, but no one's giving a vision card to Yuffie. I'm going to say it. Some Final Fantasy VII stands in chat are mauling, but we don't stand a Wutai out here. I'm going to say it. I'm just going to throw it out there. Now, regarding how we build, Beryl, yeah. Start what? Yeah, of course. I thought we were, please feel free. Start it up. Get going.
I just start?
Yeah, go, my mans. Yeah, pop off. I'm just giving you intros, running through, making sure chat knows what's up, but please, you're off and running. Make it happen. I got nothing but faith. Absolutely. Like I was saying, as we go through this, the Beryl does have to have 18,000 minimum health, kind of a feat for our young boy, especially if not potted. So as we go through that, again, the gearing restrictions gonna be pretty tough. We see it in chat. Perhaps there is a bit of an issue with Wanderer's gameplay capture. Seems a bit of a black screen. Hopefully we can get wrapped up on that pretty soon. I'm sure it's a very minor technical issue, easy solution.
If I could also just throw out there, by the way, SK, it says your name over my stream.
But you see, that's the secret, my mans, because secretly, you and I are one and the same. Don't forget it. I am the you in yourself that believes in us both.
I love it. Thank
Absolutely, my man. It's me looking out.
I forgot what I was already doing on this trial. Nice.
Now, going into it, I'm just going to go around real quickly while you guys do. I'm not going to have you focus too hard on anything but the fight. But was there anything out here, Gert, we're going to start with you, my man. Is there anything that you're particularly worried about going into the trial today?
Yeah, I've practiced this a lot using this this setup. And one thing that I'm particularly worried about is Demon Rain can't sit still.
It is kind of the case. He's a bit antsy. He's a bit jumpy. That man has never liked being in the corner, and he's not going to stay there.
No. But I've got some plans for how I can try and control him a little bit, but we just got to see.
Hey, man, and the best of luck. I'm hoping it goes well for you and I, since we are, in fact, one and the same, as I have said. Fingers crossed for both of us. Wander, what are your keynote concerns as you go into this trial? What were you really planning around being an issue?
My concern is mostly the survival part because of the limited parameters for this one. So Olive cannot really one-shot the boss, and then if both of them survive, I'm in big issues. So yeah, but I hope that my screen is showing fine now.
Just me, or can nobody?
The screen still is black. I'm not sure what's going on with that on the back end, but I'm sure it'll be something that gets solved in no time flat. Sometimes these things happen, kind of the nature of live content, but you know what? That's the secret of life. That's the extra spice. Sometimes it gets a little hot on the back end and things just go the way they go. Am I right, baby boys? Okay, and then things happen. But you know what? Even so, the show goes on. Lividilly, my man, what were the keynote concerns for you as you were building? What was the hardest piece to put together?
I don't know. I'll find out. I had like an hour or so to prepare, so I haven't even defeated the first ones, to be honest.
And now we should have Wanderers up. Go ahead, Lividilly. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Feel free.
Yo, Wanderer. Anyway, so my biggest concern is actually surviving. So let's see how this works. I'm probably gonna reset a couple of times.
I see the reset strat. Makes sense. Do you think you have time for that? What are your concerns on time constraint today?
I'd be happy to even make it to the second fight. So.
And that's the kind of goal setting we like to see. No one can fail when they shoot for the starting line, my man. I appreciate that, and I respect everything you're doing. Feels magical. I'm sure we're going to see great things. Kamikiro, my man, what, when your experience as you were getting ready for this trial, was the most difficult to put together? What was the piece of the team that was the hardest to achieve?
Burial, definitely. Building the resistance required and the stats at the same time was kind of tricky. Olive, of course, for the I tried to build her best as I could, and she reached like 3,000 attack, and the limit was like 2,000. So I had to remove some power on her. And the thing that I most fear of is the final battle, because there's some RNG involved with the magical neutral attacks, and I kind of scared for that. For the rest, it's kind of good, I think.
Well, I'm hoping it all works out in the end for you. Sounds like smooth sailing up to a point, and we're hoping those waters stay calm, my man. I'm seeing in chat, Demon Luck addressing the fact that it is a bug that has to be fixed by Gumi. Hey, man, listen. Agree, but still. That's true. We're already in wave 2. Kamikiro out here just breezing through. Like the man said, smooth sailing up until a point, and we have not reached that point yet. So far, hey, all you need to do is win, and if you don't lose, you can't lose. It's really that simple, and we're seeing that old adage be proved here today.
Oh, now I realize I could have just defeated Veritas of the
You're
Bolt.
taking a quick reset. Oh no, Vitelli with the turn 4 goals.
My selfie just decided.
I didn't even know that the other guy jumps on turn 3. That makes things so much easier, honestly. I've never gotten this far.
Well, you know what? That's progress, and progress makes a winner as far as I'm concerned. Every time we see someone achieve one extra step, that's one step they haven't achieved before. And if that isn't a win, well, then you know what? That's not the world I'm trying to live in, my man. So let's make sure that counts. Hopefully chat's having a lovely time watching our boys struggle for their amusement, because boy, oh boy, let me tell you, trying to build for a trial like this, it looks like it'd be simple until you get in there and see the numbers and some gear that you have to have on. And the next thing you know, you are scratching your head. Let me tell you that. Just like I would be if I had to use Yuffie even one time. What does this character do? I couldn't tell you. And I'll tell you this, Ignis's food notes is on the accessory slot. Why, you might ask? Wu Tai, that's what I would tell you.
This is my first time using Yuffie for anything.
Ah, that's true. You and I both, when you think about it.
I think the Ignis TMR on Yuffie is for trolling.
Well, you know, sometimes you have to have a new recipe, and sometimes that recipe is for success if you're not from Wu Tai. Am I right, fellas? But 11,400 minimum HP on every character but Beryl, 16,000 maximum HP, Yuffie, Selfie, Olive, with Demon Rain optionally going all the way up to 1,800. Kind of a sweet spot window to stick in. I feel like a lot of the issue here comes from the fact that you can't go over or under these thresholds when you're gearing. You'd think, hey, it's not so bad, but as we've heard from some of our competitors today, you put on some gear you think you're going to use. Next thing you know, all of a sudden, your stats are a little too high, weirdly. Clearing under the bar is kind of the difficult part here and there, especially when it comes to spirit. Very low spirit requirements on these homies. 600 minimum spirit on all of Demon Rain, Yuffie, and Selfie, but the maximum, just about 1,000 on everyone. 850 on Demon Rain, in fact. So hard to keep the spirit in check. I'm sure that our homies have found that to be the case.
So let's roll RNG. If I can get 4 hits on Veritas of the Bolt, I fix this. I just need 1 hit on Heavens and 4 hits on Bolt. Sounds doable, right?
Hey, you know what? Playing the RNG, my man. Listen, when you got a gun, you got to take the shot. And if there's 2 enemies, well, I mean, you're going to hit one of them sometimes, and that's good enough. Am I right?
True.
I'm crossing my fingers for you. I'm watching you set this turn up with bated breath. I'm trying to see these mortar shells land exactly where they need to be.
Let's see.
And Kamikiro going nice, slow and steady, still hanging out. Turn 6 in wave 2. I feel like no resets yet. I haven't seen a reset come up yet. It would appear evidently the RNG is maybe paying off.
Really slow. In this case, Air Veritas has a cover, and only doesn't have every 3 turns. I remember, so I have to wait for the 7th turn to burst.
Absolutely right. You got to make sure those enemy defensive buffs fall off. Can be quite a nuisance.
I think I'm dead.
Well, you know what? But if you die a step further than you lived before, you lived a life that was full of progress. And as we always say, there's always more time in the day, right? The one thing everyone has too much of, time. And here we are playing FFBE, 21 minutes in so far. 21 minutes remaining, rather. 21 minutes remaining. Just about a third of the time expired. And we do have some headway, but I can't stress enough. This trial is kind of a killer. There's a lot going on mechanically. I feel like when people played this originally, perhaps this trial was just a bit dated on release. Their units were too strong, global, known for the power creep, known for the global original units that like to break the mold and break the heavens. And let me tell you this, these guys got Giga Drill broke. It was not even close. But if you look under the hood, they have some pretty insane mechanics going on. They have a lot of damage. They have a lot of buffs. They have moves that will surprise you. I think there's even some uncoverables in there, but I would have to double check with that.
Okay, good.
Seeing some progress. Okay. Wanderer making some moves. So far, wave 3 for Kamikiro. We're seeing fire water getting ready to come up to the plate. Clarity, that is exactly right, my man. As chat has noticed, let me tell you this, elements are required. You do have to hit a variety of enemies at a variety of times, and you know, that's kind of a tall order in and of itself. And like Seagless has mentioned, they do all absorb 1 element each, so you literally cannot rely on the wrong elements, because eventually one of them will hardlock you. You do have to have minimum 2 damage types, or you're not getting through.
I made a mistake. I pressed the wrong barrel.
Not the wrong button, boys.
I pressed the ability that kills him and revives him instead of the magic cooldown.
Ah, I see. This man wanted to reset the app and reset the barrel, and you know what? Consistency is key when you're going for a long-form victory in a trial like this. I definitely respect the strat, even if it was an unintentional strat. Sometimes you have to live every life as though it was your last, even though Barrel seems to have many. I'm sure it's going to work out. We've got 19 minutes left, possibly enough time for 1 more reset from each of our competitors, depending on how quickly we schmoove and groove through phases 2, 3, and 4. Well, I guess perhaps you would say waves, not phases in this instance, because they are whole other enemies now that we think about it. At the moment, Gert and Wanderer both chilling against Wave 2. Liv making some headway on the Veritas of the Electric Veritas. Very, very dope.
No, I'm just resetting and kill the Light Veritas on turn 4 now.
Hey, and like we said, sometimes you do have time for a reset, my brother. I'm trying to see you make some headway.
Oh!
Okay, let's get a quick check-in with the homies. Like I said, about 12 minutes have passed so far. Our current leader, if this was a race, although let's be honest, it's a bit of a side-by-side single-player race in the sense that there are no winners and there are no losers. We're just here to have fun. But Kamikiro, right now, with the furthest distance toward the finish line, what are your thoughts? Has it been as smooth sailing as you predicted initially?
My burial's death.
Well, you know, that's kind of his job when you think about it from time to time. He do die occasionally.
Let me think.
We'll take a moment to pan over, give Kamikiro some time for thought and recovery. Maybe turn 4 could be a turn of a little bit more. Barrel coming back to life. Gert, let's get a check-in status update. How do you feel about Wave 2? What are your initial thoughts going into this fight?
So wave 2 started pretty well. I got lucky and Rain did not jump in front of Beryl, which is like my constant problem. He jumped in front of Yuffie instead, which was what I wanted. But we're about to go and see how RNG is going to play out for me, because we're going to see if we can hit the right one or the wrong one.
I see. This man said, Hail Mary, we're going to take the mortar shot, just seeing where things land, and I respect that.
Oh, not Earth. No, not Earth. We're doing fire. I'm sorry. Here we go.
Easy to click the wrong things. Let me tell you, these characters have a lot of various pieces to interact with. They have a lot of different chaining attacks, a lot of elements to cover. It's a lot to keep track of, even in a normal setting, and that's why we stick to global original units, baby boys. No Wu-Tai in this house. So, Wanderer, how's it going over there, my man? I saw you resetting a little bit early, but you are in wave 2. Hopefully it's hanging in there.
Yeah, I think I should be able to kill the Veritas now. Just now, the first fight, I was a little bit unlucky when my selfie didn't roll the slot ability, so I died.
Hey, you know what? In an RNG scenario, sometimes you just gotta lean into the slots. I respect that a lot.
Right. Hopefully I don't make any silly mistake. If not, it should be fine now.
Very confident words from Wanderer. I'm hoping to see some headway. Every now and again, though, it's very easy. For the homies watching just on the sidelines and chat cheering on our competitors right now, let me tell you, making a simple mistake, especially under these circumstances, much easier than you might suspect. I would encourage anyone who's interested, maybe do some inquiry. Maybe we could hook this up as an after stream thing. If you want to try the trial yourself, I promise you it is not as easy as it looks, folks. This is a bit of a Rubik's Cube, but maybe if all the colors were the same and Yuffie was on one side. Unfortunate. Oh wait, I'm hearing word from the producer that in fact there are YouTube comments we could be checking. This is being a live stream to YouTube also? Big question mark? Let's take a minute to load that up, pop over there, see what the YouTube chat has to say, because we're not trying to leave any homies in the dark. Boop. Go ahead and put this on live chat. Magical. SK the hype man. Listen, Demon Luck, I do what I can. I'm just reading as a man, my man. I'm just going through here and seeing what homies have to say. Official stream was not the bad this time. I agree. More entertaining than the official stream. Juggernaut, let me tell you this. The official stream was pretty poppin', boys. I was a big fan myself. There was a lot of information in there that I thought was direly needed. Hector Ferrer, we are in fact winning, my man. Thank you very much for asking, Dad. I appreciate it. Tito, bit of a stretch. Well, let me tell you this. The real stretch is the home stretch, which we are seeing Kamikura come into over here, holding off what we hope to be a recovery on turn 7 and wave 3. Barrel's still taking a nap, but you know what? He's kind of a sleepy boy. Lizards need their sleep. Tonberry are kind of lizards, I think, or possibly a frog, but I'm pretty sure they're a lizard. So maybe they just have to have a little bit extra time, the little shut-eye. This man's working extra hard, taking extra damage, you know what I'm saying? He's kind of earned the vacay, I think, if anyone has. Maybe he goes someplace exotic, like... Well, not Wu-Tai anyway, but somewhere. These are not the sounds that we like to hear from our boy Liv. The RNG seems to be a bit unkind today. Veritas the Bolt living with a crisp $2 bill in the health bar.
I hate gun variants.
Gun variants is very big for the homies who aren't aware, just in case anyone was not sure of the mechanics at play in this game because they don't have a doctorate. I will let you know this. Every now and again, you equip a two-handed weapon, and some say that's a benefit, some say that's a curse, but I'll tell you this, it sure makes things a lot more uncertain. Every time you conduct any particular attack in this game from any character, the damage can roll between 7.5% higher or lower than normal. That's called final variance. And then additionally, based on the kind of weapon you're wearing, there's a second layer of variance beyond that. I believe the overall over-under ends up being somewhere between 70 and 140%. I'd have to check the scaling on that one more time, but it is a very large window. So when you're dealing with such a powerhouse unit as Olive here, that window, man, 2%, let me tell you this, it is rough. You would think that you could shoot real high, real low, but Olive has a cannon. She only shoots low. Kind of an interesting thing about physics there. Like I said, doctorate required. Let's take a look over here. Make sure we are keeping up to date with the homies in Twitch and YouTube chat, which will be bouncing back and forth between, because I am very painfully aware now that there is, in fact, a YouTube chat. Hey, guys, good to see you. DK, listen, man, we're doing our best to make sure that we have things under control around here. That's ya boy. It is mission control at the helm. Now, we have about 11 minutes remaining. We're almost 2/3 through the time. And as we're looking around, Kamikiro, back on turn 1, had to take that reset unrecoverable barrel nap. That man decided to hibernate instead. You got to wake him up. Now we got a game of speed at this point. Now, let's be clear. This doesn't reflect on any particular player. Absolutely anything can happen in these trials. It's a wacky racers situation out here. Next thing you know, the Mach 5's jumping over a pit. Is that a different show? Yes, that's how unpredictable it is. Wanderer, now, our boy, already half through the 6th Veritas. Quite a bit of progress over here. Looking pretty clean. We'd like to see a completion come out the gate. It's going to be tight in here. It's going to be a bit of a number crunch. So we should at SK one word at a time on YouTube and then Twitch. Sin, that would be a thing you could do. I can't guarantee I'd read the whole thing, but you know what? People do wilder stuff. Woo! This man trying to give me a run for my money, but let me tell you this, I'm just getting into finance and the world is my oyster, so you better watch yourself if you go for anything crazy today, my man. We get some pop-offs in the chat. Hell yeah, you love to see it. Wanderer both on 3, Gertz 2, that's exactly right. Dream keeping him up to date in the YouTube chat. Demon, no, Kamikiro not on wave 3, was originally had to take a reset because Beryl decided to take a straight old Wutai vacation. That's what we call going back to the title screen.
Why is he jumping again? That's bad.
Where's New Vision Beguile? Darth Sithlord, great question. I ask myself the same thing. More respect for the rune blades, am I right? Absolutely no love for the homies out here. Still a 4-star max in the year of our Lord 2022. Unbelievable.
Yeah, and the worst thing is I just used Tyvus' Spirit.
Now, if you'll notice, this is a situation where some items are fixed onto the player characters. For example, Tyvus' Spirit on Olive, a cooldown ability, the STMR from Tyvus from Season 4, so I'm told. And that ability increases the power of your limit burst on the following turn, but only on the following turn, which means one critical misstep on timing will cost you quite a power boost, such as if the enemy decides to reside in the heavens, as is their namesake, and then, well, can't limit burst them in the air, which is crazy because gun. But in fact, it's a mortar, so I guess it does make sense when you think about it logistically. That said, Veritas of the bolts out of the way. Heavens is looking like they're going down. It seems like we might see some headway over there. Maybe a wave 2 from Lividilly. I'm crossing my fingers, although I'll tell you this. Nothing's looking more appealing to Veritas of the Heavens than getting out of there, my boys. What's better than getting out of the way? That's what I always say.
It's a 25% chance that this doesn't fail now, so let's hope for the best.
25% chance is looking pretty clean, though. Wander over here, turn 2 in phase 4. This is the dicey part of the run. We're going to have to see if our mans can get a little bit lucky on this one. Well, these characters, they're pretty strong, minus Yuffie, but I'll tell you this, Light and Dark Veritas are no slouch. Absolutely cutthroat from these two. Literal stone cold killers. Although, maybe it's just one person and a weapon, because I don't know if that's Reagan or the other. Well, that's up for lore debate. Either way, let me tell you this. Wild. Regardless. Demon, there's no Yuffie hate. I'm just talking about Yuffie the way she's meant to be talked about. Back in Wutai. Meanwhile, over here in the YouTube Twitch chat combination, we got plenty of people supporting both sides, and you love to see that. There's, what we see around here? A whole bunch of people rooting for a whole bunch of people to do well, and that's the kind of vibe we want, and still no one's corrected me about Yuffie. We're all just on the same page, and I think that's really great. What a community. Additionally, it looks to me like we're seeing Kamikiro in the same jumping situation as Liv, an easy trap to fall into. You can't shoot him out of the sky, my boys. We don't have the anti-air capability. Oh, but Liv taking out the Veritas of the Heavens with a masterful executed attack? We are in wave 2. I believe I recall that being a point of personal victory. Liv, how does it feel? What will you do next?
I have no clue. I'm just going to repeat what I did and hope it works.
My man says what he needed to say. We're going to repeat it, and that's what we like to hear. Now, we're going to go ahead and cut over to Wanderer here. Man has 2% remaining on Veritas of the Light. Veritas of the Dark is out of the way.
I'm done.
It looks like a shoe-in. Seems like nothing can possibly go wrong here. We'll see what happens.
Oh, shit. All right.
Well, every now and again, as you recall, just like the real Veritas of the Light, this Veritas of the Light gets their health back. It's something of a Zenkai boost. They're a bit of a Dragon Ball fan. You brought them close to death and didn't finish it, and they do become a Super Saiyan. So you do have to keep your eyes out for that. However, they're not terribly tanky. I think it's okay. There's about 5 minutes left in the trial. Let's get some panicked, rushed thoughts from the homies. Gert, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good because once again, Rain sat exactly where I wanted him to sit. So we're doing all right.
You know what? A victory's a victory. We love to see you thrive under pressure, and Demon Rain cooperating in itself is a bit of a victory.
He's the major liability.
Absolutely. Which is a shame, am I right, boys? Because he's A, not from Wutai, and B, looks absolutely dope. Kamikiro, how are we feeling after the reset, man? What do we got going on over here?
Really sad, actually.
I get it, man. It can be.
No,
RNG trials do be a bit like that.
Shit.
Yeah.
But let's be clear, no matter what happens, everyone here is a winner today just for showing up and giving it their best effort. Like I said, this is not a competition. It is a collaborative effort to get in here and have a good time, and we love to see it.
What did I do wrong? Oh my goodness.
In fact, the young Wanderer catching the retribution of Veritas of the Light on an absolute uphill rampage said, hey, remember that time? 2%, huh? That's crazy.
I think I'm done. Bye-bye. Oh no, I
Is
was
it possible to dispel Veritas of the Earth?
It can be an absolute nightmare out here. Meanwhile, in YouTube chat, don't care who wins as long as all of them give their best. Hey, man, Demon Luck, that's the kind of vibes we love in the community. You couldn't be more right, my man. Now, we do be seeing some Fs, but let me tell you this. The true F, am I right, boys, is for any chance that our boys didn't give it their absolute best shot. Because this trial is a killer, I'll tell you that. There is a lot of RNG, and there's no one out here that has RNG as a skill, let me tell you that. Which is crazy because Yuffie has 48 useless skills. You would think she'd have at least one that did something, but even so, nope, they don't teach you anything about that in Wutai. 3 minutes on the clock.
I'm sure I'm being woefully inefficient, but I've been using her her Clear Tranquil constantly just to kind of keep myself on my feet.
And keep yourself on your feet you have, and that is a victory in my book, my man. If anything, let me tell you, the homies out here that are doing their best and trying with all their might to make things happen, let's just remember, like I said, if you show up to a trial with Yuffie and you don't see the game over screen, probably not an FFBE player, huh? That's crazy. So everyone here is a winner except Yuffie in my book. Absolutely love to see the tenacity, the veracity, the absolute propensity to continue on in the face of adversity, my boys. It does appear we're coming into the final stretch, and at the moment, Gert out here still hanging out. Turn 4, wave 3. Has the time, has the patience, has the foresight. Veritas, the water's locked in. Olive looking ready to go. I think we're going to see maybe one more KO'd Veritas before this fight runs out of time. Terry, well, we'll have to see about that one way or the other one of these days, I tell you that. But it could be the case, because this does be a struggle out here for the homies. A lot of, hey, you know what, Demon? Yeah, I say give it a shot. I'm sure it wouldn't be too hard to find somewhere to get these restrictions and limitations on the units. Put the team together yourself if you are the kind of madman that has a leveled up Yuffie, God bless you. But you know what? I'm sure it wouldn't be hard to do it later if you wanted to. I'm sure you could make that work.
All right, that was close.
I have like nothing to do with Demon Rain. He's such a bad unit.
That's the thing about Demon Rain, isn't it? Demon Rain is a lot like Yuffie in that way, that he's just not that helpful. It's pretty crazy that we have two characters like that. But as we say, at least he's not from Mutai. Gilgamesh, one of the trials of the fixed dice, of course. Yeah, that is true. But let me tell you, is that Yuffie or is that fixed dice? Am I right, baby boys? Who remembers the days? 2B, huh? A character not from Mutai that still used fixed dice? That's what I like to see. Genie, welcome on in. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Hope you're having a good one too. Well, take care of yourself. Starting into the next segment. Dream, I believe that would be the case. Yeah, although I'm not sure the kind of stringent cutoff we're going to be getting here. I think our boys have exactly 25 seconds, and then there's no buzzer beating around here. The buzzer is law. Coming in on the final, the absolute wrap up, 10 seconds on the clock. And the Veritas said, hey, you could beat us in story mode and we could lose to the writers, but you know what? We don't lose these trials, I'll tell you that, huh? These guys put up a voracious battle. Let's go ahead and give these boys one last enthusiastic round of applause and some support just for showing up, being good sports. My boys, it was a tough fight. You did your best, and that's a win in my book.
So nobody won.
No.
The Veritas won.
Somebody.
Let me get out of here. I'm going to pull down Saiyan and Live Dilly for you and get the hell out.
Okay.
What are we doing?
Wait.
Yep. I think my camera is not loading. Give me a second. Let me make sure that I get this rolling.
At least I wasn't the only one who wiped. I had to reset, so that's a win.
You did.
That's
good.
a Let's go, my boys.
Hey, welcome everyone. Hopefully you're enjoying yourself. Let's give a huge thanks to Flip and crew for getting this together for another year. Congrats. It's going well. I am your humble host, Archaic Werewolf, for this panel, and I'm extremely excited to discuss the topic of Dark Visions versus Clash of Wills in the FFBE with some of the biggest names in YouTube and Twitch fame. First in line is someone new to the FFBE scene. You may have never heard of him. What am I kidding? He was just announced as everyone's favorite content creator, the man of mystery who likes to skydive on weekends in between making legendary FFBE tutorials at Sinzar.
Hey there, guys. Glad to talk about my favorite and my least favorite content.
All right, and next we have a Twitch streamer that's recently rewrote the English alphabet to remove the letters Q and X. The Betty Crocker of FFBE, it's your favorite cutie boy, say a night.
I do what I can, my man. Brownies on demand. Q and X are canceled. It's true.
Also with us today, YouTube pioneer using his masters in PowerPoint to get us the latest and greatest unit reviews, all while completing his thesis. My personal favorite raging YouTuber on banner pulls, it's Liv Dilly.
Hello.
And last but not least, we loved him on Twitch, but he's moved on to greener pastures on the YouTube side of streaming. You may know his bedroom better than your own. The man with the lucky hat, it's Deuce.
What's up?
All right, guys. With the intros out of the way, let's start this clash of let's begin this war of the vision. Let's start the debate of the DV versus Cal. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So let's talk a little bit about the maybe for veterans and beginners, kind of the difficulty and accessibility for each of the battles that's presented.
Sure. I think that's a good place to start. Dark Visions and Clash of Wills are so interesting in that way because they're polar opposites. At least I think so. You can clear pretty much everything in Dark Visions with modestly new ungeared characters, with the exception of the last couple of battles, get all the personal rewards. It really seems like that content is designed to just fall asleep on your phone and it'll kind of work out. If you're not chasing rank 1, that one is I mean feel free to soundboard. Maybe I'm a little out of pocket on this, but those guys just fall over. They're literally like little toys in an action figure commercial where Batman you knock them into them and the street sharks fall over. It's exactly like that.
For sure. If you're not going for rank, then just getting a clear end, very, very easy until the final boss. The final boss, right. you might need a tank or something if you're not turn 1 in it as a newer player. But yeah, Dark Visions is very easy to just clear for the completion rewards.
Yeah, if you're just walking in there, you want to get them done, don't care about the numbers, knock them down. What a breeze, huh? Absolutely new player friendly in that way. Whereas Clash of the Wills, I don't know if you're getting those personal clear rewards as a new player. I don't know if you're clearing that 99. I believe on the live stream yesterday when they did a pie chart of players that clear Echelon 599, and it was 80% of players make it to Echelon 5 in the first place, let alone clearing 99 just total. So I would say I think it was 30 and some change, and then another high 20 and some change. So maybe 70, 68, 70% or something like that. It was a staggering number of players, almost a third, that just don't get to Echelon 5 in the first place. So, I think those numbers speak for themselves in terms of that content being kind of a rough barrier of entry, huh?
And something else to consider, people that actually vote on social media polls and stuff are the players that are just more invested in the game, period. So there's a huge amount that wouldn't even vote, and those kind of players probably, again, are more in the category of don't even reach the high ranks, period. Yeah,
I completely agree. Probably players that just don't go on social media for the game at all because they just can't be bothered. They're whatever, cute waifus, 3 tickets a week, I'm good. There's doesn't even register for them. So yeah, I think that's actually a very good point. It's strange to see, for me at least, the lack of people getting to Echelon 4, because I feel like that's kind of the one-shot territory, right? That for at least our crew, Reddit, Twitch, and Twitter, Facebook. We kind of have this thing of like, oh, let's just walk in here, slap them up real quick until like maybe floor 75, and then after that it's like, oh, I have to put on weapons or whatever. But before that, I mean, it's kind of crazy to think that that's that's the cap for a third of players or more.
Truth be told, though, Gumi did a good job last year when they announced that this is for veterans and the high-end players. And with that in mind, I feel like they're doing a great job. Now, would it hurt them to make the earlier echelons more accessible? Probably not, but I do see their end game in this, in that they want to incentivize everybody to pull for the latest and greatest units, and kind of gate out, let's say, newer players as they are with the latest trials. So I do feel like I see that point from a business perspective, but from a player perspective, especially the ones that just want everything handed on a silver platter, I understand that why it would be annoying for them, but it was communicated as a high-end event each month, and I feel like they delivered on that.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair point for sure.
Deuce?
I think 99 is possible at like a mid-tier account, depending on if you pulled, at least for banning, A, B, and C. You might be able to do 99, but not with any mods. And I think doing mods as a new player is just out of the question. So a lot of people just care about getting the 99 and just getting out of there, pretty much, from my experience.
Yeah, my thoughts on it are that I feel like it should be easier to do 0 mod clears. That way it keeps more players happy, because I feel like the more players that are happy, the more supported the content will be in the future, and they'll keep going with it. So I have seen quite a few unhappy posts on like videos and stuff. They're like, I can't even get a no mod clear level 75.
Yeah.
I hate this content. I'm done with it. And that I feel is not so good. I'm perfectly happy with the modifier clears being like veterans, high-end players only. That's fine. I just feel like maybe they could lower the difficulty for 0 mod clears. That way it keeps more of the player base happy, and then more people just like Clash in general.
Yeah, I agree. Actually, I was going to bring up something similar from there's another title, Mobile Game G, I think it was called in the in the official live stream. We won't bother using names, but that Mobile Game G has a game mode that's a bit similar, where the enemy has a fixed difficulty to start, and then you can scale it up with different like bonus modifiers. It's really very Clash of Wills like. But not just the modifiers, there's an actual difficulty slider. So it has like easy, medium, hard, nightmare, and then you can change the health, and then you can change the defense, and then you can make it cut your healing in half or whatever. And I have to wonder if maybe Clash of Wills would benefit from something of that nature. Like we do have 1 through 99 echelon 1 through 5 or whatever, but I wonder if perhaps there's some merit to the idea of like 1 through 99 on like casual mode versus trying mode, or easy mode versus like some element of that, just to pick up the lapis, stone shards, whatever. And then if you're interested in going for the emblem or whatever else is in that list of things, or red pearl or something, maybe you could do that on nightmare and chase rank that way. So it's just something to consider.
Adding to that, I just had the idea, and this also contributes to what Sinsar said, is the way they could handle this is make level 1 to 99 rather easy, as in casual mode, but then insert a level 100 difficulty with basically what it is now, right now. So level 1 to 99 would be rather easy, and then the 100 one is that is what we know, but the 100 one should not have any other merits, no new rewards or anything. It's just that the difficulty is what it is supposed to be, or what we're having right now. So that'd be the ideal scenario where everybody gets to enjoy the fight and gets all the rewards for, well, even for probably no players. And those who want the challenge just go to level 100 and get the unfiltered experience that we are used to have. So that'd be one way around this.
I actually like where you're coming from with that, like a secret echelon 6 or something of that effect.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. I think that's good.
I do have to say, personally, for me, Dark Visions, it's the constant gearing. Yeah. I did like the Vision world this time. It seemed like all the bosses were stone. It seemed like the swapping was a lot less and a lot more accessible for, newer users and veteran users. I did like it.
Yeah, I like those themed bosses. If I may tack on, I definitely hard agree. I think that Dark Visions would be, I think my opinion on Dark Visions would change from being knocking over action figures and then actually making a spreadsheet to deal with mediocre rewards for an amount of effort that takes a calculus degree, as opposed to, if it was that way, the themed bosses, maybe I'm like, hey, you know what? This is kind of a little exhibition match against all the dragons or something. Maybe it has like some cute element there. You don't have to switch your killers constantly, even if you're using the same characters. Like, I think there definitely is some merit to that. So maybe take notes, Dark Visions. Maybe Vision World is doing some things right there, huh?
I know you brought up rewards, so let's move on to another topic, like the value of the time it takes versus reward on each of the battles. Do you think they're even, a little out of whack? What do you think?
I have a lot to say about that, so I'm gonna let someone else go first.
There is something that's going to be happening that's meta related for Dark Visions that's going to be a lot better. The JP version is releasing two-handed weapons for I assume all the weapons eventually. So it's going to actually be a lot more valuable to do Dark Visions compared to the past, where all the weapons were pretty much useless, relatively.
That's great to hear.
It's also skyrocketing the park with 4 or 5 weapons. I feel like that's a huge mistake, but that's the game balance in JP it's just a whole another issue.
As far as the rewards go, as far as usable rewards, I feel Clash of Wills is just way superior. Like the helmet, the chest piece, etc. That's all crazy powerful. But as terms as like profitable rewards, Dark Visions gives 10K to everyone on Vision Worlds. It gives between 50 and 200K to the rank 1 guy. So, the Lapis payout. Well, there is no Lapis in Clash of Wills. So, from that standpoint,
I prefer Dark Visions rewards, honestly.
I have to say about. Oh, I think I cut you off. I'm so sorry. You go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say that because I do rank top 50, usually I get 10K at minimum, and if I'm lucky enough to roll high in variance, I get that 30K. So for me, personally, Dark Vision rewards are better just from a Lapis economy point of view. But from a gameplay point of view, I mean, like since I said, the Clash rewards take it away.
That makes sense, sure. For like a purely utilitarian standpoint, I get that. Listen, I'm gonna soapbox a little bit, just a smidge, and I feel a little bad about it, but not bad enough to not do it. So I just feel like it's kind of a shame that, first of all, very cut and dry, I definitely think Clash of Wills items are better. Not even close. And I also think about 80% of the Clash of Wills items suck. The hats that aren't the dancer circlet are kind of bad. And like the clothes are kind of bad except for the chain cap one and the flat stats one. The helmet is kind of bad except for the chain cap one and the flat stats one. So I'd say it's more just like a couple of very shiny ones in the mix. There's definitely some gravel. But I think it's really a shame that there is less emphasis on the reward in Dark Visions and Clash of Wills being an item. And it's a shame there's more emphasis on it being an item that you could use and not the fight being the reward, because it kind of makes me feel like we're playing cookie clicker a little bit. like we're playing the game to get an item that lets us play the game, that lets us get an item that lets us play the game, but we've been playing the game the whole time, but the game is just getting items we don't need so we can get more items we don't need.
Well, actually, to interrupt briefly on that point, something I forgot to mention is the Clash of Wills shop also gives us 2 Neo Visions of choice every season, which is pretty nice.
True. That we will then use to get more cookies. Unfortunately, it's the kind of the problem. I feel like it's Clash of Wills. I actually feel like when I'm playing Clash of Wills, I'm like, I'm doing a thing. You know what I mean? I'm like, I'm playing the game. I'm like, yeah, get me in there, mechanics and stuff. Dark Visions, bro, their reward is certainly not the gameplay. And I know it's not the one-handed spear. Yeah, I'm all right. Thank you. Like, I'll pass. Be honest. Just real quick, if I may, out of all of us in this chat right now, do you know how much dark ore you have? The dark matter, whatever.
I'm pretty sure I'm over 10,000.
But do you know the number?
The actual number, I don't exactly.
Yeah. And it sounds like you haven't needed to spend it. I'm just going to throw that out there. Strange. Yeah. How many Xenostone shards do you have?
I have 6,600. That number I do know. I checked yesterday.
Okay. You're a wild man for that, but I respect it though. That's okay. You're a little wild on that one, but I respect that though.
I know mine too. 4,720. Because I checked earlier today.
Well, we just got Clash of Wills rewards yesterday, so it's fresh in my mind.
Oh, well, that's true. That's true. Do you prioritize chain cap and flat stats? Are those the two that stick out for everybody here?
Yeah, I have only built the chain cap for the 3 pieces and the dancers for the tank piece. Right.
Yeah, and I got the flat stats on the helmet and the body piece also last. I got the chain cap first and then circled back for them, but the other ones are kind of unusable, huh? They're like really not good.
Yeah, they're just like, they're technically good. They're great pieces. The problem is they're not worth the cost of swapping and buying the recipes. Like if it was a free swap and if it was all available, like I would absolutely use the killers in some scenarios, but I'm not going to spend 1,000 Xenostone and then a bunch of pearls to swap back and forth. That's the problem.
Hey, real talk. Did you guys know that each one, like when you buy the highest level of the item before you get the specialized recipes, they all come with one, just like a free one?
Oh,
right? I didn't know that either. I have 3 body pieces right now. One's the chain cap one that I bought, one's the flat stats one that I bought, and one is some other thing. And I'm like,
you mean the starter one? Yeah, they all come with a starter one. Mm-hmm. And actually, for the ring, the starter one is the flat stats. That was kind of cool.
Yeah,
is that true? I was gonna buy that next. That's hilarious.
Yeah, I think so. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure.
That's incredible. Wow, what a steal. Feels good, man.
Isn't it flat stat on Emperor?
Is it?
It's possible.
You tell me, brother.
Oh no, I'm sorry. The flat stats for the tank helmet is the default one.
Oh, for the tank helmet.
Yeah, but for that, like you're going dancers anyway.
Yeah, I agree. I couldn't agree more. It's those items are so good.
Mm-hmm.
The ones that are good are so good. And then Dark Visions, but.
Real quick, because we are a little bit running out of time, one thing I wanted to bring up and get you guys' thoughts on is, as much as I love Clash of Wills, one of the big negatives for me about it is the fact that if you're going for and this is not the case for everyone, but if you're going for the highest of the high ranks, the rank 1, it basically almost effectively locks out all the Final Fantasy units. Like, you just can't use them. You just have to use global exclusives to get rank 1. That's not an absolute thing, but for the most part, you just can't use the reasons I originally played the game, which was Bart, Sephiroth, etc., and they're just not good enough if you're going for rank 1. I don't really like that.
Well, I'll tell you this. That's a rather poetic segue for me to agree with you that I don't get to use the unit I joined for either. Ariana Grande's been scaled out for 8 years. I literally installed this game for her, and I am livid that she's unusable at this point. It's so frustrating because I truly started the game for Dangerous Ariana on announcement day immediately. I uninstalled every other game. I was like, oh, I better save up. And then she was free, and oh my god. But now what? And that 6th star? Alan? Come on, man. Y'all just sold Lara Croft, and you got another Lara Croft banner, but all right, it's fine. Okay. I see.
Honestly though, I totally feel like what Sin saying. I do want to raise the point though that Gumi has done a great job of making the global exclusive units or global original units really lovable. Like Esther, Sylvie, what's her name? Elena, the fundamental forces. There are Elena simps, not me, but there are some. And I mean, all the stories, they kind of made these characters somewhat lovable. So I feel like they did a good job regardless.
True. I agree with you. Absolutely.
Should probably not mention Elena, huh?
Listen, well, I mean,
Hey.
I'm not reading any story, but I know from other people.
I mean, they just added morale base to Esther, right? So
true. And
we can make
also
any character cow friendly, right?
Mazurka and Luis too, right? Or they just get the flat stat stuff, the intrinsic buffs?
The intrinsic buffs. Yeah, that's kind of the thing I was talking about is like I wish they would, add morale stuff to JP units, and I realized that'd be a big undertaking, but it would just make it, better, more options. We can use units we like, etc. Like you don't have to make the newest JP unit the best unit. That'll always be the newest global exclusive class unit that is designed for it specifically, but at least make them usable and sort of relevant. Like 85% the power of the good class units would be fine.
Yeah.
I guess that brings up another point about these, I guess, cow preferred premium units that they're releasing, like in between, the collabs and the normal seasonal characters or SLB units or whatever they're releasing. Is this a good thing? Is this a bad thing? Because a lot of people, when Esther came out, they were like, oh, she looks okay for cow, but she looks terrible outside of cow, so I'm not going to pull for it. And then we find out that no, she's good for both. But
Reddit, surprising.
It seems like when somebody sees a morale skill on a unit, they're like, oh, they're just for cow, not for anything else. Well, I don't want to pull for them.
Right.
Is this a good thing they kind of introduced, a bad thing? Is it a myth? Is it more like just Reddit talk that people don't know what they're talking about versus, we need to educate people? What do you think?
I think that Mastermind Zon and Yoshi Kiri predate that enough that we can say probably it's just a reading comprehension issue. I feel like there's definitely some level of critical analytical thought that's just kind of missing in a gacha waifu game mostly. So as a result, people really want the short answer. And the short answer is morale, Clash of Wills. And if those don't line up, then eyes glaze over and they're just not really following beyond that. So it feels to me that maybe there's no solution to it, which is weird. Because let's say they didn't put in morale, right? And they just made everyone's numbers really, really big always, all the time. Then what? Then we're all using Sky and Dark Visions and Clash of Wills every time just because her number's arbitrarily higher and not because it's a morale thing. I mean, it'd be not the worst. I mean, Sky's cool, but I feel like that there's gonna be that high number supremacy either way. So at least this way, it's received kind of strangely from people, but at least it's diverse-er. It's more diverse. So I'd be hard pressed to say it's anything but good, but I definitely think that it's a shame people can't appreciate the larger nuance that represents the difference between these characters and why they still are relevant even if they don't meet that criteria. It's a bit frustrating.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons why this is the case stems from the fact that JP units, ever since Sephiroth, have been really dumped down to basically two abilities. You have a Grandis, and you fire off the SLB or LB. Whereas global units, they still have very much so complex kits. Now, there are some bad examples. Carton, for example, he just does his Grandis and fires it up, or Magnus. But other units, Esther being one, she does two entirely different things. She's great at both. Or Chao is another reason. To this day, I believe Gumi did not account for counters on Chao and thus completely failed on designing him. And they just didn't see the huge morale boost he can do. And nobody can tell me that Chao was intended to be such a morale battery. I refuse to believe that this behavior was intended.
Now, I feel like I don't want to call you out right now, but are you implying that Gumi Owlet might have not thought of a mechanic? Because that seems like a pretty heavy lobbying accusation. I don't know if I'm ready to get on board with that.
For me, that's actually one of my favorite things is when players find ways to use units effectively that wasn't like the intended way. That is like the best part of the game, is when you can figure out outside the box solutions and stuff. I love that.
I concur.
It's fine for things such as rider strats, but is it really healthy for the game to have a unit such as Chao that all of a sudden becomes mandatory for the Dreamwave Wraith, for example? It was almost impossible to clear the fight without Chao.
Now that is the side effect problem as well. Is you're right, because Chao is so broken and players have used him in an unintended way. They're now having to balance morale gain in Clash to where you basically kind of have to have Chao, because either you have Chao and it's a joke, or you don't have Chao and too bad because it's tuned for people that do have Chao, and that is kind of a problem. I agree.
And then you have Riser.
Rest in peace, Silver Rifle.
Yeah, the Riser thing is also a huge problem in Dark Visions, I think, because again, as far as the developer's point of view, like Riser is kind of undercutting all these units they're trying to sell, because like, why should we pull for the latest unit? I can just rank one with the Riser in Vision World. So it's like, it's kind of not healthy for the game either, even though from a player's perspective, it's very cool, and for budget runs, it's amazing. But is it good for the health of the game? Maybe not.
That's why I feel like banned Riser.
I feel like I can only kind of get behind the Riser point in the sense that I spent 3,200 Lapis refreshing Clash of Wills to get versed with him, and he never hit the critical twice, and the RNG never lined up. And I can't be the only one who has that experience. So for some people, maybe he undercuts. For other people, I feel like maybe it's a combination of patience and whether or not you have Silver Rifle. God bless. So is Golden Riser the problem, or is Silver Rifle the problem? Am I right, boys? Because let me tell you this, if you don't have Silver Rifle, it's a struggle.
So Liv and Sinzar, I got to ask you about rewards on DV. So the real DVs, not Vision World. Do you guys hold back certain strats now to get those big rewards?
Personally, do not. I have no reason to, because I rank very solidly around rank 300, and me sharing my videos is not pushing me down at all. So the best I can possibly do, I share it. Now, I don't have the units or the gear to do the rank 1 strats. So if I did, that'd be a harder decision if I would or wouldn't. But I don't, so easy decision. I share it all.
Yeah.
Makes sense to me.
For me, I know people dislike this opinion because they want to always have an edge over the other guy. And I've fallen into the same pitfall. Like last Dark Visions, where I got 10th, I only got 10th because one of the Discord mods didn't roll variants. So I would have been 11th, and the reason for that was I also shared, on accident, I didn't know at the time when I shared the strat, that this would actually end up being rank 1 strat. So I didn't know that, and I have no clue how many people would have not kept had I not shared the strat. So for me personally, going forward, I will not share my the strat that I'm rolling variants with, just to be able to hopefully get the rank or top 10 clear. There's still people, I mean, Robot DA, for example, I will never beat him. It's just impossible with the units and gear he has. But maybe if I have something cool of a strat that nobody else uses, that has that slight 1% uptick over somebody who may be outweighing me but doesn't have the strat I use, I could get 10th still, and that's worth it for me. But if I constantly can't get into top 10 territory anymore, I will start sharing my strats again, because if I can't get top 10, which is 30k Lapis, then I have no incentive to keep the strat away from everybody. That's my thought on it, to be honest.
Very good. Well, gentlemen, I think we've hit our time. Hey, thanks for sharing your ideas.
I could talk to you guys for hours, homie. Glad to be here.
Do I have
Great.
like 30 seconds?
Go Deuce, go.
So I really think that for Clash of Wills, they should, instead of just dropping a unit and dropping Clash of Wills and just calling it a day, they really need to do something what they did with Esther, where they release a story event, an event of some kind to, attach yourself to these new units. Like, for example, if they made a story event for Kaito, you'd be more, inclined to pull because you know his story and everything. They didn't do anything for him.
Doesn't he have a story?
No.
I got a story event. True.
I like the idea though.
That'd be really cool. I wish.
Great idea.
Yeah, love it.
I feel satisfied with that resolution. I agree. Firm handshakes, boys.
Hey, what's going on? Shout out to all the hosts before me that have been killing it, and I've got to turn down my stream there. So we have a kind of a segue conversation. This is SXM, if you don't know, from last year's Unofficial 5th year. One of the fan art creators and killer artist. Coming out with awesome stuff lately. Check her out on Twitter. So basically, we kind of ran into a blockade with fan art because we haven't had many artists been able to create due to what seems to be lack of inspiration. And
there's a little bit of a dry spell out there right now.
there is a little bit. Part of which, we were talking about, artists aren't really able to, given the chance to connect with any characters to piggyback off of Deus, his point, side stories and stuff like that. So what are your thoughts on that, SXM?
Yeah, I'm sure there are a lot of different reasons why there aren't as much people doing fan art these days. This is the 6th anniversary though, and like any relationship, things need a little bit more spice to get things rolling again. But I do think the fact that we're rolling into one meta character after the next and not really exploring backstories or having story events with it, people aren't getting as attached to the characters as they used to. So as terms of creativity and inspiration, I can see how that has an effect on it. So yeah, instead of fan art, we basically want to cover some of the artwork that we saw in last night's live stream, and basically have a call out to other creators out there that this is your really opportunity to welcome yourself into the FFBE fandom, and if you like certain characters, it's a great opportunity to start showing your stories and your artwork.
Absolutely. And even if you find a character that you find appealing through either the digital art, going through the art books that Gumi and Square Enix will put out, they put out phenomenal artwork. Like this Fravia vision card, awesome, looks great. Yukihiro Kajimoto did an awesome job with it. Obviously works with other IPs, Star Ocean series, and the trading card game. They do awesome work. If you can find inspiration from older characters or someone you find yourself drawn to, definitely, I definitely implore you to start making them your own, in your own way. Kind of, the hue card does look sick. I do see that clarity. We have that as well. But yeah, I mean, are there any of the vision cards that you thought came out looking really nice, SXM?
Out of the ones that were from yesterday?
From yesterday, or even in general?
First off, like, just the concept of vision cards as an art form itself, I love that Alum and Gumi introduced that, because you can see like that little bit of story that you remember from long ago, and then having it animated in a small little card I love it so much. I hope they keep doing it and they stick with it. But with the ones from yesterday, I like the ones that have more of a creative approach that isn't quite on style with the rest of their stuff. Like the one with Hyo is nice, but it seems like all the other art that we get from it. I like the more stylized one with the one with Rain and Fina, and definitely with Fry. Very cute.
I'm gonna jump in here. What I really like about these vision cards and the way they presented them is they found these other artists that are very prominent in their other communities and other games, and they're having them do their piece for Brave Exvius, and I just think that that's amazing.
Yeah, definitely pulling outside talent, and you can tell that. Although I do have one small issue with the Fravia card, she's dual wielding. I don't know if this person's ever played with a Fravia
Isn't that
before.
I think it's a sheath, right?
Is it?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? You could be right, but it does look like she's dual wielding there. But I mean, either way, I mean, it's a true double hand character. Come on. I see that, but I mean, the art looks phenomenal. It does look like, that's one thing that's also drawn me to the War of the Vision side of things, is the art. The art has always been like a drawing factor for me. Even the pixel art that they did for Samurai Chizuru is killer. It is amazing. I'm gonna bring that up here in a second. Right here, she's looking great. I hope that she is getting a Brave Shift form. If she does get a Brave Shift form, I'm excited to see that Otherwise, it's probably going to be a super limit burst unit, which I know a lot of people don't like. I personally like, but I'm
as long as it's done well. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there needs to be a lot baked in.
Well, any reason to see more art for like the Brave Shift is A-okay in my book, for sure. The pixel art's always been a driving factor for visually what draws me to the game, and it is definitely an awesome thing. Pixel art's beyond my
Did you notice too kind of a shift in how they're doing the pixel art lately? I feel like especially with this Chizuru unit and Kaito's new design, there's almost like a lot more like pops of color that go into it. It's like a little bit, something about the aesthetic kind of reminds me of Brave Frontier. Do you think so? I wonder if they have like some,
They could
some
have
of the new artists
had
coming
some
over.
artists. Yeah, I because that is a Gumi game, and we did have some sad news about their servers. But you know, the more artists, the merrier. I mean, the more angles and what they can bring to the table as far as the pixel arts goes, and animations and everything. The animations are stunning in this game. As far as pixel art goes, it was like this and a few other games that pixel art I can appreciate, because I don't like the standard mobile game. It looks like it's just animated slight swaying that's kind of there.
Yeah, like an animated image.
Yeah, and the pixel art just flows more better for me. Being that I started playing a lot of these Final Fantasy games when they were nothing but pixel art, So it feels more authentic to me.
Definitely.
But
I feel like also the sprite quality changed around the time of Fina the Return, because it seems like the sprite animations used to be more jerky. And with Fina the Return, you can notice with like her hood taking off animation, it's very, very fluid. It almost looks like video rather than just like a GIF.
Yeah, for sure. And like the Brave Shift, when they do Brave Shift and they zoom into that pixel art and you can see the animation like really come through, it's like that's a whole other level of like creativity that is awesome. But you can actually see the hard work going into that.
It almost makes me wish, because over in JP they have what do they call it over there? It's basically Ultimania, I think it's called.
It is.
And it shows you a bunch. Yeah, it shows you a bunch of the character art. It shows you some of the initial unit design concepts. So I wish we almost had like a more digital or released on social, just maybe like the frame by frames of how they construct all of these animations to go between Brave shifts, or like, I don't know, just to show us a little bit more of their animation and concept design process. It would be really cool to see beyond just in the art books.
Yeah, absolutely. Like a digital art book kind of thing where they would have, breakdowns and whatnot. That would be awesome.
Yeah.
So if I know you're working on some Mercedes fan art.
Luca too.
Luca too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm in the process of making another comic. For some people who know on Reddit, I released one back in 2020 for Valentine's Day, which was very fluffy. This is another one, and yeah, I was going to have it done by anniversary, but then Flip introduced the cosplay contest, so I really wanted to do that, so I dropped it to focus on that. But I will have a comic to the fans sometime before the end of the year.
And that's another great form of art for this community too. Is a lot of people come out with some killer cosplays. What was it? Worship had that really nice Esther outfit. And there were.
I think she was Rosalia before that as well.
Oh man,
with the Santa hat. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm definitely excited to see that for sure with you, Flip.
With
Flip
me
cosplaying too.
Aren't you hosting that?
I'm not hosting the cosplay contest. No. I'm just sort of behind the scenes of it, but I did help, create it. Yeah.
Oh, Santa Rosalia, I see worship there in chat. Yeah. But yeah, that costumes top tier. Definitely a form of art that I can never wrap my head around, for sure. So aside from Mercedes and Luca, are there any other characters that you would be interested in making fan art for?
I guess it depends. I do like Charlotte a lot. I've done a little bit of artwork for her. I do love Chizuru. Yeah. I mean, when it comes down to it, I really love characters who have beautiful stories behind them. So unless Alum and Gumi are providing me with that story event to really spark my inspiration, they're probably not going to see some artwork from me. So, that's a little hint that I'd like to see a little bit more story from here on.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I feel like we got definitely spoiled when back in the day we used to have 10, 12 story events a year, and last year I think we had maybe 3. So
well, it was also the story events went in with the world. Like you would get the story event that releases like Ruggles and Lunera and all of them at the same time that you were investigating that place in the storyline, and that story is releasing for the main story. And that happened almost on a monthly basis.
Yeah, I definitely wish they would get back to their roots about that. I mean, I started playing, well, I did the pre-registered download, but I didn't start playing the game really until Duke's story, and I've drawn a few fan arts of Duke's helmet and whatnot, and but like it's pulled a little bit in inspiration for me, because I love that story, resonated with me about the dragon killers and all that stuff. It was just an awesome side story to like have and attach yourself to, and it definitely it sparked inspiration and creativity, and I feel like we need more of that.
That's exactly what we need, because when I first got into FFBE, I thought there was a lot of room for creativity. Like much in the same way I focus on Mercedes and Luca, I'd hoped that others would world build around their own favorite characters, and we'd have fleshed out stories based on the bios of, Olive and Aileen and Chizuru and you name it. And that didn't quite pan out, but it doesn't mean that fans, should not do it now. I think if you have a favorite character, I would encourage you to use that inspiration and just go for it.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And I kind of want to start reading. It's been a while since I've actually read the bios in the written out bios in the characters when you go into their page, and I want to kind of like dive a little bit into those and see what resonates with me.
They're really good. I just wish there was more than just the bios. It's like a little teaser and you can't really get the rest.
Exactly. And it's definitely something we're going to need more of.
Yeah, when you can't get attached to the character, it's hard to feel attachment,
Yeah, and I feel like they're kind of doing that with Fundamental Forces, a little bit. Yoshikiri, Elena, those are all cool characters and everything like that. And it's kind of cool how they're tying them in with the main cast being a comic book myth kind of thing, which is definitely an interesting take. I do like a couple of them, but like as soon as they go through the one, they're done. And I'm just like, okay, I kind of want to start doing that more. Another thing that's kind of blockaded us is that this year we did not have a unit fan design contest. So I'm definitely looking forward to the next one.
Yeah, I feel like you can't have one every year, or else that might be a little bit too much for the developers. But I think in War of the Visions, they had some sort of vision card contest or something. Maybe they need to do like a an alt tier kind of thing, where one year they have fan design for units, and another year they have vision card design. Just something to keep the ball rolling with creative content.
Absolutely, and since you don't have to develop sprites or animations or anything like that for vision cards might actually be the answer for that, like you were saying.
I also like the boss design.
That too,
Yeah.
you know, and that takes very little. I mean, very little animation for those. They just pretty much blink and kind of sway.
With us getting a with us getting a new Clash of Wills boss every month, a boss design doesn't seem that far out of possibility.
Absolutely, and they could even recycle some of the ones that were some of the other ones used for Clash of Wills bosses, or were they just event bosses?
No, they were Clash of Wills.
They were event bosses first, and then they became Clash of Wills bosses.
Okay, because and we might even see them rerun in Chamber of Vengeful too. It'd be pretty cool to see other artists be kind of immortalized in that way through the game, as long as the servers stay up. I mean, but after 6 years, it's still running very strong. So
I think what you were saying earlier with the new art style perhaps coming into like Kaito and Chizuru from Brave Frontier, we might also see more on the like AI or programming side now that Record Keeper is going down, because they might get some people from Record Keeper coming over and helping out with this.
Is Record Keeper a Gumi game?
No, but it's still in the Square universe, so...
Okay. Yeah, I mean, more help the better. I know a lot of the resources were taken up for the War of the Visions side of things, but, even if we get like one or two artists, developers over here, storyboards, somebody, to help, it would give more opportunity for more creative minds. And I feel like that's something we could really benefit from.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's all I have to say. It's very lonely over here now. I need more artists, please.
Yes.
I mean, there's definitely artists on Twitter. I don't want to say that nobody's drawing right now, but there used to be a lot more. So if anyone wants to draw, we have a great community over on Discord, on Twitter. Just shout us out, show us your art. And, we're here to cheerlead for you.
Absolutely. I mean, even if it's something you're working on artistically getting better at, use the art from Final Fantasy Brave Exvius to perfect your craft. That's what I'm kind of doing right now is I'm learning how to draw on a tablet. So I'm kind of taking reference photos from Brave Exvius and stuff like that. And, kind of trying to use that as practice. And it's definitely a good way to do something in that aspect.
What's like beneficial that Brave Exvius has that a lot of other games don't for like, I would say art design, is there's so many different characters and so many different kinds of characters that you can actually like learn different styles. Like the way that you might draw, say like King Bahemi is like so much different than the way that you might draw, say like Napi or Luca, so in like the art styling. Hyo is like very dark, but if you were to draw, I don't know, a lighter character, Lid for instance, you wouldn't draw in the same artistic way. So there's a lot of different characters with FFBE, and that's actually really helpful.
Yeah, lots of different characters.
I want to draw Ominous Lid now. No.
Yeah. No, it's it's been pretty dry on the fan art side, and I definitely look forward to seeing more input from the community, and there's still a big community, still a huge community, big pool of talent to pull from.
We love fan art, and we love celebrating you guys for doing it. We just want to see some of it.
Yeah. So don't be, if you guys are out there, don't be afraid. We are here to cheer you on. This has always been one of the best communities by far for a gacha that I've ever been a part of. I mean, I would probably say, aside from part of the Reddit side, it's 90% positive, always. Everything's celebrated here, and I just love that whole part of it, especially when people can come together in a way about a game that they love,
Sorry, are you like low key like brainwashing us with tactic stuff? I keep seeing a flashing screen.
Wait, what happened? Oh, what did I do?
You keep showing us tactic stuff.
Sorry, that was my background on my computer.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I mean,
Alright,
I could be.
A subtle message there.
Hey, if anybody from Gumi's in chat, tactics has been neglected. But, yeah.
All right. Is there
Whatever.
anything you guys want to wrap up with?
What about you,
Stay
SXM?
tuned. Yeah, I mean, I'll have stuff. I was on a brief hiatus, but I'll get back to it, and you'll see some stuff soon.
Yeah, definitely go check out SXM's work. She does killer artwork. Follow her on Twitter or anything else that any other social media platforms they can follow you on besides Twitter.
That's pretty much it.
Okay. And if you're in any of these discords that we are all a part of, a lot of the FFBE discords, we're all in them. So there's been a lot of fan art posted in those. Definitely go check that out. But it looks like next up we have season 4 story discussion. So
It's the game show.
Oh, the game show.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So we got the game show with Magaru. So definitely stick around for that. And I'll catch you guys around next year for the next unofficial stream. So see you.
Hell yeah.
All right. Show me your art.
Yes. Bring your art.
Oh wait, Red's saying still no audio.
This is the Brave Exvius game show, starring streamer Archaic Werewolf, streamer level 99 Red Mage, streamer Saiyan Knight, along with the host Mad Garu. And now, let's go live to the game show with Mad Garu. Welcome to Jeopardy! I'm Mad Guru. Welcome to our contestants, Archaic Werewolf, Red Mage, and Saiyan Knights. Just remember, the answers don't matter, but the questions do. Now, we're going to start off with a bang.
Jesus Christ, I just scared myself.
And Archaic, you're up.
Oh my, okay. Is there a screen I can look at to pick?
Yeah, at the bottom here.
Bottom center there under red. Oh, nice.
Go tanks for 200.
Like a blanket, this tank ability takes damage for another unit. That would be
What is
Saiyan
cover?
Knight. That is correct.
Let's go slurp 800.
Hold on 1 second. Slurp for 800.
Yes, sir.
This King of Destruction has one of the most powerful magic STMR in the game.
Who is Zoma, King of Destruction?
That is correct.
Let's go. Let's keep the ball rolling. Slurp 1,000.
She is one of the apostles of Avon, who defeated the former Demon King. She will give you her insignia if she trusts you enough. Red Mage.
Is this Mom?
That is correct.
My man.
All right. Let's do Slurp 600.
I would be lying if this was not one of my favorite bosses.
Who is Marquis?
I need all of it.
Who is Marquis de Leon?
That is correct.
Slurp for 400.
It is Daily Double.
Oh, snap. Oh my god, let's go.
So, how much are you going to bet on this Daily Double?
Let's play it safe and say 600.
All right, for 600. This devilish unit is a mainstay of the Dragon Quest series. Some people may think you're batty for liking it, but its devilish designs are just too cute.
Well, I guess I don't know if that's a what or a who, but what is Draki?
That is correct. And you said 600, correct?
Yes. Let's close it out. Slurp 200.
All right. This flamboyant entertainer with his upbeat red mage.
Who is Sylvando?
Correct.
Man's quick.
Let's go weapons 800.
I'm just here for the free drinks.
A legendary bow which shot down 9 suns to save the world from becoming barren. That would be... actually, guys can all buzz in again. Sorry, that was my fault. Say it.
What is the Sunbreaker?
That is correct.
It's on the tip of my tongue, man.
All right. Weapons 1,000.
Yeah, mine too.
Archaic's tongue is broken. Daily Double.
Oh, I'm not confident in this one at all.
What's your bet?
Let's see. Let's say 1,000.
All right, for 1,000. This staff was made for white mages originally with a very large blue glowing gem.
What is the Holy Wand?
Incorrect. What is Seraphia's staff?
Ugh, it has a glowing gem on it. Oh no, true.
The holy staff is white.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, everybody knows that.
Let's do weapon 600.
Weapons for 6. The cold fencing sword was owned by one of the greatest duelists in history.
Oh.
Red Mage.
What is Snowseeker?
No.
What is Frivia's Needle?
That is correct.
Let's go. That was a 50-50, honestly. I don't feel good about that. We people clap everybody. Let's go. My man. Weapons 400.
Weapons for 4. This mysterious sword from the far plane where no one knows how it was made or what materials was made of. But with the correct unit, it does make enemies tear up.
From the far plane. Oh.
Knight.
What is Onion Sword?
That is correct. Because onions make you tear.
Let's go.
Hold on 1 second.
Bro.
You're bored.
Let's close out weapons.
200. This magical dagger used to pass judgment even on geometry exams.
Well,
Yes, Sid.
What is the fallen angle?
That is correct.
Oh, God. I'm here thinking about what dagger in this game is named after math.
Let's go sounds for 600.
This may have never been a very important character, but he will forever be immortalized as the Spoony Bard. Red Mage.
Who is Edward?
That is correct.
Oh, yeah, true.
Let's do same category, 400, please.
Sounds. The ladies loved him and his two-headed dragon harp. Red Mage. Oh, no, sorry. Sand Knight.
Who is Roy?
That is correct.
My man.
People clap the homies.
People clap the homies. Let's go.
Just got that in.
That was really close.
It actually was 1 and 1, and then it figured itself out. So that's why I got confused.
That's so crazy. Sounds 800.
She may not be a bard, but she did sing her aria as Maria.
Sand. Who is Celeste?
I can't take that one. Red Mage.
Who is Triumphant General Celeste?
That is correct.
Oh, true. Fair, true. No, that's true. That's true.
I'm like,
you're right.
You're right. I did warn you guys that some of
True.
these
It's
are
got to be specific. No, you're right.
Man,
We people clap.
Let's do... Oh, boy. Let's do Sounds 1000, please.
Ooh. Sounds for 1K. This exile bard sang his stories to the masses and played a vital role in the spread of news before the time of airships. Three, 2, 1. Who is Gilbert?
Who is Gilbert?
True.
One of the first FFBE units.
Oh my God, Gilbert! The Dream Harp. I always knew it as Dream Harp.
I'm sorry, there are like a million units in this game. You had to pick like one of the most obscure ones.
Well, that's the point of this game.
I thought his name was Dream Harp.
Red Mage, you're still up.
Let's see. Category to the left because I can't read it from here. 200, please. All the way to the left.
That would be colors. Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Colors. 200.
Plus 200, please.
Mojo gave this unit his codename, Red Mage.
Who is Red 13?
Yeah, that is correct.
Man, nailed it.
Give me the questions I could give you guys.
That really was. That's why I picked it. All right. Colors 400.
He fought with the Sworn Eight as Reagan's subordinate. Say it, Knight.
Who is Crimson?
That is correct.
Damn it, the only one I knew.
I played that story event. Let's go. Let's do colors for 6.
The katana used by Laswell. Red Mage.
What is Purple Lightning?
That would be correct.
Oh, thank God. I was going to say blue. Nailed it.
Let's keep going. Colors 800. Rock this.
This gargantuan unit is a knight known for his generosity and legacy.
Can't buzz in right now.
Oh, you can?
Oh.
Say it.
It's the White Knight Noel.
That's right.
Oh, that was close. We all jumped on that one. Colors 1,000.
Colors for 1,000. This fruit shines with its beauty and fills the new adventurers with nutrients, but now they use them as an accessory instead. Red Mage.
I don't know why I clicked that. I'm going to say Papal fruit, even though I know that's probably not a thing. I'm dumb.
You're doing so good. You're doing so good, baby.
I know it's not.
Let's go.
Say Knight or Archaic. Green. 2, 1. The answer is Golden Apple.
Oh, that's a throwback and a half.
What is that?
One of the first HP accessories.
Yep.
Golden Apple. What? Was that from Christmas 2016?
No. It was a little bit before that.
Jesus.
Real big throwback.
Let's close out sounds. 200.
Sounds for 2. A Moogle named Moop leads the band along with Pomelo, Red Mage.
What is Bulwark and the Melodic Mascots?
I'm actually going to give you an extra 100 because that was a bonus. I would have taken Bulwark. So you get an extra 100 for that.
Appreciate that.
Easy bonus. Let's go.
Accessories for 600. Let's just throw random numbers out. Let's go.
Sweet.
Hell yeah.
The relic of the god uses its silk-like material that prevents itself from being torn or dirty.
Oh.
Red Mage.
Taking a stab at this one. Is this the super ribbon? What is the super ribbon?
Officially, they both have the same thing. So yes, the ribbon works. That one, I totally forgot about that one, and I do remember it's got a very similar thing, and I did not specify that in the question. So you get that.
I take free points. I'm here for free points. Let's go. Let's take accessories for 800.
This accessory passes between its owners, usually only through the death of its previous owners.
Ow. I don't like that.
Say it, Knight.
What is Ravenheart?
No.
Thank God.
Red Mage.
Is this Kurisame's what is Kurisame's knowing tag?
No.
Shot in the dark.
Well, that was a good guess,
Okay.
though. That was a good guess, though.
That was a solid guess.
No.
No.
What's the cursed doll?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Wait, what is that?
Damn. That's the
What's
mage.
the highest magic accessory in the game?
What?
Yeah.
Cursed All Plus, but yeah.
Yeah.
The highest magic accessory in the game's the Clash of Wills ring.
Well, it was.
True.
For the longest time.
Oh, yeah, no, 72 with ice resist. No, I do remember. In hindsight, I do remember. True.
Okay. Is it still my board? I forgot.
It is. No, it is. It is your board.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, it's Reds. Yeah.
All right. So since that one was hard, let's go with accessories for 1,000 to see what kind of nut job question Matt put here.
This ring drew out the potential.
What is the Ring of Dominion?
That is correct.
Of course, he would know this.
Mhm.
Loaded question. Loaded question.
Okay, hey now, just because I have one, come on.
No,
Hey,
we people.
rigged.
We people.
SK rigged.
Hey, come on. Let's do tanks 1,000.
A great hero sung in the tales of a distant and ancient world, starting along with his three friends. Say it.
Who's the... Ooh, I don't know how specific I need to be. Who is the Warrior of Light?
That is incorrect. Archaic.
Oh man, am I going to get this wrong? Is it Veritas of the Dark?
No, it is not. Because starting along with his three friends, travel into the past to vanquish the demons surrounding the world in darkness.
I have
Wait.
no idea.
Is the Brave Shift's name not Warrior of Light?
No. The answer is...
Wait, yeah, it is. Wait, what are you talking about?
No. I remember it now.
Fledgling Warrior.
Fledgling Warrior.
Wait, yeah, when you
Just
shift
came
him, his
out.
name is Warrior of Light.
Yes, but I was looking
Okay, it's fair. It's true. 800 for tanks.
Hold on, he's going to get me in the negative.
Did you guess?
Yeah.
Veritas of the Dark, yeah.
That's right.
Archaic, like, yeah, put that minus in there.
Great.
Which one again?
Tanks for 800.
She was a demon born of chaos.
Is that me?
Yes.
That's me.
I was saying
Who is Lilith?
that is correct.
Who was this close again?
Dog, bro, we people clap the homies. Let's go.
It was so
Let's
close.
go.
Okay, you want to join us at any point?
No.
Let's do accessories 200.
These pair of sneakers who can grant its wearer the power to withstand lightning.
Oh, damn.
Day and night.
What are the storm kickers?
That is correct.
Let me think. Closeout accessories for 400.
One of the first accessories that prevented instant death. Say it.
What is safety bit?
That is correct.
Bro, we in here.
Wild on the trigger over there.
Dog, I'm clicking quick, brother. Tanks for 6.
A Moogle from the far plane who is quite clumsy even for a Moogle.
Oh.
Sometimes so.
Oh my.
Dan.
Who is Noppy?
Yep.
And then let's wrap up the board with takes for 4. Okay.
For tanks, this basic ability reduces damage taken and allows them to do their job. Red Mage.
What is provoke?
No.
Really?
Basic ability. What is guard?
No. Not what I'm looking for.
Is guard not an ability? Oh, I know.
Might be
I know.
confusing.
I know it. I messed
Archaic,
up.
or you're throwing a guess?
I messed up. Yeah.
Go for it, Archaic.
Is it a shield? I
No.
don't know. What are we doing?
It's
mitigation.
Oh wait. Oh, that's
I
also
thought
not what I thought.
I thought it meant like a usable thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say I was either guard or defend.
All right, so we've got our final Jeopardy, and before we go through here,
You going all in?
Adjustments.
I got faith, Archaic. Let's go.
To make this more interesting and to incorporate everyone into the game.
Give me more minus points.
Fair.
Just rub it in.
We give everyone a basic, and to make SK not bet 0, I'll give Red Mage an extra 10. So,
Damn.
Let's go.
Okay.
Hold on. I've got to get everything ready. So remember, you guys are going to DM me your first bet, and then you're going to answer the question. But more importantly, our topic ending this tonight will be geography. So with geography, please, IM me your bets.
Okay. Geography, huh?
I'm all in.
I'm all in, baby. Can we firm handshakes all in?
I already, I'm there. Let's go.
Let's go.
In fact, I said 2,500 all in, baby. Let's go. Like that's what I said to him.
I love that. I love that for us. The true all-ins.
Somehow I had the correct people there. So let us go to.
Damn, I am 2 of the contestants right now. That is wild.
Say Inception.
Just add the points together. It's all good.
There we go.
Am I still on the game show?
Yes, you're still on the game show.
Welcome to Mogul Money.
Final Jeopardy. The question is...
I'm not ready.
This village in Chrysalis Underground has plentiful waters that gave friendly shape-shifting people who named it after their nicknames. The humans gave them.
We DM this to you?
Yes.
Well.
No, spelling does not matter.
I have the correct answer.
This is one of my favorite places in the game.
Mine too.
Oh,
So
God.
easy.
I wish I knew to spell that. Oh, God. Well, boys, it was a good game. Someone won that wasn't me. Oh, no. Oh, boy.
Give me a second.
We all win.
I'm down for that. Points don't matter. You know what matters, guys? Friendships. I love you.
I agree. Well said. Same. Me. True.
Not the heart. Not the heart.
K-pop hearts.
All right.
K-pop hearts.
So the answer that I put down is Kappa Village.
Oh,
I got this wrong.
Cap.
I got it wrong too. I was thinking the
Marshmallow
other
Town?
shapeshifters in the village of the. Oh no!
I thought it was the village of the white.
So did I. Me too.
Oh, we suck.
What did Archaic put down?
Let's go.
And what did he bet? Oh wait, hold on.
Everything.
You guys can't see.
We cannot see no. So all three of us said the same wrong answer. We all went all in. That's hilarious.
We all lose.
What
but
is
we all
wit?
win.
And say it night. What is wit?
Hey, we all
Let's
win.
go. This is part of my
Yeah.
strat to like flex and then also give Archaic the win. Let's go. You see, you
Shouldn't have
didn't
been in
lose,
there.
brother. Easy.
It's true.
What a
We
way
all
to
win.
be.
Let's go.
So
But then people
Give me that
clap and hearts in the
participation
chat,
trophy.
guys. Come on.
We're looking out, baby boys. This is how we do it.
That's right. I want that participation trophy.
fortunately, we were supposed to finish in about 10 minutes, so we're a little bit done. But congratulations to our contestants who all scored the same. Good job. But more importantly,
Teamwork.
I hope you guys had fun. And I was going to give the winners what? Yeah, I was
no.
actually going to.
The tiebreaker.
Yeah. I was also going to give each of you a minute if you want to talk about something while I come up with one more question.
Oh my god, a tiebreaker, boys.
Oh no.
I'm shook. I'm spiced. Oh boy, here we go. Three-way tie is more impressive. James, tell him. Let's go. People claps in chat. Let's get the people claps. Where's my people clappers?
Hey.
You know, I always got your back on that. Let's go.
Hell yeah, brother.
So everybody is going to get 20,000
People clap.
2,000 points.
Oh,
I do
no.
have a tiebreaker question all ready for
Oh.
you guys.
So
Here we
same
go.
format. We DM it to you and everything.
Same format, but first
Another-
you guys are.
Oh boy. Is it another geography?
No, this is even better. This
Oh,
is a true Jeopardy question.
It's just the final Jeopardy from last night's Jeopardy.
Before and after.
What does that mean?
Boy.
So
Okay.
This is
the
Wheel of Fortune?
So there's going to be two answers, and they're going to flow together, and they're going to share the same middle word. So the end of one answer will be similar or the same as the beginning of the next one. So if the answer is car show, and then I can't even think of car show of hands. So car show
Sure.
and then show of hands.
Sure. Gotcha.
Okay. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in.
You haven't told me what you're going to.
Let's do. Are we firm
420,
handshaking again, boys? Are we all in?
Oh yeah,
No, I
all
think-
in.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
All right, so everybody's all in.
Let's go.
No, I don't trust. I don't trust Archaic. He probably bet 19.99.
No, absolutely. Archaic's a man of his word. I feel it in my soul.
All right.
You can
I'm
show him
gonna-
my text.
I would never question this man. Above contestation.
All right. Here is your question.
Yo.
You may know this armored form of Ignacio as this, and a lady killer who has partnered up with the Esper Phoenix.
What?
Sent you my answer. I think I got this one. I'm like 100% sure.
As sure as he was of the last question.
Hey, you know what? We had fun, Mad. That's the thing. Points don't matter. We all win.
I don't feel good about my answer, but we're in there.
Fortunately, this one I'm not quite as clean for because I don't have another screen that I could shut down everything. So.
Oh man.
Chat's on the right. Chat's kind of on the right path, but it's not right though. They're close.
Veritas of the Flame of Rebirth Jake.
I didn't get the second one.
Nope. Arcade put down Veritas of the Flame Queen Fina.
That'd be a dope unit.
It would be.
Right?
But unfortunately, that is incorrect.
Ah, well.
Arcade.
At least I got half of an
has
answer right.
Put Veritas of the Flame of Rebirth Jake, which is absolutely correct. And Red Mage has also put Veritas of the Flame Rebirth Jake, which is correct. So those two have.
I didn't realize Jake was a lady.
Lady killer.
Lady killer.
Lady killer. He's a womanizer. He's a lady killer.
A lady
he kills
killer.
People? Kills women?
Yeah. He's like
what I missed in the
Jake
story?
the Reaper. He's Jake the Reaper. It's like Jack the Ripper, but it's like, it's like Lepesian.
All right, we're gonna
Everything
go
I've known about FFBE
question.
is a lie.
Hey, before the segment ends, can we come to a consensus on the term for someone from the world of Lapis? Are they Lepesians?
I'll handshake to that.
I'm
Seems
okay
good.
with that.
Great job, boys.
Lepesians
All right, so Red Mage and Saiyan Knight. We're just gonna go one more question.
Oh my God, we want an actual winner. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay.
All in.
Well, I've still got 4 more minutes. The theme is going to be rhyme time.
Okay.
Okay. Kappa Village.
All in, let's go.
And
I'm all in every round.
Yeah, well, I'm assuming it's all in at this point anyways.
Hell yeah.
A pair of 3 stars. Remember, it's rhyme time. One is a granddaughter of a mechanic whose hybrid LB that has every element, and the other can help you equip axes, and partnered up with Amaranth to try and kill the
wait, what? 3 stars. One of the granddaughter of a mechanic whose hybrid LB. I'm not confident those actually rhyme. Wait, I'm not confident these actually rhyme, but I hear you though.
I don't know, so that's what I'm submitting. I know the second part. I'll be honest, I don't remember the first part at all.
All right, the answer is Lati and Lani.
Oh!
As long as they finish with the E, they rhyme.
Okay.
Let's go. Let's go.
So Cyan got that correct. Where Red Mage has rhymes with the second answer, Lani. So
I'm technically correct.
Lonnie and Lonnie, let's go.
So congratulations to Cyan Knight, our winner.
People claps in the chat for boy. Come on.
A humble victory. We all did great. We're all winners here, as far as I'm concerned. I'm clapping for y'all. Round of applause for y'all.
So congratulations, and I hope everybody enjoyed the game show. I will be trying to do this once a quarter from here on out. So I hope you guys enjoy, and peace out. But more importantly, Cyan Knight, is there? You've got, say, about 30 seconds if you want to go on a 30-second.
Listen, give me the Taylor Swift collab, okay? I have pictures. We need there's a rainbow one and there's one in red, and one can be a cyborg like AI Katie. I'm telling you, listen, there's one in all silver. I'm telling you right now, we can get the Taylor collab. They're watching. Taylor's a memer. She's down. Let her know.
There we go.
That's my plug.
Thank you, everyone. Y'all have a great day. And more importantly, let's finish this off with the daily double. Bye, everyone.
I
we are going to be discussing season 4, yes, of Brave Exvius. And with me, I have Sivanari and Matt Garu.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hello. All right, so where do we want to start off with the season?
Why don't we start off with what we think of the season so far?
Okay, and I think we said we wanted to leave it at the end of chapter 2, just because the beginning of chapter 3 just came out, and
Yes.
I don't think as many people have gotten around to it yet. So
Yeah, I will do my best not to
myself
spoil
included.
chapter
I
3.
started it and didn't even get the chance to finish it up yet. But yeah, so end of chapter 2 is what we're covering, and also just wanted to touch on things we really liked about what they've done in this season, stuff like that, in terms of slight changes that they've made to the seasons. I definitely appreciate.
Right.
It.
Okay.
So-
So overall, what are we thinking?
From a
I like
story
it.
standpoint, it is a large improvement over season 3, and I think so far it's better than season 1. Yeah, I understand. I'm giving it a very low bar, but in general, when a game has a poor, like a third season, you start worrying. But I do think the season 4 has definitely improved. Probably better than the first season, but I don't always like to compare first seasons because you got to do all the story arcs and all that, and sometimes that could get a little boring. But I'm kind of going to deviate a little bit. I'm really, really, really excited that we're getting a story event for work. And that's the one thing that I have been missing from all these stories and stuff. Like, the best stories were from the story events, not the story itself. So I'm very excited that we're getting some story events, especially
That's
with
true.
the
It has
global.
been a
Usually
while
get
since
one.
we've gotten quality story events.
Yeah, we usually get one per anniversary, so we kind of expected one around this time, so it's good to actually see them go through with it. But yeah, I'm actually really enjoying season 4. Like, my favorite one is, of course, the first season, and the other 2 seasons kind of deviated from that kind of fantasy, ancient kind of theme, and season 4 kind of brings it right back to that kind of universe, and I really love that.
Yeah, and I think it's a thing of there's so many, obviously all of these different stories have been, variations of different tropes and sort of like Japanese RPG storylines, certain you see certain traits that match up to other media that here and there, some of it narratively all over the place, some of it a little more cohesive. I think we got a nice stronger start to this season where we didn't feel like we were lingering slowly into the story. Obviously some people like to skip through story. Some of us really love the story and like to go through. I mean, this game, the story for me is really one of the big things that got me into FFBE in the first place, and then the community on top of it. So for me, story has always been one of the driving factors. So for me, it's important to see that there's a stronger cohesive narrative going into season 4 so far.
Right. Yeah, and especially it seemed like they took a new approach with kind of presenting the characters to us, and the art style is very different from different seasons. So at first I didn't know how I would feel about it, especially, front and center is this little chibi looking robot, and I'm like, how is that going to fit into a Final Fantasy story? And now I'm like, I love Runda. I can't. Runda's my favorite
Runda's
character.
A fantastic character.
I disagree.
Definitely.
I think Tobias is by far better than Runda.
You like
Tyvus is
Tyvus more?
great too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Tyvus is that very
Both great.
trope of the military man, the old hardened warrior who's super strong and
Yeah. And I think it says something, especially if you're picky about characters. I don't think there's a character here so far that's gotten on my nerves, which says a lot. So it's very good writing and very good character development then.
I mean, they managed to not make me completely, want to punt Hava into the sun so far. So I consider that, a plus.
Yeah, definitely.
This may be a strong statement that not many people agree. I don't like Tulian.
I don't think that's much surprise. It's that, again, you're talking about, like, again, stories come down to tropes, and he's got the I have to be a hero, I'm determined to go out in a blaze of glory hero moment character. Where it's just kind of like,
just to build on that, every time that I see him speak, I literally get the 80s song "I Want to Be a Hero" stuck in my head.
See, I actually get Hercules stuck in my head.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, so, maybe it's the different generations, but, I hear, like, the Zero to Hero song and all that kind of stuff. So my head's all Disney when I think of Tulian.
Totally makes sense.
Yeah. But yeah, so that's, of course, Tyvis's group. And then simultaneously, we also have Rain's group going on. So in that, we have Roos, we have Nilika, Nini, Roga, and Boomer, which is actually something I wanted to touch on with the new vision card that we just got. I thought it was really interesting that on this new journey, they have Rain and Fina. And Fina's kind of just chilling at home right now in season 4. It should be on that card, don't you think?
That's true. I mean, yeah, it is interesting why they chose to do that in terms of for the story of season 4, and raises questions on where things are going. Obviously, I know you have a bit more insight into some of the JP stuff. Today, we're mostly focusing on the global version of the story. Some of the people that are follow the JP are obviously a little bit more ahead, but
yeah. So I'm gonna do my best not to spoil anybody. I'm just gonna pick your brains
on too much anything. Again, we know that, there's some people are indifferent about the story, but for those of us that do care about the story, we don't want to necessarily like spoil too much, of the story in terms of elements. Although I've since the beginning of about middle to late of chapter 1 of season 4, I've already felt like I had hints on a very single question since the chapter 1 of and I don't want to say one an answer, but I'm sure some people have an idea of Rain's group and Tyvis's group. Do we really think they're in the same timeline?
Do we? What do you think, Matt Guru?
Personally, my thought on that is that honestly, even though Rain's the main character, I really hate to say this, I don't care about Rain's group. I only care about Tobias's group right now.
Well, it is the more interesting story, but I think it plays into how does it play into later, and is one of the two groups that we're seeing basically a future past narrative, because it doesn't seem like they've intersected so far. And if they do intersect, I think they're going to intersect in a way we're not expecting.
And also, yes, Rain's group has definitely mentioned Leftia, but Leftia's group has not mentioned Rain's group. So I can see that there might be some sort of time shenanigans going on there. So on top of that, we have more questions besides if they're going to meet up, what time they're at. So we just got a new icon in the app. So who do you think the dark-haired woman in the trailer is?
I'm not sure.
I'm going to just go out on a wild guess with Snowflinka.
You think so too?
Yeah, it could be Snowflinka.
I mean,
I think
right now we're either going to have something where, I haven't looked in there, so I could be wildly wrong, and I really don't like going out too much into what I think is going to future happen, because the last time I did that, and many other people did too, in a completely other universe that was ruined by HBO, and I won't go any farther. I don't really like going there because I usually just become disappointed. But I wouldn't be surprised that Snowblinka is
It's Rain.
pulling all the strings.
Rain is everyone again, obviously. No,
Yeah.
sorry.
And it's not much of a spoiler for the latest update, but we did get a silhouette of what Snowblinka might look like, and
yes,
you know, the hair's short enough, it kind of looks like it. You don't know, it's just a silhouette.
It's just a
something to
silhouette.
speculate on.
And if you're going to build something like this in the story, and not much of a Chapter 3 spoiler warning, is that you're actually going to learn a lot more about the legend behind Snowblinka in Chapter 3. And I'm not going to go any more than that. And if you're going to build it that much, either Snowblinka or, and I don't remember her knight's name.
Oh,
it was mentioned like twice. And it was not
Ryder.
exactly right. Yep. It's going to be one of them too. That's just going to be my guess. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Something like that. Other mystery. Yeah, so those were our 2 mysteries so far. Our 3rd mystery is, who do we think is under the armor for Vanharma? I have my own crazy theory about it.
I already
wanna
have
know
my
what you guys
theory,
think.
and it ties into what I was saying about the 2 different times. He seems very anti-military.
It's not spoiling.
He seems very anti-military. So you know, there's a character who seems to have turned his back on the military at the moment. And like I said, I think
I think you're in the right group, wrong person.
Maybe.
It
could be wrong person. Yeah. I agree with that, but I think that's what they're hinting, and I don't know if it's a misdirect. It could be either way.
So I will say, he is not revealed in JP yet, so anything you think it is, it's not spoiling, it's just speculative. So feel free to say whoever you think it might be.
Go ahead, Mad.
It's Tullian.
You think it's Tullian?
He's trying to be the hero.
It's either Tullian or Tyvis, is I think what they're leaning towards. One of the 2.
My guess is it's neither of them.
Neither?
It's someone in Leftia's group.
Oh. Oh, wait.
Who though? We'll have to find out. Nobody knows. We'll have to find out together.
I just had a thought on that. Yeah.
But, you know, I like this teasing. I like, you know, if you look at Vanharma's design, there are elements of Tullian in there. There are elements of Tyvis in there, because it's like a kind of like a tattered Tyvis cloak.
By both of them.
Could be someone who wants to learn from them in some manner. Who knows?
But aside from the story elements, I've also just liked the way season 4 has been put together in general, in terms of just, you know, interspersed with I've enjoyed the EX stages. I enjoy the heroic quests and the gear. There's just a lot to like.
Not just gear, good gear. If you are sleeping on season 4, you need to knock it off, because there is amazing gear.
Yeah, I remember I started seeing strats with Obsidian Bracer. I'm like, Obsidian Bracer. Where the hell is Obsidian Bracer? And I was behind on season 4 at that point, because I was dealing with a lot of stuff. And then finally I was like, oh, it's a season 4 item. I need that stat.
Right. And then you get an amazing tank in Runda. You get amazing enhancements for Tyvis. You get basically a new, I don't know if it's a super ribbon or just a regular ribbon from Leftia's gear. So much good stuff. Go grab it.
Yeah.
And my only sad thing is, my favorite thing is to steal from Quest, and it seems like they got rid of all of your stolen goodies in season 4. So that's sad.
Out of habit, I do still steal every single time, and so it doesn't really seem like any of them have
Pockets are
anything.
empty
But
this time.
I still keep my masterminds on. Used to be OGs on in my story group. Just out of habit, I always have that steel.
No,
Yeah.
I just have Tyvis doing Tyvis missions and Dark Knight Rain doing Rain missions.
Yeah. All right. So, chapter 2 left off with Have getting hurt in an explosion. And what happened with Rain's group at the end of chapter 2? I can't really
There was
recall.
the children, I think, were killed.
Yes.
Right.
The orphanage, right?
Yes.
Do you think Van Harma actually is an enemy though, or is he an anti-hero? What would you think his angle is at this point?
I mean, the anti-hero trope is probably one I could see coming into play for this. So maybe an anti-hero.
I would say, and I'm not going to label him as an anti-hero, but I'm going to say that his goal is to stop the legend of Snowflinka because the world is so twisted right now. His goal is to just reset his world and, just get rid of the current power structure in there. So I don't think he's an anti-hero. He's more of a Thanos, which is kind of in between the two. In that regard.
I mean, there are some people out there that think Thanos is an anti-hero, so go with that how you will.
Yeah. Oh, I know. That's what I'm saying. I think he straddles the line between the two.
Right. Okay. So, I think for the most part, there's not much else we could say without spoiling what's going to happen in chapter 3.
Yeah.
So other than that, did you want to talk anything more about what's happening in season 4 or any of the story events that we got this year?
So from, let's see, chapter 4 stuff or season 4, actually what I'm really hoping for, and I know we're going to be getting some more chapter or, season 4 units very, very soon, is that reading along their bios give you a pretty good story itself. And personally, I want more of those units to be there. Not going to pull for all those units, but I do like reading all of their stories for that. So that is kind of what I really want to see. More of what I want to see is what they did. Sorry, this cold has been really annoying for me. See what we did in season 1. I know we're not going to get it, but we need more of those off stories to get a better idea of what's going on.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Just building the lore. That's what I love about Final Fantasy games. FFBE started so well with building its lore. Season 3 to me completely dropped the ball in that regards. I know some people say, "Oh, there's some great lore in there," but it's really far and few between.
Yeah, and a good story event can really draw you into a character. Like for me, like one of the very first story events I ever played was when for Blossom Sage Sakura came out back in like 2018, and that was around like the time I started. It was like a first because we got one story event, and the next one we got was for Blossom Sage Sakura. That time I had barely even done enough story to like know who that character was, but that story event drew me in like immediately and made me like really enjoy that character. So a good story event can definitely like really draw you in and make you like want to have the character, enjoy a character. For me, a good story event can kind of make or break an enjoyment of a character. So for some people, it's all about what's the toolkit. Is it going to help me? Can I destroy content with it? But for me, there's also the element of, do I enjoy the character? Do I enjoy the story and the lore behind the character? And these are things that are important to still many of us that continue to enjoy the game.
So I'm just going to continue with mine a little bit. Chapter 3, once again, I'm going to be spoiler free here, did a very good job of developing the lore of season 4.
Yes.
And if they do that within that story, that is good enough. But I would love to know more about, and once again, it could be happening, about what happened to Tobias. We learn an awful lot about Tullian in chapter 3. And why he turned into a hero, and his story behind that, which then leads to what's going on with Rain and other stuff as well. We also even get more lore on Rain during this chapter as well. So there isn't nearly as much story in chapter 3 as there is in the other two, but what the story has is got incredible amount of lore, and this is what I felt was missing in season 3.
Right.
That season 4 it came back to, and
yeah. So I think we have to conclude it by saying this is not, like, no offense, season 3. This is not season 3. Do not sleep on season 4. It's, in my opinion, as a writer, very phenomenal, and you should check it out. Get the good gear and have fun. Chat with us on Discord and Reddit, and let us know what your thoughts are on where you think the plot is going. All right. Thank you guys for participating, and let's move on to the next segment.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
Hi guys, Spidey Gaming here. Now I'm at coffee shop. Well, it's an honor to me to be part of FFBE community. So I thank you so much for supporting all FFBE content creators all the time. And also thanks a lot for having fun with us guys. Yeah, to talk about FFBE 6th anniversary live stream this morning. I feel so hyped because I can't wait to pull Sylvie or Wilk. I think this is the best FFBE anniversary so far. But do you guys agree with me? Yeah. I live in Indonesia and we have so many fans of Final Fantasy games. Most of us already in 30s and some of them are teenagers. So it's fun to see these teenagers play this game because they know how good Final Fantasy games are. Yeah. To think about being a well-known or pay-to-win player, I think it's not easy for us because most of us already have a family and those teenagers still don't have their own income to purchase bundle in game. So yeah, it's difficult for us. For your information, the lowest salary cap per month in my country is about $200 to $300, but some of them might be below that number. Yeah. So, as an employee who loves to play this game, we usually spend about $20 to $50 per month to support this game. I know that this is not enough, but yeah, this is what we can do to support game company. And some of them play casually, but I also know some of them are well done. Might be they have high income, but it doesn't matter whether we play casually or be well done. The most important is we enjoy while playing this game, right? Last but not least, happy 6th anniversary to FFBE. Yeah. Coffee, cheers.
Hey, thank you so much. Greetings, everyone. Welcome to FFB International. I'm your host, Kamikiro, with a special guest, Wonder. We'll be discussing about some topics around what is the experience of FFB and even other related games around the world. So, can you say hello, Wonder?
Hello everyone. Xin chào mọi người.
So I was talking with him before around what is interesting talking about the experience of FFBE. So I was asking first, what is your perspective and what is the perspective of your community, your particular community around the game? Mine is Latin America and Spain, and yours, what it is?
All right. So for myself, I'm based in Singapore. So I would mostly speak on behalf of the Singaporean players and some of the Indonesian and the Malaysian players that have come into contact with. But I am Vietnamese by race, so I'm also in contact with a lot of Vietnamese players based in Vietnam as well. And yeah, so I was studying in the US for like a good 4 years. So I also went to Fan Festa and some of offline events and also came into contact with some of the US player I tend to know. But most of it, I'm more in touch with the Vietnamese and the Singaporean players.
All right. I was telling to him, I am from Colombia and I mainly make content on YouTube only for Latin America and Spain, for the Hispanic community. And I've been staying and interacting in many different social medias around these 5 years of the game, or six, I'm sorry, six. First on Facebook, and then I start to make content around 4.5 years ago because I said it took me like 1 year to decide to start to make content on YouTube. and then I go to Discord, and especially on Discord, and that's where I found most of the players who I interact right now, and I have a bunch of people even there in the chat because I told them that they come here to shout out to everyone. Así que saludos, Carimondaces, ¿cómo están? Un gusto tenerlos por acá. I'm so sorry, I need to talk Spanish to them. And from the particular Latin America culture, I feel really happy for my community. They are pretty charming. They are pretty great people. They are really helpful, and I really glad to have them in my life even. So talking about that, how has been your experience since you start playing FFBE? Did you start from the beginning? When you start to make content, how was everything about around that?
All right. So for myself, although I'm based in Singapore, that I started playing FFBE when I was in America. Before that, I was playing Pokemon Go. So I was a greedy guy in the sense that I when Pokemon Go first started, and then a lot of Pokemons was locked behind the regions, and all the unknown they randomly spawn. So I was just I did a fair share of going around and catching the legit way, but in the end I got greedy and I just started to spoof my GPS locations to get all the Pokemons I wanted and participated in different Pokemon Go events around the world when I was not supposed to be. Then in the end, my account got banned, which should be the right way. Then at that point, I also almost got everything I wanted, but I was just too jaded to start over. Then a very close friend of mine in America told me that, oh, you like Final Fantasy so much. Why don't you just play this FFE game that I'm playing? So that was when my journey started. And of course, I learned my lessons is just never to cheat again. So in FFE, I've never did anything shady. So, but I have a very humble beginning. So I started I think around Jack, no, Nameless Gunner Jack Banner. So I don't
The
remember.
second anniversary, you was telling me.
Second, was it second or third?
Around second anniversary, maybe.
Yeah, second anniversary. So it was a Garuda raid. My first ever FFB Rainbow was Barbarisha. Yeah, but my love is always Aang. Whenever when I discover about Aang, I was sold on that day. So it's forever Aang. So I always hope for MVP Aang. That is no doubt EX3 for me on after maintenance. Anyway, enough digression. So I played and then I didn't start YouTube immediately. I think I was just I remember it was CEO's banner when when I put one shot Undin. It was one of the Madame's Manor boss. I was pretty very I spent very little, and then I was so happy to be able to one shot the new with EO. I was so happy. So I recorded the video and I uploaded it on YouTube mostly for myself to record my journey. Then after that, I think I forgot about it. I think like a year later, then I look back at the video like, oh, there was actually 100 people actually watched my video. So I thought nobody would care, but actually there was 100 plus people also like did watch. So from that moment on, like, oh, maybe I should upload more. And yeah, slowly and slowly, and here I am today. In America, like mostly I converse with my close friend in America about FFBE. Then I went to FanFest. I met Glide and some of other FFBE players, and then I had an awesome off-fan meeting with Elytra XP when she was still our community manager. She was awesome.
Yes.
She was so.
She actually
in
told me
person,
one
yeah.
time my account was bad. She personally talked with the staff
Yeah.
of FFB, and I get my account back thanks to her.
Yeah, she really cared about the community. She really talked to us during the off meeting, and then I met her again during the fun fest. So she really cared. She asked us what we wanted, and then she try her best to answer all the questions. Of course, it's like certain things she was not supposed to say, so she should just decline the answer. But it was great to have her, and it was so sad to see her leaving. Yeah, so after that, I went back to Singapore, and then I think I went back to Singapore since 2019. So I've been staying basing here, and then I started to meet more Singaporean players. So shout to Aloysius, who is one of the moderator of FFBE Global group. He's a Singaporean, and I love his videos, and it's always so fun. And yeah, and then I got into contact with other players from Singapore. We met each other, and then our group we also have Indonesian and Malaysian players as well. So shout out to all of you. And after that, I also found a group of Vietnamese players. Yeah, so shout out to Yao Jong, Yao Sang, Yao So, and everyone else. Sorry, I cannot name everyone because there's a few of them. Of course, Golden as well. Hello, everyone. Yeah. So yeah. So in a way, although from different countries, but I do believe we all love our love from Final Fantasy, different franchise. My favorite is of course FF7. It's always in my heart. I grew up playing it. So, but our Final Fantasy love, regardless of the countries, I believe transform into our love for FFBE. Yeah.
Was 7 your first Final Fantasy?
Yes, it was my favorite Final Fantasy. I played as a kid. I didn't even understand English back then because I was born in Vietnam, and then all I knew was Vietnamese. I just click, 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 and somehow I got through the stage.
Yeah.
It was so fun.
Even so, in our culture, we usually start to learn English because of the games, the video games. So I
Yes,
completely
yes,
understand
yes. Similar because I grew up as a Vietnamese person, then I migrated over to Singapore, and you're absolutely right. In Vietnam, a lot of my English vocabulary came from games like
Yeah.
Pokemon Red and Blue and Final Fantasy VII. It's like, what is that word? Then I started to look up in a dictionary, and I learned so many more things than the school actually taught me.
Yeah. Yeah, well, my story is, I think, very similar in some points as yours. I started to play FFB, Final Fantasy when I was like 8 years, and my first Final Fantasy was Final Fantasy 8.
Oh,
And
eight.
8, yeah. I play Final Fantasy 8 a lot of times. Given the situation, I didn't have my family didn't have the resources to give me more games, and it took me like 6 or 7 years before I start playing the other Final Fantasy 10, 12, 7. I played Final Fantasy 7 when I was 15. Now I'm 26. And so I came all the way with all the Final Fantasy, except the online ones. And someday I was looking on YouTube, YouTube channel. I don't remember the name particularly. That was talking about the best Final Fantasy for mobile devices. And at that point, there were like only 4 or 5 months after the release. That was 2016, if I remember correctly. And there was Final Fantasy Exvius, and I see the pixel art, and I was, oh, this is like Final Fantasy 6, which is my favorite. And I start playing. At the beginning, I was playing by myself. It took me like 5 or 6 months before I found the first community that it was in Facebook. And it was like a bunch of things that I didn't understand. For example, the chaining concept at that point didn't exist yet because it started with Orlando and
Yes,
all.
the barrage map I heard.
And the point where I start to make content is when I start to see a YouTuber from Asia, I don't know the exact country, who called Osak. That was in the era of the Chamber of the Arms, and he has some very cool videos with it, very cool clears of the Chamber of the Arms with some crazy chaining, and I was like, how he do that? that's really amazing. I start to make myself like, well, I want to try this. And at that era, my first DPS was Randy from Secret of Mana, the really heavy DPS, and in the 5-star era. And then it came Queen, and most of people in the global community don't know, the Hispanic know, but I was a main queen for 2 years straight.
Oh
I
yes,
did
the
everything
general
queen.
mascot.
Yeah. And that's why she is in my intro and all that. But I knew until today that there's two other guys who all are also main queens. I was like, what? I thought that me was the only one. And the reason I start to play it to record videos and make content for YouTube is because in the community, the best trial ever, Marlboro, the Rumble of Marlboro, when it was released, it was really hard. And I was like, oh, what are you gonna do if my only damage dealer is Queen? And people was like, Queen is useless, you won't get any clear with her. And I was like, oh yeah, let me try this. And I make a video, a really messy video with a lot of turns, but with Queen. And I think that was my most viewed video back then. It get like, I don't know, 5,000 views. At that point, I start to make 4 videos before that, and then I put the Queen video in the Rumble Marlboro, and it blows out. There was like 5K people. Wow, I can't believe you do that. And that was the inspiration. If you watch all my old videos, all of them are Queen, 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 Queen. And people at some point start to get mad. What are you not going to use any other unit that isn't Queen? And I was like, no, I don't. I won't.
Yeah,
I
actually, to
will.
be honest, I think Meme Clear is one of the best content in my opinion. And yeah, to be honest, I came to first know about you was because you kept using Queen. So I at first I call you the Queen guy. Oh, that Queen guy is doing it
Oh
again.
yeah.
Yeah, but actually, using the unit that was not supposed to, that was not especially planned for the trial,
Yeah.
really make you think a lot harder
Mm.
and make the trials to actually work. Similar for me. These days, I notice some of the people call me like instead of Alan Wanderer, they call me Alan Riserer because
Riser.
these days I like to use Riser
Yeah.
to me, Riser is just like a fresh breeze in the content because it's a completely different part of the meta in which in the meta you will just slot in the best DPS, the most meta tank, um, the best you can offer to dish out the most damage. And hey, then we have Riser here that really change your thinking all around. It's completely one category by itself, and to me, I really love it because it's a little bit mundane using the meta after a while. So that's the reason why I love doing Riser strategies. But of course, all the strategies you see me uploaded has already been cleaned up a lot. Yeah, so especially for Clash of Wills, when surviving, it's a lot of it's a lot more emphasized. Yeah, so it took me sometimes it took me the whole days, like 12 hours, just keep thinking about it until I got it right.
Yeah.
So to me, it was fun. It was fun rather than just because what are you gonna do after you cat cow? There's nothing to do anymore. So that's why I like to do Riser strat, and I hope Riser is to stay for quite some time. Although I know Gumi would the power creep from Gumi would eventually let him retire. But let's cherish the moment. But just now when you were mentioning about YouTubers, like one of the guys who inspire you, Ozak, right? For me, I want to share. It's actually it was Evil After. He's
Oh, we will
forever
have.
my senpai
All
because
right.
I remember the first 10-man trial. I remember the 10-man trial like Chamber of Arms. So if you are newer players, too bad you miss out on that because they already locked the trials now. You cannot do it. But I remember my friend when he first introduced me the one in America. He told me, "Oh, you are too new. You cannot clear this at all. It requires a lot of gears and units, and 10 units you need to gear them to to the best of your ability and stuff like that. You don't have the gear. Don't do it anytime soon." Then I remember I was playing for like 3-4 months in, and then I found Evil after like, hey, I can do this, and it was Sheraton that I did the Bahamut evoking with Garnet. I tell you, the first time I cleared, it was the best, one of the best moments in game for me. I was just so happy, and then of course, it's the first person I shared with was my friend. Like, you see, I can clear it now. So yeah. So that's why although it's a shame that Evil Laughter is not playing the game anymore, that he's forever the senpai in my heart, and I always look up to him for his budget clear. Yes.
Yeah. Now that you're talking about the Chamber of the Arms, Chamber of the Arms was a very special era for me. I think for me, Chamber of the Arms has been the best content in the game. The mechanics, the difficult. Most of the players say no, it's really too easy. But for me at the time and the way that I did it was what made that content for me really special. I cleared all the 12, it was 12, right? 12
Yes,
Chamber of
12.
the Arms with 5 units and always with Queen. That was
Yes.
when they were released. Because if you clear 2 or 3 months, the meta has changed. But I did it always on the first week, 5 units with Queen. And that's where people start to talk, oh, you're the Queen guy. I was like, yeah. For me, Chamber has built the best content in FFBE. I really enjoy other contents, but I will change every other content for another Chamber of the Arms. Chamber of the Eye 2.0 coming? We don't know.
Yes.
For
I
you,
totally
what
agree
is
with you on
your
that.
favorite content ever? I know you really enjoy most of them. And talking about Riser 2, you're telling Riser is really special, but Riser will be nothing without Bulwark.
Yes,
And
yes.
that's why we see that the JP developers and the global developers especially looks like they let skip some things because many players the first time they saw Bulwark skill and they know what JP is coming with Riser, they were like, oh, this might work, and they didn't
Yeah.
do anything to change that, and that's why we have the Riser meta right now. My Riser,
Yeah.
by the way, is 130. I give it the 10 cutters.
Respect to you
No
on that.
regrets. No
No
regrets.
regrets. I agree. There is nothing as regret if you invest in Riser, because in my opinion, Riser is one of the best things that happened to F2P players
Yeah.
in the history of the game. Of course,
Yeah.
to be fair, because a different team designed Riser, and then for global exclusive units like Bulwark, it was designed by our global team. So of course they won't be able to foresee every single mechanics. One of the reason why I love FFB so much is the mechanics of this game is so vast. It's so rich. There are so many things going on. So it's when you design units after units, there are like thousands of them. It's bound to happen, but it's a nice coincidence. So lucky for the guy who designed Bulwark that the counter for the allies is half of the Bulwark counter, because for allies only 15 modifier. Imagine if he slapped 30 modifier for everyone, we will be using Riser to the rest of the game, I believe. Because as of now, he's like 2.5 times more than our top DBS. And then now if you have double that, it's the entire team.
Do you think we maybe with the trials that are coming for JP, there must be some opportunity to do Bulwark with double Riser to one-shot the boss?
Um,
Will
I
be interesting to see.
I will keep that in mind, but I think the JP one, the one we just did, was the one that just got released with Death Machines, right? I did think of Riser, but Riser, the issue of the caveat is it's counter a single target. So if
Yeah,
you have when
yeah.
you have
From that
more than
machines is completely useless.
yeah,
Maybe someone may make some clears with some very particular strategy for, but for that machine is kind of impossible, I think.
yeah, it's
And
kind
now
of
that
hard.
you were talking about the mechanics of the game, there was some time I watched a video of yours that you was trying to explain how to chain, and I was like, oh, this is pretty normal. And then you start to use a metronome, the thing
Yeah.
that tick tick tick, and I do the same thing. I use
Oh,
metronome to chain, and I was like, oh, this guy knows how to play.
all
I feel
right.
represented with this guy.
So
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I didn't know that because actually I used metronome for a very, very long time. It's just that I did it off screen. So I didn't quite do it, but I think it was only until Holy Reflect was meta for a while. And a lot of people asked me like, how do you even chain? It is so difficult. I was like, it was difficult? Like, I was like,
Yeah,
huh? I
it
was
is
like, huh?
not.
I was like, no,
The
it
thing
was
is that
quite
we
easy.
are like some kind of players that are really cheeky with that things, and for us it's really easy. But
Yeah.
for most of the players, it's comprehensively really hard.
Yeah, so then when I explained to them, they didn't quite get the concept. I was like, it's okay. I will try myself to record. So just to show you like how I normally do. And everyone was like, oh, why didn't you share it earlier? I was like, I thought it's quite, yeah. So I was
Yeah,
like,
it
yeah.
happened to me the same thing once.
Yeah. So Holy Reflex was one of the like yeah, and a lot of people call it music lesson. Yeah, because I was inspired from watching Two Step Violin because they have this kind of tempo challenge in which they
Yeah,
listen to the music and then they guess what's the tempo and they use a metronome to ascertain the tempo. I was
yeah.
like, this is it's beats per minute, so actually we can change it around. So you can do it fast, do it slow. Then yeah, eventually I worked out the math to actually calculate what's the beat for the correct tuning. Yeah, so that is how it all started. And I
So
didn't know that you also used it. So
yeah, yeah, me too. We are all most the same in many things.
yeah, yeah,
Actually,
yeah.
some of my subscribers, with the
Uh-huh.
first time I in the past shared some of your videos because it was really explaining some mechanic of something I really was too lazy to do, and I was like, this wonder upload this video, go to check it out, and they start to tell me, oh, he's Kamikiro from Asia. I was like, no, 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 no. It was funny, but it was like,
Yeah,
and the thing,
speaking of which,
with the Berserker, it was
yes, I was about to
also
mention that because my so-called like my most viewed video back then was actually in which I used double berserk. I learned from you actually. I learned from you. I think the first one I learned from you was for Bahamut's Dark Vision. So I
yeah, yeah,
learned the
yeah.
double berserk
Darvision,
on
like
C.
Darvision number 4 or 5,
I can't remember. I just remember like I watched you and then you did the berserk on Tifa
and Cloud,
and Cloud. And I
double
was like,
Berserker.
Jeebus, this guy is a genius. And yeah, then I tried because I couldn't cap at all. Then I tried yours and then I was, oh my God, I couldn't believe it. Someone, because back then I was, yeah, I was much lesser here. And then I was like, oh my God, this is so genius. This is such a beautiful strategy. Who would have thought of this? Yes. And then for some reason, it's like, Zagabot or Zagagot, you always like to call him that way
Sorry, God,
because
yes.
I saw your comments in my videos. It's always Zagagot. So Zagagot faded out of meta with the Envies. So I remember was it Golem or Odin? I can't remember. It was capable DV, and then one of my group members from the Vietnamese community they was saying that they couldn't cap with my other team players, and then they will struggle a lot with gears and stuff like that. And then I did my calculation, and I told them, you know what, Zagabat actually suddenly becomes good now, and then because it was who was that
The main thing
the
with the Sargaba strat is that well, if you had really good gear, a lot of DPS units, it's not like worth it to do it. But for me, it
Yes.
was, and I was really playing to use many ties in the past, even before Dark Visions even start. I used it with Queen also in the past, and the reason why is because in most of my parties I only have one DPS with good build, with good killers, and making the calculation is around 20 and 25% damage bonus.
Yeah.
And if you only have one or two DPS good gear, Sargabet becomes really
Yeah.
relatable to do more damage. But
Yes.
it looks like in this time I still doing it. Even in the last division world, I did like a free to play clear with Sargobat and a Squall, but it was more like for the nostalgia than
Yeah.
anything else. I keep playing for that feeling sometimes,
I
and
think
people.
back, like as you say, right? It's really. Oh right. All right. Yes.
So maybe you want to shout out your people, with greetings, and I do the same after.
All right, all right. Okay, so once again, I want to say hello to all my old friend in America, Fates, and then of course I want to shout out to all the Singaporean players, and then the Vietnamese players. Xin chào mọi người một lần nữa. Yes, and really it was my honor to really be here and to be friends with all of you guys around the globe and get to know everyone through the games. And really, the game connected me with so many more friends in the most unexpected ways. Yeah.
Yeah. First of all, I want to say thank you to all the community, especially to Fleet Metal, for inviting me, and I really glad to be in here, sharing a little bit with the community around the world. For my people, most of the people know me already. I really want to know everybody around the world, and that's the reason why maybe I do some kind of content. I really feel great to be in these kind of spaces. Thank you so much. Thank you also to all the people in the chat. I always talk to my people that you are the main reason why content creators still doing content, because the people is what do that everything is worth it to do. Y por supuesto quiero mandar un saludo a toda mi gente hermosa que está ahí. Son lo mejor de lo mejor que hay. Ya saben que siempre los voy a querer. Muchísimas gracias por estar acá. And that's it. Thank you again for this space.
All right, everybody. Welcome to our next fixed party trial challenge of the night. I'm going to be hosting this segment. This is Gerd84. You may remember me from the other challenge tonight where nobody won, but I got really, really close. I want to take a quick moment to let our next set of contestants introduce themselves, tell us a little bit about what they do and what they're going to start doing with this fight. Why don't we go in order of whoever most recently ate ice cream? Did anybody eat ice cream in the past week?
I did 3 nights ago.
3 nights ago?
No, you beat me. You beat me.
There you go. So, Dream, why don't you start us out?
Well, yeah, I'm a member of the Global Exclusive podcast where we just kind of chat shit about the new content each week and the news and whatnot. So you might know me from there. Feeling pretty ready for this trial, to be honest.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Is there anything about it that you're worried about?
I think with the way I've got it set up, there's a tiny bit of RNG on like when I hit the threshold based on like a variance roll, and if I don't hit it on the turn I'm expecting, it could get kind of dicey. But hopefully that's all right.
Okay, well, we'll see. We'll see. Hopefully less RNG than some of the rest of us had to deal with, so that's good. Who else had ice cream?
Hey, your boy. You know your boy's an ice cream boy, first of all.
Ice cream boy. I like it.
Hell yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, hi everybody in chat. You probably know me already. I'm saying, you know what's up, Resident Cutie. You know the deal. I'm the Jeopardy champ, as it were. But Peepo claps for the homies. You know the boy. Do a lot of Twitch streaming around here. Do a lot of hanging out in Discord. For movie nights and stuff. I'm a chef, and I'm really cute, and so are you. So we're both cute together, and that's pretty sweet. So that seems good. And I kill things with Queen. I'm a Queen main, but not like the other. I'm one of 2 Queen mains in this group of people now because obviously now there's 2 people in here that are that though. And you're all very cute. Thank you for having me.
Excellent, fantastic. And last but not least,
so I'm some dude on the internet makes videos.
Some dude on the internet that makes videos. I can relate. Sometimes it feels a little weird, but yeah, there it is. Let's get into it. Let's talk this trial. All right, we're going to be going after Scorn of Amon, or maybe it's Amon. I'm not really 100% sure, but we're going after it. And quite frankly, I'm excited about this. I'm really curious to see what you guys are going to do with it, because to me, it's one of the most interesting trials in the Vortex. So let's just go ahead and start. Ding, ding, go for it. While you are getting started, I'll start talking a little bit about what we're doing. In case you missed it before, the contestants have to work creating a strategy for this fight using specified units and gear requirements to put their knowledge of the fight's mechanics to the test. So, for example, one of the units, General Celeste, has to be geared in such a way that she has no more than 50,000 HP and no more than 2,500 defense and 6,000 spirit. And it seems like a lot, but for some trials, you really need to bulk up. Now, to make this interesting, she also has a limit that she can't be any higher than 50% for any elemental resistances. And if you know how this fight works, you know that could be a big deal. Otherwise, our contestants can gear pretty much how they want, except we do have some requirements. One of those requirements is that, and this is a controversial one, is that our participants cannot have access to a certain time-limited unique item that is very popular in pretty much every clear video out there for this trial. So that's exciting. No reflect ring for you, as well as other abilities that are items and abilities that give them actions to do in combat. They are stuck using everything that comes on their kit. So here we go. Good luck, everybody. Now, as you're watching on the screen, Amon comes out of the gate swinging, unleashing some attacks. And in case you didn't see what happened, everybody who tries to heal themselves now is in for a big surprise because they're zombies. So there we go. They have to deal with that and still try to deal damage to Amon. So let's go ahead and give them a watch and see how they do. Lots of furious actions happening. As we were talking about it, everybody sounded pretty confident. I got to be honest with you. Let's see here. Oh, we got some roll shifting going on from Deus. SK doing some damage already, going for it.
Looks like we're in there.
So far, you're in the lead for damage, it looks like.
I believe firmly in being proactive.
Proactive. I like it. I like it. We got some good chaining going on from Dream. Oh wow! What can you explain what just happened there, Dream?
I just hit with his SLB, basically.
Okay.
That summarizes that. He's kind of carrying this fight for me, at least.
That was a big spike of damage. Now, fun times. You just crossed the threshold, though, right?
Yep. That was the threshold variance that I was talking about earlier.
There you go.
But yeah. But this is when I was expecting to cross it, so that helps.
Now, it doesn't look like to me that you lost anybody.
No, sort of. The Dispel didn't matter too much because Celeste's cover was already up, and Provoker was death immune, so that took care of that.
You went with the death immunity item. Okay, that's awesome. Good for you. No player death for you.
Well, Have died to the regen on turn 1, but
you mean to
revived
say
up.
that? You mean to say he's not having a good time?
I appreciate that.
Do you? I'm glad to hear.
Yeah, I like that one. I saw what you did.
All right. Yeah. Now, I see SK, you're doing some damage as well. Deus, how you doing over there?
We do get in there.
Looks like Deus is in turn 3. It's kind of hard for me to see it because it's so small on my screen. But it doesn't. I think that means you're about to switch elements. Oh, you got the Mirage stacks going there too. In case you didn't know, Eamon does Mirage stacks. You have to find a way to deal with that, as well as dealing with the damages and the elemental resistances and the non-ability to heal and everything else you have going on. So it's a lot. It's a lot. Take a quick moment here and see what chat's got going on for this. Oh, Clarity, thanks. You're right. Somebody can pronounce Deus. we try. We try. We got some folks cheering Dream on. Awesome. Thank you so much for that, EMK.
Thank you.
What else we got?
Bonk. You know when you just take like 49 damage?
That was a big hunk of damage there. That was pretty awesome. Yep, we got James cheering on Deus. Demon Luck is saying that if SK loses, he's gonna laugh out loud.
Wow, toxic.
Toxic gamers in the chat.
I agree.
I think I'm inclined to agree. Knight Dream does seem to have this in the bag.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'd be surprised if either of us didn't kill it, honestly.
Should be my kill coming in right here. I don't know what.
Yeah, this guy kind of a goofball.
Oh yeah. How many turns? Is that 6 turns or is that 8 turns?
Comfortable 6.
Comfortable 6 turns.
Comfortable 6. Love it. Good job.
Okay.
The 3 turns for each element lines up quite well with EX3 Titus having his SLB every 3rd turn.
It
so
sure
that's kind of
does.
the main damage source.
Sure does. Now, just for those watching at home, maybe because I know sometimes it's easy to click through stuff so quickly. How were you managing the elemental damage?
So Celeste had the passive 50% resist that she was allowed, and then Athena was using her black and white veil abilities, which I'm pretty sure between them give 60% to all elements. So that was like 110 resist there. And honestly, like, Celeste just wasn't being hit very hard with what he was doing. Just kind of worked out.
Very good. And how were... Yeah,
sure.
Yeah, please show us. And also, how were you handling your dealing elemental damage, by the way?
Yeah, okay, we'll get to that as I go through the team. So,
sure.
Noppy's base form here had Sword of Kings as mandatory, and then the rest was pretty much just LB fill and making sure to hit that 4,500 attack minimum.
Okay.
Nobby's shift form had a water weapon for the phase 2 chaining because I didn't have a way to get in view. And then, yeah, just being under that 5200 attack. So I said resists. Shift gear was a bit of a joke, but so yeah, so he's 50 on all of those important ones, and just below that HP and spirit limit, and within the defense range. Javier was doing evade provoke with death immune, and then the challenge with his gearing was having enough attack while using all those slots.
Mm-hmm.
Because since mine's EX1, I also had to gear like filling his LB quickly for the better breaks, because I don't have Warring Spirit from EX2. So I've got Dragon's Brush and Call of the Wild to help with that.
Yeah.
Zon was previously my evade provoker until I woke up this morning and found we weren't allowed any equipment that granted abilities nor reflect range. So I had to make some last minute changes there.
Oh no.
There you go, bringing that forbidden item to the trial.
And then Titus was just a great sword build to use Noppy's weapon in peril, and using Rain's 1 gave him a 10% fire amp for that turn 3 hit. And then just the maxed LB damage and the amount of killer that was allowed, 225. And yeah, so for the elements, initially Titus did his fire imbue from his 5-star, and Zon mirrored that around the team, so everyone had fire for 3 turns, though Titus had it up till 5 for that, for the fire hit, and then that was expired by T6, and Titus just put his water imperil or water imbue on turn 4, so he had that for 6, and then the chaining on turn 4 was just Noppy with a water weapon, and Zon elementless, so it wasn't even an element chain, but it was still enough.
That's really rad. Awesome stuff.
Originally, I used Craftsman's Book on Fina for that fire imbue instead of Titus. So that way Titus would only have water on turn 5. But then, that got kind of cut out by the no active abilities from equipment.
Yep.
Still worked pretty comfortably.
Yeah, no, that was super clean. Now, while all that was happening, Deus, looks like you're ramping up the damage there. How are you doing over there?
Doing fine. Everything's expected.
Everything's going as planned. Awesome. And SK, it looks like you had to do a restart there.
Yeah, there's a bit of the strat has one kind of RNG point on turn 5. Where if you push him to 50 or below, instead of stopping at like 51, 52, he'll randomly just do a dispel thing that sometimes kills Zon for some reason. I don't know why. But other than that, it's in the bag. So just kind of got him those little unlucky rolls, as it were.
Unlucky rolls. Let's take a quick look at the chat here. We got a lot of really great stuff happening in chat, including some very true discussion about Dream's accent, which is most certainly Velvet. I think Dream's accent is fantastic, and some big hype for Gamer Girls beating out the boys. Also, Dream has been requested to make some great videos for kills and clears and stuff like that. So you got that going for you.
Start branching out on Pod Channel.
There you go.
Oh, yeah, like that. Oh, good. Titus, it's too hard.
This suggestion comes in from Inuo17. Zon's counter heals him, and since he's zombied, he dies.
Yeah.
There you go.
But he shouldn't really be countering because there's no physical attacks, really, which is the origin point of my confusion, I guess. But it's a very strange situation out here.
I don't know. Looks like we have about 19 and a half minutes left, according to what I'm seeing on the clock. So, yeah, what are we going to do to fill this up since we just like busted through this in 6 turns?
Yeah, do I need to do anything else?
Do it again, blindfolded, and with your wrong hand.
Don't know about
my God!
blindfolded, but I could honestly do it again left-handed if you really want. Just go use my raid orbs.
So you said, by the way, I think that you had kind of guessed what the trial was kind of leading up to it.
Yeah, on about Wednesday of the previous week, so a couple of days early, I was pretty confident. I thought it was maybe going to be Dullahan instead, but I figured it was this one.
Yeah. Would you have rather faced off against Dullahan?
Probably not, because this team didn't really have good options for Dullahan's fire and lightning, or at least long term. And I think
Let's see the damage there, Deus.
I think it's also a fair bit bulkier than Eamon.
Yeah. So it looks like Titus clocked in at 3.1 billion. That's nice. How many turns did you do?
8.
8 turns. I like it. And it looks like everybody was contributing to your damage.
Yeah, I wasn't in any threat at all with my build.
What helped you to have that lack of threat? What was your secret?
Just following, like, basically turning his greatest strength into his weakness, basically. Where he swaps and tries to dispel you, and I don't care at all that he dispels me because I already set myself up for the next turn.
Sounds good. Were you had you practiced it and had it all, because you said earlier like everything was going as planned? Had you like kind of practiced and worked?
I wasn't being sarcastic when I said that, like to make like a joke. Like I was actually being serious. Everything was going good.
No, that's good. I like that. I gotta be honest. I was up really, really late trying to figure out the other one this morning, and only got a couple hours of sleep as a result of it. And so I can appreciate the amount of effort that goes into kind of trying to get a clear to work. So
honestly, I am very glad that I was not in fight 1 because that looked pretty miserable compared to this one.
Fight 1 looked
you guys are rocking it. Looks like SK's you got about a quarter left. Now, in case anyone doesn't know, underneath 25% damage, Eamon starts doing a whole lot more non-elemental magic, so you got to deal with that quick.
Yeah, it's not too bad, fortunately. Until you run out of MP. That's not ideal. But
ooh, that's a good question.
Like make a fixed trial or make a new one?
If I were to make a trial of like this myself, what would it entail? Interesting. I would have to think about that, honestly.
I would definitely pick this one right here, Behemoth Cave, the Maddening Stage.
Ooh, what do you like about that?
Okay, this guy's a madman.
The fact that you have to waste tons of turns breaking him, or have someone who can triple cast breaks, which is more common now than back then. And on top of all the other things that he can do, is just ridiculous. For anyone who is just coming to the game or someone who hasn't played a long time, Behemoth Cave was like the gold standard of trials for like a long time.
Here we go.
Imagine if you make part of the fixed parameters that you can't use any evade gear for it.
Oh no.
Well, there are definitely solutions to that. There are definitely.
You do have a lot more tank stuff now.
Yeah. Now that we're a bit.
Crocodile probably laughs in his face, honestly, with 9,000 defense.
But yeah, I'd maybe do like Dragon of the Abyss or something, or Charge of the Chocobos could be interesting because it has multiple enemies, and that
would be a fun one.
Mix things up a bit, especially if you limit the amount of AoE damage available on the team.
And they're super annoying. So it would be fun to watch everyone struggle with it. So, SK, welcome to the party. Everybody.
Appreciate it.
You guys are all done. So congrats. Big shout outs to everybody getting this thing done. Awesome job, guys.
As I mentioned, sometimes you just got to get in there, take your time, slow roll it for the content, etc., so forth. The boys know.
We figured we just needed to make up a bit of time for other segments that ran over.
Yeah. So that's what it was then, is you were going slow on purpose?
Yeah, I just felt like maybe the fight would go too quickly and wouldn't demonstrate the intricacies unless maybe we had a couple of retries in there. So I just figured, for the homies, I would show off, the ways it can go wrong and what you can do if it does. Like I pushed Threshold a little bit wrong on the second time and Have got petrified, but since I broke the turn before that happened, I didn't need them anymore anyway, so it was fine. Like I never even unpetrified them. I was like, yeah, that's okay, negligible result. So as long as you can, demonstrate what's going on in there. I mean, I'm kind of looking out for people or whatever. Don't mind me.
I like it. Look at all those queens sitting there.
It is a number of queens.
It is. Look at them all fighting. Okay.
That's 70 queens.
Where is that? The very, very bottom? Yes. From Nin Knight, she's so proud that a girl can actually beat the boys at video games. I literally have tears in my eyes. Good stuff.
Actually, here's an idea for making a new fixed trail. Let's do one where you have to use Golden Riser.
But not in the way we expect him to.
Like, yes, he's your support.
Yes, you cannot.
Oh, no.
You cannot use store.
Golden Riser is such an interesting unit. I love him on paper. I wish they would rerun their silver rifle though, or like release a new weapon that's like a silver rifle plus or something.
Nice. It's not too necessary though. It just makes the gearing easier.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but horror story time. I was trying to use him to get rank 1 in a 2 Clash of Wills ago, I think it was, or 3 2 Clash of Wills ago. And I used 3,200 lapis and refreshes, not hitting the variants and not hitting the crits. And
that's a big horror story.
That's the story of 40% crit, that's what 40% crit looks like. So
wow.
Well, you'd have 50% because it's 10% in each month. So I think with 2 cents it'd be 50%. But
oh yeah, I guess that's true. Well, the story of a 50-50. Either way, I'm trying to have that rifle.
Did you
I kind of feel like they should
it,
bump it to 100 too. Oh, I just never bought it. Because when it was new, it was so bad. I was like, this takes a lot of effort to grind this out. It's clearly a useless weapon, which, I mean, was true for the last 4 years anyway. But,
Yep.
It just seemed so not good.
Since all 3 of you successfully completed our challenge, I say "are" like I created. I didn't create it. Since all 3 of you successfully did it, what would you do to have made this more challenging? What would have made it harder?
I feel like the obvious answer is less stats, but I actually am not terribly satisfied with that.
maybe a weaker damage dealer than Titus would have been necessary. Just something that's more was more focused on sustained damage, because when you were only really worrying about those couple of burst turns with his SLB, it was quite easy to have the flexibility to line everything else up when you didn't really care about damage on your other turns. But if you were trying to fit more damage turns in there and do less per turn,
I'll make the 4 stars do damage. Jeez, Demon Luck, please, brother.
Yeah, that'd be something. What about? Because I think actually Titus was not supposed to be originally included. I think that the creator put Titus in because it seemed like there was lacking in damage. So I think you might be right on that.
It was probably a combination of lacking damage and the fact that you have to be able to imbue elements, and there's not a lot of characters that cover the elements that a mon would be hitable to, unless you open up things like craftable craftsman's secret book to imbue fire and then pass it with Zon, and that leads to other equipable abilities with actives, and you have to open that floodgate. So
I think in general, the craftsman's could have opened more things, but I think to kind of make that work as part of the intended strategy, Zon's cooldown on projected mirror would kind of need to be shorter, because with it only being once every 7 turns, you can't really rely on it that much.
Exactly.
It was a nice gimmick at first, to use at the start, but You're actually
There's-
I didn't.
going through all the
I couldn't
phases.
see it. I couldn't see it because on my end the screens are fairly small. But did either of you, any of you, steal buffs from Eamon?
No.
No.
I don't think he buffs
It was
himself,
necessary.
actually. I'm pretty
Not
sure.
really. Unless you like reflect regen onto him, I don't think he really has any self buffs yet.
Imagine stealing the regen. What an oops. Oh no.
Like, no, you steal his minus 400% imperils
Yeah.
and then put him on the tank.
So I actually did a video not too long ago because somebody somebody who watches was asking to do a clear that did not have the reflect ring, using specific people that they had because they just wanted to see it done. And I kept forgetting that he imperils himself, and so I was using Ling to do purifying dance to just remove the bad stuff from me the first turn. And
Oh, it was taking off his imperils.
I was like, why is this not doing damage? I was like, oh
no.
He doesn't actually become weak. He imperils himself. It's like, ugh.
Yeah, it's like a 300 or 400% imperil to himself.
It's huge. I was like, why is Squall not doing any damage? Oh, it's because he's not actually imperiled to anything.
I had a couple like almost forget moments while planning originally around that. Like at first I was very worried about getting Harvey's fire imperil up from his LB and then realized it didn't matter. And then also back when I thought reflect ring was legal, I was gonna dispel the regen turn 1, and then I was like, actually that's a bad idea.
Yeah.
Wait, Have has a fire imperil?
He imperils like 4 elements on his LB.
Yeah. His LB is very useful.
What?
So that's what I was going to ask you about, because when they first announced who this team was going to be, people were complaining about Have, and actually not having Have saved me from having to do this. But what did you guys think about using Have here?
I think mine is I wish I could sell him. My conscience won't let me do it, but I wanna.
Pretty much useless any other way besides this fixed battle.
Okay.
I mean, he's like a serviceable full breaker, but in most content where like a couple % matters a lot, 87 doesn't really cut it. And
Right.
then his killer buffs, while better than nothing here, are a little bit subpar as well. So usually it's just a case of he's okay, but there's better options for everything.
Put this man in the wood chipper.
Somewhat useful.
See, I actually just got him. I got Have like yesterday or something like that off of a free poll or something like that, and I was like, oh, okay, maybe I'm still not going to be in this trial.
Oh no.
Convenient.
Yep.
So you could have been, and you lied to us? Oh.
Well, I still don't have my favorite character in all of the entire Final Fantasy franchise, which is General Celeste. So no, I couldn't have been in this one.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. I hope you get them soon.
It's really sad. Really sad.
I like how 2 of us had the idea of equipping old Celeste's skin for her.
Yeah, because it looks better. I don't know why she has that Ronald McDonald jumpsuit on in the first place.
What do you feel about Napi in this trial?
Ooh, Napi, yeah.
Good. A very good unit.
I think Napi could have been any triple SR chainer and I wouldn't have noticed.
Yeah, he was mostly a bit of a chain bot for me. Like, a couple useful things I got out of him from was the Greatsword Imperil, and turn 1 I used his AoE 30 LB fill for the Grandis, which was a bit helpful. But yeah, mostly just chain bot. His damage
He also
didn't really
has
stack up.
HP barrier for Celeste.
I'm pretty sure that the difference between using Napi and Dangerous Ariana with Blue Wave would have been nothing.
Blue Wave would have run into resistance problems.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, true.
If we went into a slower clear and got to the Earth Weak phase, then suddenly he would have been pretty useful she would have been pretty useful because she can.
Well, no, because there's
AoE.
Blue Wave and Scarlet Wave, and I'm killing on turn 6 where he's only fire and water, so I could Scarlet Wave for the first half and then Blue Wave for the second half.
Sinzar, in the chat, you are correct. Celeste is in the class shop. If I wasn't so busy trying to, get units that were actually going to help me, then that would be,
Wait.
get to EX3. That would be useful. You're right.
Do I have time to equip Dangerous Ariana and try again? What do you have, 4 minutes?
Something like that.
Go back, do it again, but without the
I don't know.
Zeus.
You guys Are you gonna get through this trial fast enough? I don't know.
I don't know. That's
Go
spooky.
back, take Titus out of the party. 4 units.
Yep. Do it again. No Titus.
No Titus. Wait, but I can't. How do I do damage? Okay, that's
Well,
spooky.
you said you wanted it to be harder.
I didn't say exactly that. I just wanted to use Ariana. But I'm pretty sure she could do it with the waves.
Maybe next time.
Yeah.
Remember that for next year.
With more
Ariana.
time. This is it. This is the build.
And if you
Ring,
want to,
Ring of Dominion, 2 waves. That's the waves of Dominion, boys. That's the Ariana build.
an alternative, if you like really want a challenge for this like fixed team, try clearing it before turn 6. You can only use 1 Titus SLB.
Ooh.
Because that I think would be very difficult to get enough damage for.
Yeah, that's
Or
probably true.
an EX0 Titus.
True.
That way you're stuck
It's
doing
like-
water damage.
I managed to get
Oh,
down to,
no.
like that. I had it at like 15% after my turn 5 damage, so I wasn't too far off.
Yeah.
But, yeah, with the stat
Clarity.
damage, I push it.
Crimson Wave is just Bolting Strike times 3 magic damage that's fire. It's an equipable ability.
Where's it from? 'Cause I don't remember that at all, honestly.
It's from Leftia.
It's Leftia. Leftia's TMR.
Ah, that would explain it. 'Cause no one cares about Leftia.
Whoa. Do you mean alternative Roka? How dare you?
I guess bad Roberta.
Bad Roberta. Oof. Well, any final closing thoughts? I know we're getting to the end of the timer. Do we have any closing thoughts from you guys about this this trial here?
Battery. I think it was
Is there anything
overall.
left to say?
I think it was overall not disappointing, and it was a good time. And I'm glad I was here, and I'm glad I could share this half an hour with you and everyone in chat because you're all very cute.
Yes, thank you all.
And here's
guys
to
are
Taylor
all
Swift
super,
units in
super
2023.
You're not going to let that go. You're not going to let that go.
No, I don't. That's my personality is not letting things go. Actually,
If that happened, my daughter would start playing the game immediately.
brother, listen, you got a vested interest. I'm trying to make it happen.
Deus, anything you got?
I love chat. Love you guys.
I'm gonna key in here real quick. So people seem to like this is Flip talking, a mysterious voice in the background. So people seem to really enjoy this content, and I'm willing to host it more if people want to help design trials. So if anybody out there really likes this whole fixed trial concept and wants to create a trial, I'm willing to host it and see what content creators I could pull together to pit against it.
I'm down.
So
yeah,
I'll get in there. I'll figure it
That'd be
out.
a fun thing to do. We could even invite randos.
Yeah, anybody who wants to come up with a fixed trial, sounds great. PM it to me. We'll work on it, and we'll see who we can get to be the competitors.
I already have one in mind. No one's gonna do it, but I have it in mind. You'll love it. It's right up your alley.
All right. With that, anything else anybody has to
love
say,
it.
and we'll go to the next section.
All right. Thanks so much, guys.
Thanks. See ya.
Peace out, everybody. Happy anniversary. Let's go. People clap in chat. Big people clap.
Hi, everybody. I'm level 99 Red Mage, and if you don't know me, well, that makes sense because I only started really streaming in January. So, today I'm joined by Deus Gaming and Kurt84. You guys could say hello, please.
What's up?
Thank you. You just saw them. They're both YouTubers. They're here to talk to us today about tools and tricks on specific websites, etc., how to use them. So our first one is going to be FFBE Equip by Learguard. Now, we were actually just discussing this a little bit earlier, Deus actually and I, about there's the builder, sure, but the unit search and the encyclopedia. Deus, what do you use these for? Could you tell us?
So there's actually a JP side where you can actually copy and paste because the JP names are completely compatible with the in-game. So you can actually copy and paste things for people who play the JP side kind of casually, but don't are scared because of all the Japanese. You can actually just copy and paste all the equipment that you need, and since there's a search bar now, it's way easier. And you can also find out some units that you may have forgotten about. Like, for example, recently I needed someone who could do a certain thing, but they also need to do another certain thing. So you could use this unit search to find that certain unit, and it was very helpful.
Yeah, as you can see on the screen here, there's just a ton of different filters that you can input to just find any kind of unit that you're looking for. You can start with obviously 5-star to 7-star base or 5-star to Neovision, and if you're looking for specific killers, this will show it to you. It's actually quite amazing. And
I was gonna say I've recently been spending a lot of time on it looking for imbues. I've got a couple people that I work with that are like they took a break from the game and they've like come back and they just don't know like what unit does this, what unit does that, and like imbues comes up a lot. I feel like imbues and killers, and so like he's always like, oh, who imbues dark, and I'm like bulwark. He's like, I don't have bulwark. I'm like Have don't have Have. I'm like so it's like being able to look for them and just like pull up the whole list of like single targets, AoEs. The imbues is like one of my favorite sections there. So
agreed. It's a lot easier sometimes to just hit builder and input a unit, and it gives you a bunch of stuff. To be honest, that's kind of what I use it for more often than not. Is it shows me items that I forget I even had. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You've been playing the game for 6 years. You're like, oh, forgot I had that. Thanks.
So are you one of those players that saves every single piece of everything you have?
I try to.
Yeah,
I try to.
There you go.
What about you, Des? Are you one of those hoarders as well?
Yeah, since they give you so much space now for all of your equipment, there's no reason to sell things like in the past. Like in the 4 to 5-star era, yeah, it was kind of annoying because you run out of space and you have to think, oh, I gotta get rid of this or that. And I'm sure there was a few event things I would have liked to have kept, but that's just kind of how it was back then. They didn't give you as much space, but now there really isn't really a reason to sell anything.
Yeah,
in my
so
opinion.
as you can see on the screen here, we have like the sword, great sword in peril, 75%. I wish, but yeah, for Esther, maybe probably one day, 7th anniversary, Esther, she'll probably have 100% great sword in peril.
100 might be a little extreme, but it is Esther we're talking about.
They love her. So anyway, as far as FFB Equip goes, it does have all those cool features, but for a lot of us who stream or play on emulators, if we could go, we're going to go to FFBE Chain now, which I don't know if a lot of people, Deus or Gert, you use this at all.
I've heard of it. I've never used it just because a lot of times the stuff that I'm using, because like when I'm playing on an emulator, like is usually pretty straightforward because I do a lot of manual clicking, and so I don't want to like have to like click this and count to 3 and then say the ABCs backwards and then like I try to just stick to basic stuff. But I do like the idea of this for sure.
So yeah, what this can do for you is you can input multiple units and find the chains for them. What you can do then is you can create a macro for like the maximum damage chain. That'll input like the highest spark chain possible with them. It's actually quite brilliant for various different macros or emulators, I should say. Deus, do you use this at all? Have you heard of this?
I have used in the past, but I will say honestly, I haven't been able to get it to work for me anymore. So I don't know if it's just outdated, or maybe you guys got it to work recently. But I tried for a very long time and I just couldn't get it to work. But the theory of it all is very nice. I used to use it a lot more when it used to work more.
Yeah. Okay.
I think especially for units that have weird frames or like
Mhm.
it's like Avalanche Tifa, for example, would be a good one where you'd want to use this because it doesn't blend naturally with anything, you know.
Yeah. I would use this a lot for what's his name? Beast King Crocodine and his limit burst.
Yeah.
Where his limit burst is like it's moving triple bolting strike frames, but there's also like a delay in there somehow. This would find that way to be like, oh, we can probably fit this in here, you know?
Pile driver frames.
Yeah.
Pile driver, oof. Original quick hit.
Don't miss those days. I hear that. All right. Let's move on. The next one we have is FFBE Killers. Is this a website you guys use at all? Deus, let's start with you, please.
I didn't even know that website existed.
Oh, we're out here learning today. So FFBE
Yeah.
Killers. It does a lot of what the equip search function can do. It's just if you're looking for that specific item or unit, you can find it here. It's quite a nice visual aid. What about you, Gert?
I use this every week.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. So one of the we'll talk more about like the specific types of videos in YouTube and stuff, but like one of the series of videos that I do is about killers and getting ready for what's coming up this week, and so I reference this website every week.
Ah, okay. Tuesday Preppers, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, this site quite invaluable. You know, there's a lot of websites out there for this game that, again, if Deus didn't know about this one, that's shocking. That's actually shocking to me. I assumed he would have known this one.
I assume
cool.
Deus probably knows what every killer is and what unit has it.
That's also true.
Like, I have like a headband with killers on it. That's how
There you go.
I am on my channel.
There you go.
Let's go. All right. Another one that has been kind of a mainstay in this game for a very long time is the FFBE wiki, the fandom. We were talking the other day, believe it or not, for anybody new players, there was a point in time in this game where units, you wouldn't know what their kit was unless you looked them up on here.
The golden era of gaming when you had to know what cheer did and the game didn't tell you what cheer was, but it was just, you know, attack and defense. It said raises attack and defense, but like by how much or for how long or for, you know, we didn't tell you anything. It's just like, here's this ability. So yeah, the wiki was like invaluable way back when in the Wayback Machine.
Oh yeah. It still kind of is. I would say, especially for like if you're looking for Clash of Wills move sets, this is probably a good place to find it.
It depends. It depends on how quickly they get it added. Like if you're looking for it on day one, not usually on day one, but it usually ends up in there eventually. And that's the problem with Clash of Wills in particular, just because it is so short, you know, that they don't always get it there quickly. But yeah,
that's true. Deus, how often do you visit the FFP wiki?
Every day.
What's your favorite feature about the wiki? What's like the go-to for this?
The unit list. Being able to search for certain characters. Like for example, if you go to unit list, either Global or JP, and you type in like a series, you'll come up with all the units that you need to look at.
Yeah, that's actually a really good function. I love that. And again, you get to see their detailed kits because a lot of the times, even today, some things are a little bit iffy. Like, what does this really truly actually do? And you can usually find that on a wiki's unit page.
Mm-hmm. I really love, and I think I'm maybe a little nerdy because of this, but like the mechanics page, I could sit and read the mechanics page for like 2 or 3 weeks. There's just so much there, and like if you're into formulas and trying to figure out like, do I want more killer or more attack? It's like you can see in the numbers in the mechanics page why you want more killer than attack.
Oh yeah. And you can see here too. You can also look up JP units. This was one that was released this week in JP. Is Deus, when you make your YouTube videos, because I know you do a lot of reviews for both global and JP, is this where you go to get like a units kit information to talk about them?
I used to when it would put it in on the JP version. Now I just get I have some translators in my Discord who just put up the stuff for me, and I basically translate that over to my slides. But yeah, this
Very
is
cool.
where I used to go a lot.
Angus, can't wait. So next we have the app. There is an app on Android right now called FFBE Encyclopedia. So this app allows you to see like unit news. That ain't it. We got there. 1 second. Right here, created by Daddy Reagan, of all people. He's cool. You get to see like the most recent units. You get to see just how many Finas we have, and this is not all of them, believe it or not. Also, the news and updates. Have you? I don't think you guys have heard of this app. I think we talked about this.
Yeah,
it's fairly new.
I had never heard of it, so I think it's a really cool idea, especially just to have it available in like in your pocket as opposed to have to go into the wiki can actually be really hard to read on your phone. So like if you're just like wanting to look up something really quickly, it can be a little bit of a pain. But yeah.
Well, that's actually true. You can look up the units. It has their kits in it. As you can see, we've got a certain cool individual here. You can see like their TMR, their super TMRs, their passives, actives, stuff like that. Animations, which is like a big thing for me. It is a fairly new app. Like I think it's only about 2 months old at most right now. It's available on Android. It'll be available on iOS eventually. It's called the FFBE Encyclopedia. Definitely check that out.
For those asking whether or not it has a dark mode, it does.
It does, yeah. I'm not good at putting slides together.
And when did this come out?
I want to say about 2 months ago.
Okay.
It's really not that old.
That's awesome.
It is fairly new. Yeah. He did say that I got in touch with the creator. He did say it'll be out eventually on iOS. It's just he's basically a one-man show.
Yeah.
So, all right. Last but not Silvanari with the link in the chat. Thank you. So last but certainly not least, not even by a long shot, we got YouTube. And the reason why I included YouTube in this is because hey, you guys are both YouTubers. So I feel like visual demonstrations of FFB are huge, especially for newer players. So, Deus, when you make new videos, like how much of the stuff that we just went through goes into that? Like talk about FFB equip and stuff, but
for FFB equip, for everything that regards like trials, any kind of trial at all, or doing like a Clash of Wills, foolproof clear. FFB equip is being used all the time, as well as the wiki. And then for reviews and stuff, it depends. It kind of depends.
All right. So yeah, as you can see on here, this is a unit review that he had just recently put out there. I actually, a lot of the times I watch your unit reviews. I used to love watching the CN version unit reviews because man, they made them insane.
I love those.
But he also
those
does
are my favorite times.
Yeah. Also does JP unit reviews, stuff like that. So could you tell us what other kind of videos you make? You make unit reviews, you make guides, I believe too.
And I also make trial clears with newer units that are on the JP version. I made tons of Regina videos.
Ooh, yeah.
He's very powerful. And I also make like a lot of like, oh, what if this happened, or what if that happened, and then sometimes I make beginner videos, like beginner series. So I have pretty variety going on.
So one of my first Deus videos that I ever saw was right around the time Luna Freya came out. I managed to pull my first Terra, and I was like, I have no idea how to gear this unit, and I just typed in NV Terra, and Deus's video came up, and I was like, oh, here's a bunch of gear I need to go hunt down to try and figure out how to use this unit. And so I was like, oh, I need to go get this STMR and this STMR and this STMR, but that was one of my first Deus experiences. So thank you for that. Now she's
Very
rad
cool.
and useless at the same time.
Hey, well, that's FFBE, but for a lot of newer players, Gert, I know and understand that you create a lot of videos geared towards them. Could you talk to us about that a little bit?
Yeah, so I've got two regular series of videos that I put out. One of them actually started from the one of the Facebook global groups for FFBE, where like it seemed like we were getting a lot of the same question like all the time, like how do you do this? What's the point of this? How do you build this unit? And like it just seemed like it'd be good to like take those questions and turn them into something visual that you can actually go and see. Because if you just tell somebody, oh, you just need to put 400% chain, true double hand on, or you need to put the chain cap up on, and it's just like, what does that mean? What is the impact of doing that? Like, yes, I know, understand, like, okay, I'm going to do more damage, but like just that kind of stuff. And so I started taking those questions and turning them into like kind of like beginner guide videos. And that's kind of where that one started.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I do appreciate both of you joining me today. I think our time is right about up. So Gert, you can find Gert on right here on the screen, GERRTT84 on YouTube.
Yep. And on Twitch too.
And Twitch as well. It's true.
Yep.
And Deus Gaming, you can find him at Deus Gaming on YouTube as well.
Yep.
So, hey, I appreciate you guys joining me, sticking with, I'm new to all this. This has been an interesting day. That's all I'll say.
It's been
I
a
do
fun
want to
day.
thank. It has been
Very
a fun day.
fun. Very fun.
Before we head off, I want to thank Flip, Silvanari, Matt Garu, Madcap, everybody putting all this together. Appreciate you all. Thank you guys.
All right. See you later.
Bye, everybody.
Both of
What's up?
them? So we're gonna do a little drawing game. It's a little different from last year. We didn't have as many artists participating this year, so we opened it up to the whole community to basically have a prompt to draw up within 2 minutes, and we're gonna have 2 teams of 3, and whoever has the most successful drawings by the end of the round gets a point and wins some prizes by the end of it. So the first round that we have is going to be DK versus Say Knight. Okay.
Okay,
Down
well, don't flex. don't flex.
Come on, SK, flex, baby, flex.
Yeah, let's see
Okay,
muscles
so,
from both
so you
sides.
both have your markers, you both have your paper, you ready to go?
Yep.
Okay. So you're gonna have 2 minutes to draw this and reveal it at the end of the 2-minute mark. And then myself and the chat will decide which of you has the most successful drawing. Okay?
All right.
That said,
Perfect.
you have 2 minutes to draw. Ready?
Yeah.
Runda.
Well,
Draw what?
Runda.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Can we use a reference photo?
No.
Oh.
You gotta use your head.
What if I don't know the characters or what you're talking about? I
Well,
haven't
you gotta
gone
do your
through
best
full
then. Well,
This would be
it's a good
easier
thing
with,
you're not
like-
drawing this round.
Uh-oh.
This would be easier with like colors.
Yeah, I mean, colors would
Okay.
work if you can find some and run and use like
I'm just a
you know,
I'm just a black
highlighter
marker
might
boy.
work. Just
I'm
to
a-
note,
I'm
if
a-
someone doesn't know who Runda is, maybe a highlighter, maybe a yellow marker, maybe some round shapes for Runda.
Man. I
You're
am
gonna figure out real quick that I don't know what Runda looks like. You're gonna find out real quick.
I am 100% blanking on this one right now. And I don't even know why, because I use them all the time.
I have not used Runda even one time, but I like him. He's very cute.
I just got Runda.
I think he's cute. I mean, I don't know what he looks like, but I think so. Yo, this is fire.
All right, you've got 40 seconds left. 40 seconds left. to
40
draw
seconds too many. Let's go.
Runda. Think about things that robots have. Robots have monitors. Robots have, maybe they have claws instead of arms.
No, I'm good. I'm done. I got it. Bang. I don't even need the time.
Got it?
Easiest thing I've ever done in my life.
All right, ready?
All
15 seconds
Yeah.
left.
Bet.
I guess.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. DK, what's up, dog? Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. This is my real life passive. Is that I just nerf everyone around me in a competition.
This is rough.
All right. Here we go.
SK buzz in quick.
Time's up.
Yeah.
Time's up.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Show us what you got.
Buckle up. He's cute. Buckle up. He's real cute.
All right.
Okay. Let's see
You
it.
ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
This is the best I got right now.
Oh my god, that's
yeah.
so cute. Oh my god, that's so cute. Oh, I wasn't expecting such cute things from such masculine guys. Okay.
Oh my god!
Oh wow. They're both really good. I don't know which one. Okay. So chat, which one do you think is the best?
Oh man.
Mine's like Runda if Runda was from the Chow Garden in Sonic Adventure 2.
I kind of like. Yeah.
I think, you know, just because of the 2 little bobbins on the head, DK might be a little bit closer.
I think that's true.
I feel like Runda has 2 little Bobby things.
I think he does too, yeah.
Yeah. So I think DK might have this one.
I tried to do like the little fingers because I know like his fingers like shoot off for his like he's got fists.
Yeah, yeah.
I was like, he's got fingers. I know that.
DK definitely got that one. Okay,
All
good job,
right.
guys.
DK
Okay,
just
so
used
next-
Xeno.
Peepo clap.
Next up, we have
Yo,
Bishop
people
HK
clap.
versus Mad
Let's
Gary.
do it.
Yes, good job.
He's scared.
Good job.
Mad
did a
Guru
thing.
scared.
I drew Zeno from DBS. Oh my
Yeah,
God.
dog, you actually did. That's so funny.
Hey,
Plagiarized work.
Oh, now I gotta look at a reference.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm
Versus
going through my
Mad
inventory right now to find
I know.
Runda.
I should have pulled up references after
man.
this. I'm really bad at streaming. I'm sorry. Okay.
Oh,
I fucked
you
up.
two ready?
Bad.
No,
Oh, I
let's
messed
go.
that up bad.
I guess.
Okay. So you two are going to draw. Drum roll.
He does have two thingies.
Stormseeker Esther.
Oh, that's not fair.
And go.
Much higher bar. I appreciate that you gave me Runda. That's
Oh,
very
wow.
kind of you. that was a mercy.
Round 3 now.
I'm allowed to use colors, right?
Yeah, whatever,
Yeah.
whatever you have there. Just not a printer.
Click print.
I did it.
Wow.
That would be incredible.
Oh my god, what did I just do?
Okay, I'm gonna actually mint that Runda drawing into the blockchain later if anyone wants to buy it for 0.05 Ethereum. That's gonna be on OpenSea in about 2 days.
Shut up and take my money.
My man.
Money. I got
my
some.
God.
I got some Dogecoin
Mine
coming
is
your way.
Wow.
My boy.
This is freaky. I want a new one, but I don't have time.
Well, you have about 1 minute left.
Ah, frick.
Halfway there.
2 minutes feels like a long time if you're
Minute.
doing nothing. It's very fast if you're doing something.
Yeah.
2 minutes is
okay,
extra
1
fast,
minute
or
is
extra long on a
definitely-
treadmill. That's the only time it takes forever.
Yeah. Minute, I tested it myself, was too short. So 2 minutes.
I'll buy that
you
Runda.
get enough
I
to
would have
fit
been
in.
better off with just 1 minute, because at least then there's a reason that this is so bad.
MK Ultra gets me, fam. Let's go.
30
Sweet baby
seconds.
Jesus.
Is it bad that I'm fixing
When you
my Runda now?
cosplay something and you don't remember what the hell it looks like, what is wrong with me?
There, I give up.
You know what? My Runda can't be fixed. He's perfect, actually.
I agree.
Right back down.
I 100% agree.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
What's wiggling
And we're
behind
done.
All right, I need everybody to not judge this.
Oh,
I'm sure it'll be fine.
I like that there's a bunny back there. I
The
respect that.
rabbit makes it, and
what am
also
I
the fact that
looking
you
at?
put in the sword. The sword is great.
Kill it.
Yeah.
Oh no.
This is tough.
You got the skirt.
That one I feel like is a tough call.
I got the hair, okay?
That one is.
It's the green.
I don't. The fact that you're so quick to make a decision here, that tells me they're bad investors. You have to weigh your options, chat. You
Bad
have to
investors.
think critically.
You could have got the sword.
I was gonna
Oh
say
my
one of
gosh.
these doesn't have LB damage 75 on their two-handed greatsword, and the other one is a skirt. So I don't know, dog.
I mean, this
Mine
is just
does
a
have
personal
skirt,
preference.
but it's not really finished drawn in.
What is
I
that
think-
fair?
I think Worship got this.
I'm inclined to
Yes!
agree, but I just feel
Yeah.
like we needed to consider
Nice
it
try.
first. I just don't like how quick people were to dismiss the
job.
top drawing.
Clapping. Clapping.
Yours
for the
is
thing you did.
beautiful. Yours is beautiful. I so appreciate it.
Killing it.
All right, now we have
Oh,
Dream
no.
versus Flip. Yeah, it's your
Pink
turn.
round.
Oh no.
Green
Oh
beef
no.
lip
Oh
boys.
no. Oh no.
Oh no no
No.
no
No. No. No.
no!
Okay, so
Okay.
this is the small white
Yes.
rectangular field at the bottom flip there, and then this is
Yeah,
the
the
digital
semi,
art
the
round.
semi thing is
This is the digital art
Okay.
round.
yeah, and then Dream's going to reveal theirs at the end, because you're using paint.
Oh,
Instead of the
can I
actual
have
drawing
mine
pad.
until done then?
No, we get to watch you.
Oh.
Damn, that is brutal.
That's your special host.
Oh.
Okay.
Weird
So-
rectangle screen.
Privilege.
All right, you two have 2 minutes to draw. Drum roll. The FFBE art logo.
Yeah.
Wait, but
Okay.
Right?
We
Like,
got
you know
off
how
easy,
there's like the
SK.
FFBE logo?
Yeah.
Then there's artwork behind the logo. You're gonna draw that for me.
Oh.
Oh, like the.
Oh,
the
I really
Amano
misunderstood.
kinda
The
looking
Amano kind of
stuff?
thing?
Yeah.
The thing behind
Yes,
the crystal
yes,
is what you're saying.
Yes, the artwork behind the logo.
So we don't need the
Right.
letters.
I'm gonna
FFBE
restart
in
this
there?
just because that was confusing. You could put the FFBE in there. Doesn't really matter. Yeah.
Not me going to the title screen right now.
You cheater.
Not me
come on, I actually
unironically
know
going
this
to the
one.
Wait, has our timer
I
started yet?
wouldn't.
timer has started.
Timer
yeah.
started.
Oh, I thought we were waiting.
Oh, of course. Duh. Now that I look at it, yeah, of course it is. Oh, no, okay, got it.
Oh boy.
It's just frozen in fear.
Are you okay, Flip?
I believe in you both.
He needs some milk.
Some
You
milk.
got this. Remember? Okay.
One
So
milk.
With a W,
this is-
baby. A W.
Yeah.
This is a game where the main characters are Rain and Lastwell, and they kind of have they have swords, don't they?
Oh,
and
right.
then there's like this other character named Fina, and you know, she might be there. Who knows? Something like that.
It's almost
I
like
think.
Soul Calibur fan art.
Mm.
It's
Kinda.
close.
That is.
It looks like Soul Calibur and Soul Edge, and there's just like some blonde woman holding them. I'm kind of into it.
He's like convincing himself now. He's like, you know what? This is solid.
Yeah. hmm That's exactly right. Like, yeah, actually, you know, wait a minute. I love that you drew the crystal.
All right, we've got 20 seconds left.
Oh no.
Oh, I think I saved my
Wait, are we
roundup.
all drawing this? I thought it was just Flip and Dream.
No, it's just Flip and Dream.
Oh, okay, I was gonna
And
say.
if you want to draw
I'm-
it, you can.
I'm fixing my
I mean, if you
roundup.
want to participate, it's not gonna get
You
you
made me
points.
panic
but-
for a minute. I was like, wait, did I just? Am I throwing right now? Oh my god.
He's like, I let the whole team down. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was like, damn, I'm the team
Right.
captain. I can't just be out here throwing.
I mean, you could.
No,
It's
time's
not
up.
advised.
The options on the table.
What
I
do
like
we
having
got?
options.
Yeah. Time to reveal.
So, yep, time to reveal. Flip just wrote Fina. Nice try.
I love that.
Holy
Fina is the
Oh,
crystal.
man.
Fina is the crystal.
Hey!
Hey.
No,
It's an
Dream won
artistic
that.
choice.
Dream won that by a landslide. all right. You both
Oh,
got it in the
God.
same ballpark. One of you was more
supposed to
successful.
do color grades.
We know who that was.
Flip run this
Hey.
round. Yo,
Um,
chat popping off.
So team one is 3 for 3, but do you want a bonus round just in case?
Hey, bonus round me.
Okay, so
Sure, I
pick
can
your
scare
champions for each. So of Dream, Worship, DK, who do you want to draw for the bonus round?
You guys want more paint drawings?
I'm trying to run back the run
do
to
you
beat
want more
Runda.
awful drawings, or do we want like?
Hey,
I want the run back, brother.
I fixed my runda, okay? I fixed it.
So good.
All right.
Damn.
All right, you win.
Yeah.
One sec. You win. Damn, your Runda was
Okay,
banging.
so DK is your champion.
Is it?
Go
Am I?
for it.
Okay.
I
How
believe
does
in you.
Team
And
2
now
feel?
out of Mad Garu, Flip, and Knight, who will be the champion?
What are we feeling, boys? Who's most confident? Should I go to save Flip the future pain?
Oh, yeah, that'd
I
be
could
so
just
bad.
scare Chad. I mean, it's up to you guys.
Hey,
I'm
listen.
voting for
I'm down.
SK.
I'll
I'm
do
voting
it.
for SK.
I'll do it. I'm down.
Do it. Do it.
Okay.
Go for
Okay,
it.
so it's a rematch. Rematch of DK
Yeah,
versus
bring it on, brother.
SK.
Although
All
your
right.
Runda slaps. That fixed Runda's godly. You're insane.
So,
I
for
felt
the
so bad for
bonus
this
round,
Yep.
2 will be drawing. Roll, please. Eldiba,
What was
K.A.
it?
Who?
the Dragon Spirit of Unknown Origin, aka the Derp Dragon.
Yes.
Ready?
And it has to be the derpy version.
Yeah, go. Okay.
I'm so glad you did not pick me because I'm drawing a fat blank.
It's a derpy dragon from the Clash of Wills.
Remember April Fools?
On April Fool's Day, they changed the Clash of Wills boss to this derp dragon.
I vaguely remember this. I would not have been able to draw it though. I just would have made a derpy dragon and hoped for the best.
Okay, you guys are
right.
gonna love this because I draw kind of like a dumb child. So this is gonna be.
Well, that's the way it was drawn. So.
No, that's what I'm saying.
gonna be
I'm gonna
extra
knock it out of the
special?
park.
Kind of looked like a derpy Lapras.
Yeah, I don't remember the pose he was in, but yo, this is about to be.
All I remember is he looked like a doggo that was really enjoying the ride.
Best dragon.
The
Don't
the
steal
image
his
that I'm
scales.
pulling is that the meme of like the two scary dragons and then the really derpy one at the end. Does everybody know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, there's no fixing
Alright,
this
one
one.
minute.
Damn, this is clean.
SK
Damn,
might
this-
have me on this one.
Bro, I don't, but this is so clean though. This is the dumbest thing I've ever drawn in my life. No, it's
I
not
mean,
good.
Best? Hello?
Well, technically yes, but believe me when I say this is so fucking this is clean.
Oh. Oh man.
30 seconds. Aw, cute pupper.
Giving you guys kind of a hint on how to draw it.
Bruh.
That is true.
That's good. That's good.
I mean,
Bruh.
I want a plushie like that. Where the hell did you get that? Internet?
Well, obviously, yes.
Bro, it's not even close, dude. I'm not gonna lie.
4, 3, 2, 1, and you're done.
You ready for this third grade
Right.
shit?
Oh, I'm ready.
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
I'm so ready.
Brother.
You first.
Uh-oh.
I want to see it. Yes.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. That's
Like an
pretty
iguana.
good.
Yes. I love it.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, DK.
Oh,
Oh,
yours is so good. Yeah, you crushed it. Let's go. Yeah, you crushed it,
Well,
brother.
I don't know.
Actually, I
okay,
think I
that's-
beat DK's.
Yeah, DK nailed
You
it.
got the color right. I don't know. You asked to draw the dragon, and DK just drew the face.
I drew like part of the body. The face was the important part. That was the one that was supposed to
This man
change.
didn't finish the homework.
Yeah. No, I think DK got it. I'm sorry.
No, I agree. I
Yeah.
agree. DK got it. I couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
I'm real okay
Oh.
with that.
Team one
I get it.
won by a landslide. Good job, guys.
No, DK crushed it.
Hey.
Just for participating in this, I changed up the rules a little bit. You're all gonna get a $25 gift certificate just for participating. And
What?
Team one, because you guys won, you will be getting artwork of your favorite FFBE original character.
Oh, no.
Think about
What?
who you want. And yes, thank you
Can
for
I
being
just
on
have that?
stream.
Can I ask for the cutest
What?
shit?
I don't know
Oh,
who to
that
pick.
is-
So
Oh,
think about it and DM me after.
I am 100% doing that.
All right, thank you,
That's
everyone.
All right.
Good job.
Oh, wait, no, I know.
Thank you for having me, everybody.
Yeah.
I mean,
Thanks for
it's
looking
been
at my
a couple minutes,
scribble.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, get away,
I
Flip.
fixed the runda, he says. This man's a god.
Yee. 1:02. You can have your 30 minutes, it's fine. But 1 would be great. All right. All I have to do is get you guys positioned properly, and we are good to go.
Hello, everyone. Miss me? I'm back. Hope you guys are enjoying the show so far. We're getting down to the last few panels. Thanks for hanging out and jamming with us this whole time. I know, I hate for it to be over too. But in this panel, I've got 3 upcoming information gurus that are going to go over some really exciting news to look forward to in the coming to global within the next few months. Joining me again, the man that needs no introduction, but he's going to get one anyway. The creator of the pool videos everyone rushes to see if they themselves are going to pull. A man who is rumored to be more beautiful than Sieghard. It's Sinzar.
What's up, guys? Glad to be doing another panel.
Also joining us today is an up-and-coming Twitch streamer that is single-handedly keeping Pantene in business, whose only competition for best hair on the internet is Saiyan Knight, also known as Willie Nelson's dad, our favorite Carlette cosplayer. It's level 99 Red Mage.
Hey, yo. I agree. Carlette's best girl.
And as a last-minute special guest, we found roaming in the back alleys of Zoldan, pushing golden apples, the soft-spoken JP Zen master himself, Deus Gaming.
Hey, guys.
All right, so I think some topics we're gonna bring up tonight. One, we're gonna look at JP info that's coming to us for the next few months, and then we'll kind of wrap it up with some of the anniversary announcements we got last night. So, Sinzar, let's start with you. Take it away.
So some of the upcoming JP units that you could probably be more on the lookout for is probably the premiums. For example, like Dark Bean is a premium, and she's a really good support. Titus is pretty heavily talked about. He's an upcoming DPS that does really high damage. He also brings like a next level STMR for all your physical damage dealers. That's going to be amazing. Also, there's a bunch of updates for older units, which hopefully we get, like Auron and Yuna get revamped with like crowns and updates, and it makes them significantly better than they are. So that kind of stuff is really nice, and hopefully to look forward to that on Global. So just some of the few things. Probably the biggest update is the interface overhaul, which also gets rid of things like cactuars and stat pots and all. And, you know, as soon as you log in on that day, you're going to have thousands of new inventory slots just freed up immediately. It's amazing.
Oh yeah, I can't wait for that. Bring me that ASAP.
All right, level 99. You got anything to add from the JP coming to us?
I'm looking forward to Neovision Red Mage Ingus. I mean, you should have seen that one coming. No, I mean, like, honestly, the reason why, too, is he might not be meta, especially with, like, global units. He's just very versatile. He has 140 imperils to 4 different elements, 35% area field effects to the enemy side. I think he grants, like, chains to your whole team and stuff. It's Give me more units like that, man. That's what I'm looking forward to.
Awesome. Deus?
So for New Vision Awakenings, I know they're kind of they're very rare nowadays, but there are some New Vision Awakenings that are coming out that are very valuable, including one that just came out, New Vision Awakening Unite, literally the best New Vision Awakening in the whole game. Just saying, just throwing it out there.
All right. Okay, so hot on the press from last night. Do you guys want to go over some of the announcements from last evening and what you're most excited for?
The Clash of Wills that are going to be permanent bosses is by far the best of the announcements for me. Like, there's a whole bunch of great stuff last night, but permanent Clash of Wills bosses that it sounded like they're going to be updated to be a little bit more current, because Morgana's the first one, and she was a year old. So if they came in exactly as she was, it'd be, a year later, a joke. But updated, current content, permanent in the Chamber of Vengeance, so that we can use multiple teams. We're going to be getting multiple rewards. It's just an amazing thing. That's kind of what the game needs, is more permanent content. We just got the War Mech trial, and it is permanent content, but that is not great content. The War Mech trial has its own issues, but something like Clash of Wills bosses that are always there, you can work on, as you're available or as your team level increases in power. For like newer players, you couldn't handle it yet. It'll always be there, and I love permanent content, and hopefully this becomes a trend, and they add even more permanent content instead of always stuff that goes away after a week.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Agreed. Deus?
What I'm looking forward to for Global?
Yeah, from some of the announcements from last night.
CG Sylvie 100%, 1,000,000%. I actually predicted her a while ago, and I knew she was coming, and it was just so great that she's actually going to be real.
I'm very interested in the intrinsic abilities that they talked about last night. That seemed very different. I love that the global side is really trying to put like new things into the game that the JP client doesn't have, as far as I know. But it's stuff like that that does keep people playing, in my opinion.
Absolutely, yeah. The forgotten units that really just need some love. That's kind of what the whole crown system was originally designed about, it seems. The problem is, crowns and JP, they come out maybe 1 or 2 a month. On global, even less than that. So I'm hoping that they really take this intrinsic thing and they keep it going. So, for example, we had latent abilities, if you remember, like a year and a half, and it was amazing. They did latent abilities for 3 or 4 units. Then the next month they did 3 or 4 more, and then forgotten feature.
Yep.
So that was really unfortunate. So if this intrinsic thing keeps going month to month and they keep updating older units, that'll be excellent. They chose Louise, who definitely needed some help these days, and Mazurka, who, truthfully speaking, is just dead in the water. So if they can bring them back to relevance, that is outstanding.
Yeah, Louise is what they're giving her is 2,000 static magic and like an LB damage boost or something. Might even be more than that. That might bring her back into relevance for sure.
Mm-hmm. I'm super hyped for these abilities.
So I saw, like Clarity said in the chat, said imagine having crowns. So there's still in JP no real good way, instead of obviously pulling and spending those resource tickets on getting crowns or getting crystals. Is there another way that we can get them?
There's very rarely they'll have like special missions where they'll have crowns, or maybe in the story there was 1 crown, I believe. But normally, yes, you have to pull.
Yeah, crowns are a resource that are non-renewable. So once you go through the amount, that's just too bad. That's it. Like Deus mentioned, if you pull or spend, you can get more than usual. Same on global. If you pull on the banners, you can use your banner tickets to get more crowns on global. But it is still a quite limited resource. Even if you do spend, there is only X amount you can possibly get, and then after that, you just can't get more.
Very good. I did see there's a question in chat. Which 5-star or 4-star units should we be saving for potential future NVAs?
Unite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unite is really good. Unaleska and Unaleska and Black Mage Golbez are both bonus units on their events. Also, Black Mage Golbez is a pretty decent unit. There's some others too, like Nareen and Folka, and they're like okay, but it's not something you really go out of your way to save for if you don't have that many. Yeah, the thing with Neovision's Awakens units, some of them are very good, and like Deus mentioned, Onion Knight seems to be one of the weird ones where they're actually better than normal, kind of like Titus was. But most of them are a little forgettable. Unfortunately, they're just not really meta or just not good, period, in some of the cases. So maybe Global can fix that. They definitely can. The question is, will they?
Right.
Yeah. Well, another thing that happened last night too is with Wilk coming next week. His STMR being able to be either a fist or an axe. That's something I want to see more of going forward. More weapon variety. I mean, most people are going to use fists, let's be real, but the option is nice. You know what I mean? I actually like that.
That is cool. And something I kind of thought of I'm making an assumption here, but I'm assuming the way the coding works, because when you upgrade and swap an item in the crafting menu, it keeps the item world enchantments, meaning you can run it as an axe, get a 40% axe modifier plus all the other stuff, and then use it as a fist, and you can have a two-handed fist with higher than should be possible item world attack power percent. And that's going to really help things like forcing Tifa double hand because she struggles for attack power percent, stuff like that. That's really cool.
Out here potentially breaking the game before it even get it. I love it. I love the sound of that though. I hadn't thought of that. That's actually cool. Gonna be tough.
It is amazing. So last night, I think the collaborations in 2022. Now, I guess in the next few months, it falls within this. So we've got the Final Fantasy Exvius universe, Final Fantasy X, and Nier Automata. Which one of those three are you guys looking forward to the most?
Nier, hands down.
Look, Final Fantasy universe, because there is no. After the one that we just recently got, the War of the Visions collab, that was the last one. So there hasn't been another one on the JP version. So this is going to be something completely new.
That's true. A lot. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, if the War of the Visions collab comes with some like crowns or EX upgrades for Venera, I'm all for it. Other than that, I guess for me, it would have to be Final Fantasy X, just because I really want Titus as SDMR. So.
That's the thing I was going to say is a lot of us that look ahead, we knew FF10 was coming, so like them announcing it was like, all right, we knew that. I didn't see Nier coming. And I know a lot of people have been asking for that, so it's really cool that they're trying to bring that to us, I like that.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. The stream, I was watching it when they announced it, and like the chat just blew up when they said Nier. Everyone seemed super hyped for that. I personally did not play it, so I don't really have that, oh yeah, but it sounds really cool.
To be meta, we're hoping.
Yeah, when Deus said something that they haven't had any more War of the Visions collabs, I actually didn't know that. I thought that they'd be pushing that all the time. So that's actually cool. They could throw anything at us from that. That could be interesting.
Yeah, it's going to have to be global exclusive War of the Visions units. So hopefully they're well designed.
Yeah.
So within these collabs, do we have any good banners that we should be looking forward to coming up?
Yes, there's one in particular. Like to spend a little time talking about Our Lady and Queen and Savior, Regina. She is super amazing. She's the best unit of all time, and there's literally nothing that even comes close to her damage.
So is this a brand new NV or is this an NBA?
NV unit. She's a mage. But she operates pretty much the same as her physical form, except it's way more like inclusive to your whole team instead of just being by herself, basically. And there's a lot of people that think that maybe like, oh, you have to make like a whole team for it, but that's not true. I've been using her for a long time now, and the thing where you have to like use your whole team to help her chain is not a big deal, because most units, even global units, are a lot of the time just sitting around doing nothing. Just think about a lot of the time they're playing Clash of Wills, a lot of your units are either defending, using some random skill that you don't need to use, stuff like that. So Regina is really not that big of a deal to use, on contrary to popular belief.
That sounds
cool.
exciting.
Yeah.
So everybody, Regina, be on the lookout.
And since you asked for information from JP for collaborations, I will mention there are 2 other collaborations that JP had. They weren't announced on the global live stream, so we may be skipping them or delaying them. But JP also collaborated with ActRaiser, the really old like Super Nintendo game. It gave a free unit. He was okay, Lord of Light. He's decent for a free unit, I should say. There was actually no banners to pull on. It was just a free unit and a quick event. And the other one was the Chrono Cross collaboration, which just recently came out. And that's pretty cool because Chrono Cross, is a more well-known game, I would say. So those units, it just came out in JP. So if Global is going to get it, it may just be 6 months away. So they didn't announce it during the live stream.
Did that come with a Vision World?
Oh God, Deus, help me out. What kind of event was it? I don't even remember. I think it was a raid, maybe. What was it?
It was either Raid or King Mug. There was no Vision World.
Yeah, it was not a Vision World. I do know that. I don't remember what it was.
He was a bonus unit though.
And as just my little shout out that hopefully if Gumi is listening, maybe in the future, a collaboration I would love for us to get that I think is realistic. People always say like, collaborate Chrono Trigger. That's not going to happen though. But I think a collaboration that could easily happen is Last Remnant. So that's a Square Enix game. It was a fun RPG. I loved it. I would love to see a Last Remnant collaboration. So Hiroki, if you're listening, make it happen.
I can see that. Yeah, actually.
There you go. So along with the Chamber of Super Sights, I guess, change, also the daily fragments are going to become permanent. You guys want to talk about that?
I'm happy, but at the same time, I don't know if it's better or not, honestly. I keep hearing conflicting reports. I think it's slightly better overall, but it also depends on like a little RNG.
It's not. I actually want to dispel that myth like immediately. It's not RNG at all. Oh, I'm sorry. It's not RNG to be better or not. It is always better because Global gets 70 fragments per 3 months. Even if you have the worst luck in the universe and you only get 1 fragment per day on the JP version, that's 90 fragments per 3 months. So even at the worst possible scenario, it is still always better. And then sometimes you'll get 2 or 3 fragments and it's even better on top. So it is just flat out in every way superior to the way to do it. It's a pure upgrade. Absolutely.
And just like that, I'm happy about it. Let's go. I didn't know because like I said, I've always seen conflicting information. There's people, oh, it's worse, it's not better, whatever. I take your word for that one.
So there is no chance to get 0?
No, there is no chance to get 0. I've heard people say that early on that was the case. If so, I don't remember it. If so, it was definitely patched out very quickly because for the last year, you're guaranteed a minimum of 1 fragment per day per unit, with the chance to get more.
Oh, that's excellent. That's huge then. Absolutely huge.
Yeah.
I also wanted to dispel another rumor or like a thing that people are talking about. Not being able to put limited time units in the fragment dungeon has never been a thing. You've always been able to put, as long as they are of Neovision or Neovision Awakening, you can put them inside of the fragment dungeon. Doesn't matter if they're limited time or not.
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah.
So premium units, all that, good to go.
Yes, all of it. It's a huge upgrade, and I'm super, super happy about it.
That's fantastic. It looks like we also got maximum player rank up to 350, which, okay. But base unit inventory is 750 to 1,000. I'm excited for that.
I still need more than that, unfortunately, but I'll take it. I'll take anything we got. Bring it all in.
That's nice. So what do you guys think about Wilk, the other unit? We talked about Sylvie briefly. How about Wilk, the premium, from what it seems, damage dealer, physical damage dealer?
Right. New fundamental forces. Looks like he's Earth-based, I think. Axes, half dragon. I don't know if this is Tulian's true form, but looks badass, and I'm all in.
Yeah, is it confirmed that he's Earth?
He had previews. I think it was Earth and Wind by memory, but I could be mixing up units here.
It's Earth and Wind support to himself. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so.
This is a great. If he does have Earth, this is a great segment into talking about actually, unironically, Tulian. I know everybody thinks he's terrible, but he does eventually get a free equipment that allows him to be much better. So if this guy is Earth, then he'd be very valuable if you do have Tulian.
True.
Awesome. Keep that in mind.
But I like with Wilk that they're keeping up. He also has the abilities similar to Esther, that he has abilities that let him recharge his limited time or limited use abilities. I really like that mechanic, and I think if they expand on it in the future, sky's the limit on that.
Definitely. It's really cool, and I really love that idea of just rechargeable Magnuses through conditions. It's just a cool mechanic, and it adds more gameplay complexity, which in my opinion is always a good thing. You know, they did it with Esther, and it's just kind of, for a while, it felt like another just forgotten mechanic, but they're bringing it back, so that's really cool. I'd like to see it on more units as well. So yeah, that'd be great.
The vision card, definitely a bump, right? Attacks going up to 140.
Oh yeah, very strong.
Super strong. Fill morale gauge based on number of active allies on the field as well. So we're getting some cow abilities, I guess, built into some of the new vision cards.
That, honestly, I'm a little mixed on that one, if I like it or not, because it's definitely strong, it sounds like. But by giving something like that, and especially on like a premium card, and of course Sylvia's has it as well, but with such a limited source, then it kind of then presents the problem that they have to tune Clash of Wills around the potential, just like the Clash of Wills following Chow's release. The next Clash of Wills, I forget the exact boss, but if you remember, it was like impossible to raise morale without Chow because they had to tune it so high because Chow existed. So by adding these cards, it feels like they're just like compounding the problem by making a specific source to just passively fill morale by, I don't know how much, but I'm assuming it's going to be a relevant amount. Then everyone that doesn't have that is like really hurting, and that's not the greatest, I think.
Yeah, I agree. It's definitely going to come down to how much it actually fills the morale gauge, because most people on like off units have a bunch of Rex's TMRs and conductors batons and stuff, and if we can end up getting rid of that, I'd be happy. But at the same time, I do agree it could mess with people that don't have premium units, you know, like this guy, like Wilk.
A counterpoint though is that Sylvie does have it as well, so she's not premium. So if you pull for Sylvie, which probably you should, then you should be able to get that card.
I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, speaking of Sylvie, she is bringing the 100% amplify to global early, but hers are AoE. The ones we expected from JP are single target. So that's kind of like a big deal in terms of power creep.
My jaw dropped when I saw that. It's not just lightning too; it's earth. She does it for 2 elements. That's insane.
Oh yeah,
I'm here for it though. Let's go. I'm getting her.
Oh yeah. Looks like we're also getting story events coming back, which is a good thing. I missed the story events.
Give me Ruggles event. But yeah, I agree. Story events coming back is pretty cool. The fundamental forces thing has actually been pretty cool too.
Go ahead.
I was going to change topics, so go ahead.
I was going to say I would like to get some more like closure on the fundamental stories event. It seemed like they just leave it like open-ended every time. I'd prefer them to more be like finish the storylines instead of just permanently open. But that's it.
Yeah.
Did also see that they are going to revamp Clash of Wills equipment. What do you guys think that's going to be about?
It's already the best equipment in the game. really can they? I think what's going on here, honestly, is because we're missing, to the best of my knowledge, a lot of JP Dark Vision like weapons updates. So they're just going to be like, all right, well, this is kind of like the global content. Let's put this, let's make these busted instead. Because JP just got what 405 magic stabs that are two-handed. We're not getting that, I don't think.
Yeah, we are currently very behind on the one-handed upgrades that go to about 300 attack power. Yeah, they're like 6 months to a year late, depending on the specific weapon. So by track record, it seems like we're probably going to either not get or heavily delay the other versions. So yeah, it could be them just leaning into the nail home the point. Like Global's a different game, so you're going to get this stuff. But as you mentioned, it's already the strongest gear in the game, and making it even better is, I mean, sure, it's better, I'll use it, but they're instead of buffing the best, how about buffing some of the not as good stuff? I don't know. It's sure, why not? It's power. Okay.
What would you guys think if they let you have another base form of equipment that you already had? Like for example, the clothes. If they allowed you to have a secondary clothes and you could upgrade that to a different version.
Yeah, I definitely use it because currently I've got about something like 6,600 Xenostone. That just my personality, I'm more of like a hoarder, so I don't buy extra recipes. I buy one and then I'm done. I hoard for the next season. But if I could buy a second of the clothing, I think it costs 4,000 to go from nothing to the max rank Magisters, around that. So yeah, I think the clothing is the one that I would buy a second copy of first. So yeah, that'd be great.
I think finally, I think one of the new things we got, Samurai Chizuru. We just got a pick, not too much else. What do you guys think?
Pretty cool. She won the design contest. I feel like she won the design contest kind of the way Riser won the design contest in JP, as players voting as like a joke, and so many did it, and they won. I can't imagine that many players have a legitimate favoritism for Chizuru, who was just a throwaway unit years ago, and she had 6 lines in a story event that these days most players aren't even around anymore that actually played that 5 years ago. Who's voting for Chizuru? But she apparently won, so okay, here she is.
I mean, I voted for Carlet, but honestly, I'm all right that she won, because I actually, when I first started the game, I wanted Chizuru because back then you could get the 5-star base version of them as a pool, and she did kind of bring the barrage meta. It was a thing. It was a fun time back then. But yeah, as far as her sprite, and they didn't give an announcement as to when she's coming besides soon TM. I'm more interested to see what her Brave Shift version is going to be, because there's no way she's going to be SLB. They know we don't like SLB units. They have to know we don't.
I hope not.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, we also got the Anniversary Players Voice Summon Part 1. I think there's only one choice on that. Hopefully everybody goes for the guaranteed NV. Hint, hint.
Number 2.
Sounds good.
Yeah, we got the friend point stuff actually meaning something, where you get 10. Well, I don't know. It's kind of weird. They're bringing it back, right? So you get this is actually a true lottery of fragment summons, right? So you can get 10 of all different ones. So you'll have an odd number of fragments, which is I think kind of odd, but at least it's fragments.
You can, but as a counterpoint though, and my reaction was exactly the same. I'm like, oh, this is a waste of time. But with the updated fragment dungeon, you can now top off those even numbers with 4 days in the dungeon will get you from 196 to 200. So it's not quite so bad once that dungeon comes in, although it is two months away. But if they bring that friend summon back more often instead of once a year, it could be something to look forward to. It's just way too rare at this point. And also at this point, it's kind of worthless. But going hand in hand with the updated dungeon and more often, this could be a really good use of friend points.
Man,
Absolutely,
you really sold
too.
me on the. You really sold me on the updated shard dungeon. You really did.
And if
Let's
you guys
go.
haven't had your set friend points set for gifts, you should probably start doing that right now.
Yep, absolutely. Start planning. All right, I think that's the end of this segment. Sylvie's coming. Dragon Dude's coming. Spend those lapis wisely.
Forward to
We'll
it.
talk to you later.
Later, everybody.
Self?
They're saying no sound.
No sound?
Yeah.
Okay, let's try that again. Hello, everyone.
From the top.
From the top. I am Sylvanari, and tonight we are here to introduce our very first ever cosplay contest as part of the unofficial FFBE 6-year anniversary live stream. I am a amateur hobby streamer and part of the FFBE Twitch community. And tonight, as one of the other judges, we have with me Worship HK. Would you like to introduce yourself, Worship?
Hi, I'm Worship HK, and I stream very infrequently for FFB, but still a blast. Been playing since release, and I've been doing cosplay for the fan festas that I've attended. I started out with Santa Rosalia, then I did Aurora Frevia, and stopped with Esther before COVID hit. So I'm happy to be here to see what everybody else can bring to the table.
Wonderful. So we had a decent amount of interest early on in the FFBE cosplay contest, but as anyone who's actually ever done cosplay knows, it can sometimes be a lot of great ideas that don't always get the chance. So we did not have quite as many submissions as we hoped this year, but we do have submissions and we're very excited to show them off. We also talked to the participants, and there's a slight adjustment in the prizes for this year, all in positive things. But moving on, I think we'd like to show the submissions that we did get that were completed, and we're very excited to show what we do have. So
Yes.
without further ado, we're going to move into our first submission. So our first submission is from Perla and Ian from Mexicali, Mexico, who put together a fantastic cosplay of Chizuru and Hayate.
Phenomenal. The fact that it was like a genuine mother-son cosplay, like, sent me. It was so amazing. I love that this is the idea that they picked to go with, as obviously it's super fitting.
Yeah, I was very excited to see this.
Yeah.
I was saying when we were reviewing this, I think this was the very, very first story banner that hit when I actually started the game back in 2018. So I thought this was pretty amazing to see.
Yeah.
And aside from the wonderful video presentation they put together for us today, we have a variety of photos of the wonderful work that they've put into their submission.
So, a lot of foam smithing. Since this was an armor build, there was, and especially for two people, there was quite a bit of armor work foam smithing that Perla did. Perla built the costumes for both her and her son. So seeing all of this constructed, I'm a foam smith potato, and I admire all of the detail and work that she put into this. And I remember meeting her at the Fan Festa in Long Beach when I did the Aurora Frebbia. She had made a, Citra. And so to see like her difference in growth between Citra and these two costumes, like super, super amazing. She's definitely come a long way.
And some of the things we were looking at as we were reviewing this submission is that we were able to see in some of the fine details is just some of the really wonderful, intricate work she put into elements of the armor, especially on like the leg plates. There's the triple leg plate that she did. This corset that she put together. I love the detail on the neck by the bodice. Is very lovely.
Yeah,
I thought was very, very impressive to see.
And then I remember you commenting on liking the Hayate mask a lot.
Yes, the mask for Hayate.
I thought that was really neat. Like all these side pieces, the mouth, and then even the headband with like the horns, and then the little centerpiece portion on it. Very well done.
Yeah, there's a lot of detail, and we'll be making these photos available, for a more up close view for people who would like to see afterwards. But when we started to really zoom in and try to look at the details, we were seeing some really just amazing detail that was hard to see at a quick glance. But when you start to really look at it, you really have to step back a moment and go, wow, this is really, really quite well done. So we were really, really excited by this submission.
It was phenomenal.
And obviously, we also looked at the reference art, not just the reference art that they submitted, but the original sprites from, the FFBE sprites. And you could see a lot of really great detail in all of it. Again, it just blew us away to see this amazing mother-son cosplay submission.
Yes.
So,
one of the things that I was paying attention to, like for her, are we moving on?
We can move on in just a sec, but yeah, you have one more comment. We can finish up on that. Go ahead.
So I don't know if I don't want to call them floral, but they kind of look floral. So on her like hip armor and then on the shoulders, like there were really those little small triangles. Like when you zoom in on those are like finely cut and placed and like stacked with foam. So I thought that was very like a great point of attention to detail there. And then I was talking about how like she had put rope in on the sides and it's pretty close to the edge. And if anybody's worked with like thin EVA foam, it's super easy to like make a puncture and rip the entire side. So the fact that she was able to get rope in there on multiple points on each piece without shredding that to me that's super impressive. I would have probably flopped a bunch of panels.
Yeah. As someone who does not have cosplay creation skills, it all impresses me. I have a great love of the cosplay world, but it's definitely not something I have the skills, definitely the appreciation for.
Yeah.
Okay, so moving on, we do have one more submission. Again, unfortunately, we did not have a lot of submissions to pick from this year, but the ones we did, we were just so amazed with. So moving on to our next submission.
I started playing FFBE in December 2016. You guessed it, the week Mercedes was the popular banner. She's been my favorite ever since, and naturally who I chose to cosplay. I'm not that skilled at sewing, so a lot of my costumes involve heavily modified garments. How much of that counts as original is really up to the judges. That said, I started off with an old corset that I had hanging in my closet, cut the bottom off and sealed the seam. I hand sewed the front to close and cut a seam in the back, then punched in eyelets for a lace-up design. I also punched eyelets into the front and used parachute cord and gold trim for the lacing. The underwire is a strip of EVA foam molded to the shape and painted gold. I bought white trim at the fabric store and hand sewed that into a ruffle stitch. To avoid damaging the corset, I attached that using fabric glue. Next, I made the arm guards using the shrink wrap technique to get the shape of my forearms. I traced the pattern to fox leather vinyl and cut it out, added the gold trim and the fox fur to the ends. I chose a lace-up design to close it based on a small design I noticed in Mercedes' concept art. The boots were a generic pirate-looking set from a second-hand site. They originally parted in the back, so I hand-sewed that shut and split the front, then added gold trim. From there, I used the shrink wrap technique to make patterns for the gold accents, and created those using thin EVA foam. I painted that, the heels, and the toes gold. The necklace is a small belt that I cut to the length of a choker. I used Sculpey for the pendant, sanded it, and hand-painted it. The belt and holster for her knife were made using a strip of vinyl, and the details are painted EVA foam. The knife is a carved piece of EVA foam that will probably be replaced with a better quality prop in the future. For her bottoms, I had a pair of short shorts, added gold trim to the waistband, and cut rectangles close to the sides. I punched in eyelets and laced parachute cord through. This design is slightly different from the concept art, but knowing I would be wearing this at a con in the future, I didn't want to be walking around in underwear. Judge me all you want. For the belt piece, I created the design in Photoshop and cut the pattern out using EVA foam and molding foam. From there, it was sanded and hand-painted. Again, given my horrible sewing skills, I ordered some sort of Jedi cloak thing online to make the coat from. I cut the hood down the middle to make it look like a more classic captain's jacket, then sewed on the gold trim. I used the cords from the hood to make belt loops, and made a simple lightweight belt using ribbon and gold trim. From there, I sewed on the fox fur at the bottom, and used iron-on vinyl to add the jacket pattern. I did a test to see if I could dye the fur more ivory like in her boss design, but it ended up being too patchy and time-consuming, so we're gonna leave that white like her concept art. Mercedes has a different hair color in pretty much every picture, so it was a little hard to find a good wig for her. I settled on a long, wavy, copperish brown one, and used dry shampoo to make it look a little bit more natural. From there, I cut a ton of layers into it and separated out the front parts to hang over her shoulders. Now with the axe, I made a template in Photoshop and printed it to scale, then cut patterns out of thick EVA foam and used a piece of PVC pipe and pipe insulation for the base. I sculpted the gold accents out of molding foam, sanded them, then painted every part individually. Everything's glued tight for this photo shoot, but ultimately I'd like to find a way to dismantle this for travel. In hindsight, the axe might be a little bit too big, but I really love her boss sprite with the giant menacing weapons, so we're keeping it. That's everything. There's still a ton of details I'd like to add, but this is good enough for now. I had wanted to cosplay Mercedes even before this event was announced, so I'm glad to be given the opportunity. I'm a little nervous how the fandom's going to respond to this, but overall I hope the reception is warm. Also, come on, envy Mercedes when.
Wonderful submission video by SXM.
Yes,
Worship, I'll
yes,
let you
yes.
start on this one. Go ahead.
Oh boy. Okay, so I actually, let's see, for Esther, because I was like, I realized I was spending too much time trying to build things from like the ground up. I actually did end up like purchasing the jacket and modifying it, and then using like extra material from what I had cut off the jacket. Wound up actually making like the full skirt and the hood from that as well. So how this was like modified was super freaking creative. Like, especially I was super duper impressed by like taking that hood and flattening it out. Like, I would never have thought to do that. I probably would have hacked it off and then like tried to just redo it like a potato, but like that was, it's like super shortcut and super smart. So I thought that that was really phenomenal. And then the shoes, I also did that for Esther. I bought a pair of secondhand shoes and I just went at it with the leather paint. And so to see other people do that, I also think that that's I don't want to, because like you don't need to make your boots from scratch. I think that that's like a weird concept. And boot covers,
It's
if
pretty
anybody's ever tried
rare. I
them.
mean, I would say
Yeah.
most of the time from cosplay I've seen, or you know, on a lesser end, things with like LARP and stuff like that. You know, usually see people try and repurpose,
Yeah.
older or used, shoes, boots, things, and then modifying. So I think it's a pretty common thing to see
Mhm.
a lot of the time. And obviously very impressed with everything she put
Mhm.
together on all this.
Oh yeah.
There's so much detail that went into all of this particular cosplay
Mhm.
that literally had us staring at these images for quite a long time, trying to just soak in all of the detail that was put into this fantastic cosplay.
Mhm.
Um, there's the and SXM, no, the axe is not too large. The axe is perfect.
No,
Mwah.
not at all. That is like perfect size. I remember seeing like the first time I saw a picture of it, I was like, is my favorite.
Yeah.
Big weapons, like I feel like that's a huge thing in this whole game, is just a weapon that's like the size of you.
I mean, come
So
on, it's the Final Fantasy trope. I mean, you have a
yeah,
ridiculously oversized weapon, so Mercedes should have an appropriately sized axe.
yeah. And you're so dainty looking. And so it's just so, deceiving to people that you go to fight because your weapon's as big as you are and you still whoop them.
Yeah.
Okay, so and then let's see, with the like the that little, I'm gonna call it a buckle. There we go. Even though that is not a belt buckle. Anyway, so with all the foam work that she did, again, I'm a foam potato, and so having used Photoshop to create like a 2-scale weapon, and then using that to cut out the detail pieces and then sculpt on top of that, absolutely genius, and it worked out super fantastic. And not only that, but doing that helps keep the details consistent instead of like trying to freehand it and then hoping for the best when you go to do the other three. So I thought that was a really, really smart avenue to take for that. And then your little dagger that I don't think you need, or that would need to be rebuilt. Honestly, I thought that was.
I thought it was
looked
great
really
as
good.
is, but I
Yeah.
I have a feeling, someone like her is looking, perhaps that perfectionist tweak of hers that just wants it to look that certain way.
Yeah. Even when you finish a costume, you're staring at it and you're like, I'm gonna rebuild this, because you're just looking at all the imperfections that you
Right.
did, and everybody's like, it's phenomenal, and you're like, but everything's wrong with it. So I know that she's gonna be your own worst critic, but
I think that's
don't
everyone.
really think, yeah, I don't think that there's anything that really needs to be redone on this. So the attempt at dyeing the faux fur, I'll congratulate you on, or congratulate her on making the attempt, because I've tried doing that and it comes out super patchy, super inconsistent, and it's a big old pain in the butt. And with synthetic fabrics like that, if you heat them up too hot, they will melt. And so you have to use a dye that's specific to synthetic fabrics to get anywhere. And even then, you would still have to like figure out the dye ratio, like dye to water ratio, so that you don't like dye it straight brown, especially with a white fabric. So that would have been a really big task to undertake. So I do not blame her on abandoning that one. I wouldn't have even gone rabbit hole.
So, as mentioned, minimal amount of submissions, but the submissions that we did get were just mind-blowing.
Yes.
It's a really cool opportunity that we wanted to try doing something different this year. Hopefully we get the opportunity to do it again, and people will realize that this is a completely legit contest with amazing submissions and a very real prize that people may possibly missed out on a good opportunity for.
Oh, yeah.
So the original listing was for a grand prize of 1,000. Because we only got 2 actual completed submissions, we changed it just a little bit after reviewing with the submissions to be a $800 grand prize and a $400 runner-up prize. And
yes.
I think without further ado, we are going to announce the winner of our 2022 FFBE cosplay contest. Would you like to do the honors, Worship?
Oh, okay.
Would you like me to do it? I don't care.
I don't mind either way. I really don't.
Okay.
Are you doing the drum roll?
Sure, I'll do the drum roll.
Okay. And the winner of the 2022 Unofficial 6th Anniversary Cosplay Stream Cosplay Contest, or Cosplay Contest, whatever. Anyways, it is Perla and Ian. So we got the Chizuru, and we have Hayate. So the ultimate decision on this was like the amount of detail that had to go into each like foam armor piece. So like I had mentioned earlier, all those tiny little floral pieces and how they had to be like stacked, and then putting the rope in there and not shredding those sides because it was just multiple punctures on the leg pieces, her arms, her hip pieces, and then just having to construct like so much with foam. And then all of the base pieces were also sewn together and whatnot. So that was what pushed me toward Perla.
Yeah, and like I said, we really had to sort of like try and dig into the details of the pictures to sort of make this decision. It's not an easy decision by far.
No.
Again, both submissions completely bowled us over with how excellent they were put together. I mean, there's so much fine detail in the axe from Mercedes, that so much wonderful work when you're looking at them. The elements on the belt and the buckle, and then you also look at the stuff with Perla's work on her corset, and all of those elements there. Again, just a lot of these fine elements that we looked into. It was very hard for us to make that decision. It was not easy in the slightest. We actually spent quite a lot of time just going over these wonderful submissions, but we want to thank everyone that at least reached out with interest in participating in the cosplay contest this year. Again, this is something we hope to do again in the future. We do want to thank our anonymous donors. There was multiple anonymous donors that came together to put together this fantastic grand prize for this idea that we had, and we hope to do this again in the future. And again, congratulations to Perla and Ian, and congratulations to SXM for your astounding work. So,
yes. Thank you both for your
Thank you,
entries. And we hope to even see you guys again if we do this next year. We
I
hope
hope
you'll both
so.
enter again next year.
Thanks, everyone.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Glad to be back.
I've got Sinzar with me, I've got DK with me, and we're going to talk about things that we more likely would like to have in the game. This is not the same as the one where we talk about stuff that's coming out soon on Global. This is stuff that this is like a wish list. So we've got a small list here. First one off, new global event type of some kind, something to like fill the void in between. Instead of having those dead weeks where we have the weapons enhancement, instead have something new, some kind of new event.
Yeah, something would definitely. I don't know. I feel a little bit overwhelmed just as a casual player between Dark Visions and Clash of Wills myself. But I mean, if I know there's a lot of guys that clear that in like the first day and then have nothing to do the rest of the week.
Yeah, it'd be cool to have more optional content.
This is something that I really hope happens. A Neovision coin exchange shop. So originally the JP side promised that this would happen and then it never happened. So hopefully they will see this and see that it is warranted. So for example, if you have EX3 units already, even in older ones, and if you have like, say, if you have like 9 clouds and you had one already EX3, so you'd be able to exchange some of those clouds for these coins, and you'll be able to get some, valuable items similar to the Trust Coin shop. So what do you guys think what those kind of rewards could be?
Even if we just get an updated Trust Coin shop would be amazing. Something little like that would even be cool, but I mean, if they did include, other things in a different kind of shop, that would be pretty cool as well. I definitely could look forward to seeing better uses of my resources that have been piling up for over 6 years, or for 6 years,
Something I think they could do, or Deus, is like you say, if you pull like too many units, you're beyond EX3, then maybe you could cash in those duplicate beyond EX3 units for like tokens that you could exchange for only older fragments of Neovisions. That way it doesn't really impact their sales of recent units. But let's say a unit that's 3 months old and you pulled your 14th copy of Snow, well, you could shard him and trade that for 25 fragments for Furion. Let's say, for example, you want to use Furion's crowned abilities, you don't have enough copies. Maybe you could trade your extra duplicate for half value of an older unit. That way, at least they have some value instead of just being a red pearl and nothing else.
That's solid.
Yeah, I mean, like it could even work kind of like how like an empty Moogle does. Be like an empty shard.
I'm
like
down with that.
Select shard
I'm
kind of thing.
down with that.
So one of the suggestions I have is a major problem that I have and a lot of problems have is basically just overflow of 5-star units that you pull so many 5 stars these days, and you don't really want to sell them, but you have not enough room for them anymore. So I would like them to update the vault system, similar to the way unenchanted weapons can stack into a single slot. So if you keep all of your duplicate 5 stars unmodified to make it easier from a coding perspective, let's say you have 24 copies of Myra, then when you put your 24 copies of Myra in the vault, then they would combine into a single stack that just says 24 copies. That way, instead of taking up 24 slots and having to scroll through 24 copies, it just showed one single stack of 24 level 1 Myras, etc. And that would combine from, me personally, something like 1,200 5 stars in the vault down to like 120. It'd be more efficient. It'd be just a storage solution, etc. That'd be a really nice change. I would love to see them do.
Yeah, even streamlining STMR 5 stars that are never going to be getting NVs. That's clearing those out of my inventory has been ridiculous. It takes like several clicks just to even do that. So if there's a way they could incorporate that with that stacking ability, that would actually make a lot of inventory management. I mean, this game, a lot of it is inventory management. Let's be real about that. And it would take a lot of that out of it, I feel like.
All right. So another option I would like to see is more auto gear options. For example, gearing 100% evasion, or being able to gear for 2 resistances instead of just 1. That'd be great.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, that would definitely take a lot of like going through the set gears and ignoring certain slots through the system that they have right now. How you can set it and then ignore those, and then you set your evade gear and then ignore that and have it build the rest of the unit out, kind of fill it out, kind of thing. I mean that's kind of like the only way I've really used the auto equip, the optimize button.
One other change I would request is to make Espers relevant again. And I'm talking about the actual evocation of summoning the Esper itself. So we have a few of them that are actually still good. For example, Golem, Lakshmi, Fenrir, Carbuncle, and Phoenix. These all have relevant effects. AoE re-raise, dodge, full heal your party. The rest of them are just completely worthless to summon. So just some suggestions I would give to make all the forgotten Espers matter when you summon them. Instead of dealing damage, which is never going to maintain the pace with power creep, give them all utility functions. For example, Ifrit, Shiva, and Ramu, when you evoke them, give the party a 1-turn only 200 or 250 resist buff to their element. Or something like, Ashura, she's a 6-armed weapon master. So when you evoke Ashura, how about, so we don't like power creep units, how about like a 20% Omni weapon in peril on the enemies for 1 turn? Something like that. That way, your buffer and dark visions could summon Ashura if you don't have, a staff in peril on your party or something. Stuff like that. So just update all the Espers to have a utility effect. Something like Golem, or for example, Alexander could give 70% magic mitigation, kind of like Golem does 70% physical. It'd be really nice if the Espers were relevant.
Oh yeah, definitely, for sure. You spend all this time and resources building these Espers most of them just for stats and resistances. It seems like it's just I don't know. Definitely feels like a forgotten, kind of left behind kind of thing. Like, oh, some of them are useful for other things other than just stats and resistances. But one thing I would definitely like to see them update. I don't know if they did it over in JP yet because I don't play JP, but the Colosseum. I would say it would be an awesome meme for them to just buff the blood sword to bloody hell.
They actually did upgrade this Colosseum.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Deus.
I don't actually know if it came to global or not yet.
It did not, unfortunately. No. Yeah, they took a bunch of old trial bosses, Demon Chimera, Glacial, etc., and they stuck them as Colosseum bosses, and they added new stages, and it added new gear, like a 50% wind resist hat, etc. I forget all the gear. It wasn't anything mind blowing. I went through it and burned through it in like a day. It was easy. I would have personally preferred for it to be challenging content. It really wasn't, but it was done in JP.
Maybe it was geared for like how the Coliseum is now, geared towards newer players, or how it was before too. For easy gear for newer players. That's permanent content. But what about Chamber of Arms? Did they ever bring that back in JP?
They brought it back. It is not updated. They said it's going to be updated with new bosses and mechanics on late summer. So the kind of speculation is after the 12 race trials finish in JP, they've been doing about 1 per month, and we're due for the human race trial in July, which is the last one of the 12. The kind of speculation is saying the Chamber of Arms will pick up where that left off in August.
Okay.
But it is confirmed to be coming. We just don't have an exact date of when.
All right. Yeah, I feel like there's a bunch of real estate in the vortex that is not being used at all. Weren't there like a couple of places that were cut off that say the little Moogle will tell you not to pass?
Oh, yes, when you explore the far plane. Yeah, that's actually been there since literally day 1 of the game. That has been sealed off, a lot of the far plane, and that has never been taken advantage of. You're right.
That definitely needs to be more explored for sure.
Mm-hmm.
They've got the area, they got the real estate for it. Utilize it.
So one of the other features. Go ahead, Deus.
A very quick one. It already exists, but not in the global version. The Brave Shift skip. So if Gumi's listening, please just implement that. It's very helpful.
Brave Shift skip, like they skip the animation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's convenient. Yeah.
Kind of like how they negate like you can opt out of seeing the LB or Esper animations.
Yes, it's an option in the menu, and it speeds up the animation speed when you brave shift instead of like that long zoom in, that like action lock for a second, and then it zooms out again. It just cuts that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that would definitely be neat to bring over to global. Definitely, sooner the better.
And just speaking of things like that, something else that I would love for global to do is to fix auto-casting gear. Most of it, especially Clash of Wills gears, has that auto-cast every single turn and just locks your unit. And if you're going for like, a best-in-slot build and you're using the Clash of Wills helmet, chest piece, ring, plus the unit may have some of their own auto-castings. For example, like Roberta has her own auto-castings per turn. Some of these units can be just action-locked for like 2 to 4 seconds every single turn. And it's kind of a headache. And I don't know why they started doing this, because some of the older units, for example, the original Magitech Warrior Terra, etc., they had these same passives that filled their LB at the start of the turn, but there is no action animation at all. It's just instant and animationless. So I would love for them to update this auto-casting gear to take away these animations, because it's just like, it's not adding anything except tedium when you're trying to farm and stuff like that.
Yeah, it almost feels like an insult to the player's time. It's just there to be there at this point.
Really. So what are the other?
I was going to ask if there's anything else, another thing that you were looking forward or hoping that they would implement.
Oh yeah, I've got a few things.
Yeah, I know you've got a list.
So one of the things that is another major problems, especially for newer players, is if you remember something like 2 or 3 years ago, they did this huge purge of older units. So the original units in the game, they were just purged out of the pool, and you just can't pull them anymore other than the original like EX tickets. They should put all those back in. It served its purpose back in the day. These days, it's just a handicap because there is a lot of really good and useful TMRs from those 3 and 4 star units that new players just can't really realistically pull, like Moogle plushie, the Barrage materia, a bunch of equip materia like equip staff, equip bow. All of this is unavailable to a newer player because these come from purged units that don't that you can't pull anymore. Like you can only pull them with like a tiny chance from the EX tickets that you barely even get anymore. So they need to add all this back to the main pool. Not to mention, they're updating a bunch of these. For example, Guy just got a new Visions Awakening, and players would have liked to have saved for Guy once we heard about that 6 months ago. But you just couldn't, because Guy was purged for 6 months, and he's been purged for years. So I would love for them to just remove that block and put all those units back in. The 3, 4, and 5 star units. On the other hand, let's flip it. It is time to purge the old Neovision units from the pool. So like Cloud, Aerith, etc. They just got to go. They got to go.
Oh yeah, they're becoming a meme. They're becoming the new Deletas.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Speaking of Deleta, there's the Subservient is definitely a TMR that we really don't need to be back in that pool though. That one is still bad. Gumi, fix that,
and
please.
They didn't implement the JP change either, sadly.
Oh yeah, it was upgraded in JP to be 100% attack and magic, unrestricted. It was really good for hybrid units.
Well, maybe they'll upgrade it when they eventually one day will give us Final Fantasy Tactics NVs.
They have to someday. Like they have to.
It's ignored so long. But yeah, I mean, I would definitely see the benefit of bringing back older ones for newer players.
Mm-hmm. And something else, speaking along the lines of quality of life changes, is the expeditions on global. Most of them are fine, you just do them and whatever, but a few of them seem to be really out of tune for the balancing, for the cost of the bonus item. The one that big comes to mind, I forget the name of the expedition, but it uses 40 chromatic ooze. That is so far out of whack compared to the other ones, and chromatic ooze is a farm-only item. You cannot buy this in stores anywhere in the game. So I would like them to either rebalance the cost of expeditions to no longer use drop-only items, at least for the A tier and below. Keep the S tiers, whatever you want. I don't even do those. But the A tiers and below, either take out these drop only items. Like Broken Blade is another one. Remedy is another one that you cannot buy. Once you're out, you're just out. Or add these drop only items to the guild shop. That way you can just buy them for guild. Same way we can buy Esper Crest and Broken Feathers or all the other stuff that we can buy. So either one of the two, take out the limited items or add them to the guild shop.
Yeah, also, or the daily coin, was it daily quest coins? That one would work too. And touching on the expedition stuff, like the in-game content, like I miss the town exploration maps. I really do. It made it feel more like a JRPG when you were able to explore these towns, but like past few seasons, they don't have those anymore.
Yeah, I personally would love for those to come back. That one I know from asking for the same thing in the past. Like, I miss towns. I miss things like Madam's Manor. I've come to realize that is definitely a polarizing standpoint. Some players are like, hell no, never bring that back. We hate quests, we hate expeditions. Other players are like, we really miss it. So that one, hit or miss, depending on who you ask. I personally would love them. I liked expeditions, exactly like you say. They made it feel more of an RPG, and that was what I enjoyed in the game. Exploring the town of Mitra on my first time of loading up the game. That was super cool, and that was what hooked me into the game originally. So the fact that those are all gone is kind of unfortunate. So yeah, bring them back.
Yeah, there's way less NPC interaction with your characters and everything like that. Everything's just so all the dialogue is 100% streamlined to just the story. It feels like there's no interaction with it makes the world of FFBE feel like it's less alive to me.
Definitely. So one other thing I'd like to request is something that Global just has none of for years is Prism Moogles. We have not gotten a blank Moogle source since was the second or the third anniversary, where the last time we've seen them. Global never ever updates the Trust Shop anymore. So I would like to see Prism Moogles added back to the game. And some players may not even know what I'm talking about because they're just that forgotten of a feature. So Prism Moogles are the blank Moogles that you can use to get TMRs from regular specific Moogles. For example, if you did the Dragon Quest raid and you liked Mam's TMR, or is it not Mam's, Pop's TMR for the double hand magic, but you didn't pull Pop, well, if you have a blank Moogle, you can get his TMR from the raid Moogle, and that's the way that works. And on JP, it's a renewable resource because they refresh the Trust Shop every 3 to 5 months, and you can buy more of them. Global just doesn't. So I would love to see blank Moogles added to other sources. Either start refreshing the Trust Shop or add them other ways. You can, for example, put one per month. That might be a little bit too much. They're actually not that common in JP, but let's say you put one blank Moogle into the obnoxious drop shop for Clash of Wills per season. That way you could spend 1,000 obnoxious drops on a blank Moogle. You can only get one per 3 months. That way it still keeps the rarity because they are very powerful, but they're not just missing entirely from the game on Global. So I would love to have more sources of blank Moogles.
I actually just used, I think, my first one the other day for since I never pulled Ninja Edge or the new Edge unit. I used it for his TMR. So was it a chaining ability?
Ninja Edge, I believe, is the Lightning Breaker materia.
Lightning Breaker, that's what it was. Yeah. I needed a source of Lightning and Peril for actually Dreams Riser strat. So
nice.
That helped out a lot. So yeah, Prism Moogles are still a must in the game. 100% agree.
And one other feature, I don't understand how this is still missing on both Global and JP. So when you're filtering your units, you got all the filter buttons. There is no filter for Neovision's base units. You can filter by every other base rarity, but not Neovision's. So just add it. Why is the Neovision's base filter missing? I don't understand. So please add that to the game. I would love to have that.
Oh yeah, for sure. And what was it? There's a bunch of filters missing. It seems like that you can see when you go into the equip menu and you go from the head and body, you have the filters for specific for status immunities, but you don't have it in the materia.
Oh, you don't. That may be updated with the UI update. Do you know, Deus? Because I
It
do
is
know.
coming.
Okay,
It's
so it is
coming.
coming. Yeah, 'cause I remember that they updated some of those filters. They added, for example, filters for immunity to like stop, charm, berserk, etc. with that big UI update. So that one thankfully is on the radar.
Okay, good. Yeah, that one drives me nuts because I'll be like, oh man, I need this specific ailment to be nullified, and I'm digging. I'm like, okay, I gotta remember. I love chocobos. Okay, that one. And I'm just like trying to pop off on the top of my brain, like in the moment, and it always ends badly for me.
And now here's one.
I got.
Oh, go ahead. I've been monopolizing. I'm sorry.
I've got a pretty big one. Something a mechanic that's been pretty much forgotten. Little thing called True Dual Wield. I know some of you guys may not be knowing what I'm talking about. I'm talking in clown language, but back in the day, True Dual Wield was far better than TDH because you had ways to gear more killers, gear more stats. Nowadays, it's irrelevant, so it'd be nice if we could somehow either. I think the lazy way of doing it is just raising the percentage. A better way of doing it is giving it a new mechanic of some kind, I think.
Yeah, I agree entirely. It's really a little bit bland that true double hand is the only realistic way to go these days. Assuming you're going for like a meta viewpoint, you want to be the best of the best. It's always true double hand, and even units that aren't double hand, you kind of have to force it to get the max power of your unit. And yeah, I would love that, Deus. Please bring back true dual wield as a mechanic. I mean, the person that kind of sort of ushered in the true dual wield meta was Bart. So I am ready for our premium NeoVision Barts to bring back the true dual wield meta. I'm here for it.
I'd like to see forgotten chaining frames come back, namely Divine Ruination. I had a ton of fun back in the day with Divine Ruination chains. They were so easy for me. I don't know why. They just never got the modifiers they deserve at all.
Cool. Speaking of frames, actually, that's actually an amazing thing that I would love to be fixed. And Deus can confirm this, quite a few units coming from JP, actually some that are already here, their LB frames are technically proper chain frames, like triple bolting strike, but they have these offset delays in the chaining frames. Those of you that have used Crocodine, the free unit, know what I'm talking about. Like his LB is triple bolting strike, but it is very mismatched from real triple bolting strike, as opposed to like our global Kaito. His LB is also triple bolting strike, but it really is triple bolting strike. So I would love for the global team to update the broken frames for all these units coming from JP. There's so many, like the new Titus, Balthier, the Emperor we just got. They did it for Lena. Lena had the same problem, and when they fixed her field, they fixed her frames at the same time, and now Lena is proper, literal Chaos Wave Awakened with no delay like she has on JP. So please, global team, fix all of these upcoming units that have these offset frames and make them proper frames. We will love you for it.
Nothing like getting a brand new toy and it comes in the box broken.
It bothers the hell out of me.
Oh yeah.
There's some of these units coming out and you have to like space it out. Titus is another example. Thon, Lulu, like there should be no, like, the theatrical thing could be like implemented without any kind of delay whatsoever. If they wanted to have like the Lulu loading bar, it could be sped up a little bit if they wanted to do it that way.
Oh yeah. What's next on your list, Simzar?
No, this one has been asked for 6 years. We're still not here, but I'll do it again anyway. I haven't really cared for like a year and a half, 2 years, because trials didn't exist. But with the release of the War Mech trial and the War Mech trial, you can't bring a friend unit. I mean, like you can't bring your own friend unit. You have to rely on a proper friend. Where is our refresh button for that friends list? I must have reset the app like 7 times to find my first properly built Esther for my first clear. And it is just, give me a refresh button for that friends list. My God, why is this not open?
I literally only use the friends list.
The CN version, RIP CN version, actually did have a friends list refresh. So we know it's possible. It's definitely possible. For some reason, Alum and Gumi just decide they don't care about people suffering from friends list just depression, but it exists.
Yeah, I literally only use the friends list for bonus units now. I stopped trying to refresh and go through that whole aggravation of trying to reset my friends list. Like it's just a headache I don't feel like I want to try. And if I have to spend 15 minutes trying to find a properly geared friend, I kind of lose interest in the trial altogether. So I'm just like, okay, well, there's that. That's probably why I haven't done a lot of the trials, more recent trials. Like the was it the 12 types takedown? I don't think I've even touched those yet. Oh, I did one. Oh, Avian is the only one I've done.
Okay.
But I mean, like, it's just searching for the properly geared friend is like it's become such a headache. So that refresh button would definitely come in handy, especially since we have a plethora of trials that are permanently in the game. Like you can have a friends list, a friend set up a unit for a specific thing and have them in one of the 5 or 6 slots and have it sit for 2 weeks and then check back on it. You know, something like that.
There's something else. This might be more of like a unit discussion, but I would love for them to just show some care and love to the core Final Fantasy units of the game on the global version. We're getting so many of the like classic Final Fantasy units, and they're, for the most, there's a few exceptions, but for the most part, they're just not relevant when they get the global. Like, just as an example from a game I enjoyed, Final Fantasy 12, the upcoming Vaughn is coming. I mean, just to speak frankly, he's going to be dead in the water when he gets here because, like, a JP breaker, do we really care? Not really. So I would love for them to just, like, fix JP units, basically, but especially the loved Final Fantasy units that, you know, a lot of players are playing the game for, and they're just, most of them are not that strong. Like I mentioned earlier, like they fixed Lena's field, but they didn't fix Lena herself, and you know stuff like that. Like Dorgan or Cyan, all these units, these JP units that players love. And I mean, if you're just a player that collects sprites, sure, they're fine. But for the players that they try to do the ranked events and all that, these units just aren't good, with a few exceptions. I mean, there are some, like the premium units, for example, are the big exceptions. But yeah.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I started playing the game when I started seeing Orlando sprite in there. You know, if anybody knows about neglected Final Fantasy units, it's definitely me. But yeah, it's definitely the core Final Fantasy base fans are what the member berries, the nostalgia of playing these games, is what drew a lot of players into this game, and they definitely need to show more love for that.
100%.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any more, Deus?
Yeah. So a very easy one to implement, and I think that they should do this because I've played other gacha games that have something similar to this. So when you go into the S reward and you see the darkened nodes, you click on, maybe one at the very end, like, you want the killers. So you click on maybe like Ifrit 3-star, and you see a beast killer, and you click on it, so it'll load up all the ones before it, and it'll go right to the beast killer, so you don't have to click on one individually.
Yep. Yeah, like an autofill nodes for the abilities. Yeah, I mean, they have it in War of the Visions when you do the abilities for the units. It'll auto-populate. I mean, that's shouldn't be too difficult of a concept to grasp. I mean, be able to implement that, I follow it with my mouse or my finger or whatever I'm playing on that day, like the nodes, to be like, okay, so I got to unlock this one to get to this one to get to that one. It does get old. But a quality of life upgrade for that is definitely needed, so I agree.
Mm-hmm.
What's next on your list, Sinzar?
So one thing the JP version has is something called And app, and what that is, it's an official client for the PC to play Brave Exvius on. I would love for Global to have that. They actually said they were working on this, and this is like years. This is like the first or second year of the game. They said they were considering like a Steam version that obviously never came to be. But some form of official PC version would just really be nice, because a lot of players, especially people that do like YouTube videos and all that, we have to use emulators to do it on the PC, and it would just be so much better to have like what the JP version has, an officially supported PC client to play the game on, and I would love that for Global as well.
Oh yeah, a PC client would change the game for sure. They would have to like implement them. Does the JP version have like a multi-tap feature for chaining?
You actually can bind the keys to your keyboards. For example, like if you want to change slots 4 and 5, that's WS on the keyboard. And for me personally, like it's pretty easy to chain by hand on my keyboard. I'm actually terrible at chaining on my phone, but on the keyboard, I can chain on the JP version by hand pretty well. So it's but there is no like built-in feature, if that's what you're asking.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I know a lot of people who use emulators use macros or even the keybind for certain tapped areas.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's what I was wondering about for that. But yeah, if they could just bring that over to the global side, that would solve a lot of crashing issues and everything that a lot of people over here having to use the emulators run into.
Mm-hmm. And something else that the JP version did that Global has either delayed or skipped is in the JP version, there's a way to click an option in the menu, and it re-downloads the game, and it like permanently bans all CG movies. And so what it does is it reduces the install size of the game dramatically. Like I think the current, like if you do a reinstall, the Brave Exvius client is somewhere like 4.5 gigabytes on your phone. With that disable CG movies option checked, it cuts the install size by like half. Also, it makes loading a lot quicker because it's just more efficient. So I wish Global would give us that option that JP has to permanently remove the CG movies from the client. Because I mean, I would assume 90% of players just disable CG movies anyway. Like, does anyone even keep them on during normal gameplay? So,
no.
Yeah, it'd be great if we could turn those off and improve performance as a result.
Oh yeah, anything to clear up the space on the phone. I mean, a lot of people play mainly on their phone. I mean, not everybody has a PC to do that with. All right.
Go for it, Deus. Close us out.
All right, so the last one we'll talk about here is improving the training dummy. So allowing you to be more customizable, maybe make it into like a fake boss, maybe make him into a weakling, whatever you would decide wanting to do. I think it's possible. I think it's definitely needed because the training dummy currently is very useless.
Yeah, that'd be amazing.
Yeah, and like that could tie in with like the far plane that we were talking about earlier, like unused areas of the far plane.
Mm-hmm.
You know, have Tower of the Wind and maybe like a Tower of Lightning or something, just to spitball something, and it has like a more useful training dummy. I pretty much just only use that to try and get down rotations before going into a trial without expending energy. That's mainly all I use it for.
Yeah, if we could, for example, to expand on that, like, the little Moogle that sits next to the training dummy, if we could talk to him and choose some dialogue options, like let's just say 1,000 defense and spirit, 50,000 defense and spirit, 0 resistances, 120 base resistances, something like that we can customize it and then really test out damage teams and all. That'd be great. I'd love it. Great
Absolutely.
suggestion.
Oh yeah.
All right. Well, thanks for hanging out with me, guys. And, hopefully some of these things will come into the game.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. See you guys later.
Peace.
What is this that I'm about to say?
Hey.
If anyone wants to turn their camera on, do it now.
Just scream? What?
You know, happy anniversary.
Happy birthday! Wait.
Happy everybody!
Happy anniversary!
Sharky suggests we continue to play this game.
Happy
Yeah.
anniversary! 6 years. Let's go!
Yeah.
Here's the stick more.
Taylor Swift for FFBE. Let's go. We can get 4 real easy.
Thanks everybody for coming and hanging out with all of us.
Hey, it's a ghost choco. Thank you.
Hey, Swiss, come on. You remember, dog.
Good hanging with all of you.
Let's have another
Thank
super
you,
fun
Chad.
year.
Everybody.
We can do
See
this
you
next
next year.
year.
Can't
Oh,
believe
yeah.
I got included.
Hey everybody, so thank you all for coming out for this incredible stream. It was great to have everybody here, to get to hang out with everybody, to see everything that all of our fantastic content creators made for us, everything from any user submissions, the fixed trial content, the speculative future game features, everything that happened the last year, all the incredible work that Gumi and Alum and Square Enix do for the game, all the incredible content creators we have here, Mad Garu for making the FFB game show, that was really cool, Madcap Thulu for helping with all the stream overlays, Sylvanari for helping in chat, Thur Pendragon for creating one of the fixed party trials. So yeah, just thanks everybody for making this an incredible unofficial 6th anniversary stream. You guys are a fantastic community, and I can't wait to see what this year holds and see you all again for this next year. And there's going to be a DJ in just a minute. So we're going to have an after party on DJ, but it's only going to be on Twitch, so you can come over to Twitch and see that. So the YouTube section is going to go dark because it's a lot with DJs. There's a lot of like copyrighted content and stuff like that, and YouTube don't like that. So if you want to see the DJ stuff, head on over to Twitch, and that's going to be awesome. But thank you to everybody that helped out and that was on this. I'm going to end this out with actually a little tribute that I made for someone that was incredibly important to all of us this past year. And yeah, so thank you for everything that you did for us and for the game. So I'm gonna end off with that, and then we'll do some credits and then go into the DJ stream, okay? So yeah, thank you guys for an incredible 6 years. Love all you guys. Much love. Peace.
Welcome to the first ever episode of the Brave News Channel. Woo! Yay! We are super pumped to be here today. I am Brave Frontier Global's team, Shali. Okay. Awesome. And may I call you Hiroki? Is that okay?
Yes, of course.
Awesome. So we're here with Hiroki, and we're going to be getting you all the hottest information and updates for Brave Exvius, and we're very excited because it's our first ever episode. So stick around, and you'll hear a bunch of new exciting stuff to come really soon. I hope that you guys have learned which characters to bring with you, depending on what battle you find yourself into. But thank you so much for dropping all this knowledge on us, Vessel. So now we're adding killer abilities on top of the elemental debuff, on top of the normal debuff, on top of the attack buff.
Oh.
It's like when you ask for a hot dog with all the toppings on it. I am a fan.
Yeah.
Oh! Oh!
Did we get it? Did we get it?
That's what I'm talking about! Yes! We
Oh my
did
God.
it! Oh my god!
My hands are sweating so bad.
His hands are so sweaty right now, you don't even know, but this is the
I need
best
some water.
feeling in the world right now. Stage cleared! Assassin's Best got!
Congratulations.
Let's see the next one. Precious Gil, some needed experience here. Snow got a Trustmaster for the Champions Belt, yes. And 1, 2, 3, 4! Yeah! I saw a comment over there from Jorge de Puerto Rico. Saludos a ti, mi amor. Sorry. This is a global game, so I get excited when we see global players, you know? So.
I, of course, would love it if we could make it all the way to somewhere in Latin America. Latinos, ¿cómo están? Saludos. Sorry, I'm a little bit biased because I'm Puerto Rican, but I would love it if we could go to like Mexico or Colombia or any place like that would be really, really lovely.
So streaming the games that I want to play motivates me to play that game more, and at the same time I don't feel like I'm alone doing it because I have everybody in chat talking to me as well. So
yeah.
I'm so excited. I'm in tears. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Hold on, sorry.
Yeah. So I know a lot of players were waiting game, right?
Yes, I mean, I've been waiting for. I'm seriously like in tears. I'm sorry, guys, but I'm so excited that he's finally coming.
Yes.
I can't believe it. Final Fantasy VII was the first Final Fantasy that
really?
I ever played, and Cloud is like, he's the king of my heart.
Yeah.
So I've been waiting for him for forever.
So.
Oh, I think I can speak for everyone when I say that we are over the moon with these prices, and everybody worked so hard. So thanks again for doing all of that, because it gets crazy up here.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Yeah, so please keep supporting FFBE. Keep showing your love for the global version. We have lots of exciting new things to share with you guys that maybe, just maybe, you haven't seen in the Japanese version of the game yet, because we got the extra special stuff, you know what I'm saying?
To know our newest unit in just a second here, so stick around for more. Also, all of the wonderful people who get to be here with us today, thank you so much for showing all of your love, all of your hype, all of your support. We really cannot be any more grateful than we are. Like, from the bottom of our hearts, just thank you so much for everything that you do for our game. And we continue to work on the game. We continue to try to improve the game so that you guys can get the best experience that you can out of it. So we also ask that you continue supporting the FFB series, because our worlds keep expanding and we get a little bit more each year. So there's still a lot yet to come.
So 5 whole years of FFBE Global. It has been a whirlwind of emotions and content and all sorts of things. But there is one thing that has remained steady throughout this whole time, and that is the FFBE Global community. We have you guys to thank for the success of this game. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be here today. So thank you from the bottom of our hearts for all of your support and love for FFBE.
Thank you. You are the MVP. Thank you, guys.
And I guess the most important thing would be to like find your own style, like whatever works for you. Shall
Yeah,
we...
that's mine. That's mine. Flat surface and 2 fingers, and it somehow works for me.
All right, Shelly, here. Toss me a hug. You have yourself a wonderful night.
Thank you.